Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program is about to begin. Good morning and welcome to the 19th Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. To begin the day, please welcome Richard Ziman, Founding Chair of the LA Business Council, Chairman of the New York Stock Exchange Traded Rexford Industrial, and CEO and co-trustee of the Rosalind and Arthur Gilbert Foundation.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us at the 19th Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit, Road to Recovery, Rebuilding a Modern Equitable Economy. With a new United States president, a new federal administration, and a California-friendly congressional majority, Thinking big and realizing we have an opportunity to rethink the way we do business under the new normal allows us to create a new paradigm, and today's summit will inform a much needed debate on key issues of how we deliver affordable and homeless housing, transportation, and jobs in our community and our state. As a business organization, the Los Angeles Business Council believes it is an exciting time to discuss how to rebuild sustainable, equitable new economy. Joining us will be the governor's new business czar, Dee Myers, with a fresh look on approaching California's competitiveness. J.R. DeShazo, director of the Luskin Center for Innovation, will present an LABC Institute Commission study entitled A California Agenda for Equity-Centered Clean Transportation, which will establish new metrics to expand, identify, and measure household and community scale progress toward clean transportation. Dr. Stuart Gabriel, director of the UCLA Ziman Center for Real Estate, will share new research on the physical, mental, economic, and social benefits of eviction moratoria nationally. Kevin Demoff, Chief Operating Officer of the LA Rams, will share what hosting the 2022 Super Bowl, an international event, will mean to business in our region. Pulitzer Prize winning author Dr. Matthew Desmond will share his insights in how to establish a social safety net with our new LA County Supervisor, Holly Mitchell. LA's own city family, our Mayor Eric Garcetti, LA City Attorney Mike Fuhrer, newly elected City Council members Mark Ridley Thomas and Kevin DeLeon will share their plans for serving LA's homeless crisis. And private and non-profitable sector leaders will share their solutions for driving down costs and reducing the time it takes to build affordable or acquire residential units to much needed new affordable housing for our region. We were honored last night, at our VIP reception to recognize leaders in the field of housing, homelessness, and transportation. FastLink DTLA received the LABC Chairman's Award for its work on increasing multimodal mobility, public transportation equity, and sustainable transportation policy through LA and the region. Project Homekey and the state, local, and private sector leaders responsible for its successful implementation received the Tim O'Connell Philanthropic Award. Accepting the award was Governor Gavin Newsom, who we'll hear from later, and the award included the LA County Department of Mental Health, the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, the CAO's Office for the City of Los Angeles, Kaiser Permanente, Blue Shield of California, and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. We were also proud to award State Senator Annan Caballero with the Air Communities Housing Impact Award for her leadership on addressing key barriers to constructing housing for people experiencing homelessness and protecting one of the most vulnerable communities across our state. Now in its 19th year, this summit, held in partnership with Mayor Eric Garcetti and Equitable Economic Development. This year, the sense of urgency has dramatically increased and dramatically grown as the COVID-19 pandemic continues. Pandemic-related job losses and economic impacts increase, and our housing and homeless crisis worsens even more. The necessity to refocus housing, homelessness, transportation, and economic recovery solutions is clear. And we hope these conversations today spark a paradigm shift in how we will work to address these issues with much more urgency, speed, and efficiency moving forward. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the many people and sponsoring companies that have worked hard to put this event together. Your continued support is essential to today's event. To begin our program, we have Gene Block, our Chancellor, my Chancellor at UCLA, to welcome us all to today's event. Gene became Chancellor of UCLA in 2007, where he oversees the university's three-part mission of education, research, and service. A champion of public universities, his dedication to access and affordability has enhanced UCLA's position as a national leader in enrolling undergraduates who are Pell recipients, who come from underrepresented groups, and who go on to become first-generation college graduates. Before becoming Chancellor of UCLA, Chancellor Block served as Vice President and Provost at the University of Virginia. During his many years at UV, he served as Vice President for Research and Public Service, as well as the founding director of the National Science Foundation Science and Technology Center in Biological Timing. Under Chancellor Block's leadership, UCLA receives over $1 billion annually in research grant, was named the #1 public university in the United States. Also under Gene's leadership, UCLA recently completed its centennial campaign, raising almost $5.5 billion, 20% higher than the original objective, with over 575,000 gifts. Please welcome Chancellor Gene Block to introduce today's event. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, Richard, and thank you all for joining us today. As Richard said, this is the 19th year that the LA Business Council has put on this summit, and UCLA has co-hosted for 18 of those 19 years. So this event is near and dear to our hearts. You know, as a public institution with a deeply rooted service mission, we view our obligation to help address the vexing issues facing our city. And without a doubt, some of the most vexing issues lie in the realms of housing, transportation, and jobs. Many of these issues were critical a year ago, but they've only taken on greater urgency in the months we've spent in the throes of this pandemic. UCLA and its scholars contribute an astonishing amount to the understanding of these topics that will be discussed today. Our experts study housing issues from all manner of perspectives, whether evaluating changes to zoning laws, looking at home vacancy and its effect on markets, or examining the difficulties facing California renters over the past year. Just last week, our Luskin Center for History and Policy published a far-reaching report on the causes of the modern homelessness crisis in LA, whose economic, racial, social, and political roots date back to the Great Depression, and offered a slew of policies to help tackle it. One of our brilliant housing experts, Professor Stuart Gabriel, director of the Ziman Center for Real Estate, is moderating one of the panels on economic recovery this morning. UCLA's research on transportation, led by our Institute of Transportation Studies and its affiliated centers, runs the gamut from studies of electric vehicle infrastructure to access to public transit, gas taxes, fair pricing for public parking, and the future of ride sharing. A key contributor is the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation, whose director, J.R. DeShazo, will be moderating a panel on net zero emission vehicles this afternoon. And across the university, we study the Los Angeles economy and workforce through a variety of lenses. Much of this work comes from the Institute for Research in Labor and Employment, UCLA Labor Center, and California Policy Lab. As today's event illustrates, the research and knowledge we produce at UCLA does not just stay on our campus. Our university is no ivory tower. It's a place where we carry our work well beyond Westwood to ensure it leads to broad and lasting change. I mean, we are both a think and do institution. We are also deeply engaged in this community. When engineering professor Rajit God developed technology that uses artificial intelligence to improve smart vehicle charging, he brought his innovation to the LA Clean Tech Incubator and deployed it around the city. Tapping into her research into the difficulties homeowners encountered when building secondary housing units in their backyards, Professor of Architecture and Urban Design Dana Cuff went to California Assemblyman Richard Bloom and co-authored a bill to remove policy barriers to constructing these units. Our Sustainable LA Grand Challenge is another great example of our engagement beyond our campus. Under its banner, we funded more than 40 collaborative research projects aimed at making Los Angeles the global model for sustainable megacities. In addition to the ways in which UCLA scholarship serves Los Angeles, we also try to be a good citizen of this city in our own university operations. As LA County's fourth largest employer and one of its great economic engines, this is as much a part of our contribution to the region as our teaching and research. I'll give you a few examples relevant to this event. Our transportation division has been at the forefront of large universities in electrifying its fleet, with 62% of our vehicles now using alternative fuels. To help address homelessness, we've had many programs aimed at assisting the unhoused, including one at the VA focused on homeless veterans. And we're hoping to work with the city to set up temporary shelters on land recently purchased near campus. On the jobs front, we've committed to no pandemic-related layoffs of our more than 39,000 career employees through at least June. And instead, we've invested in offering classes and retraining opportunities to those whose regular work has dried up. I'm proud that UCLA and its scholars continue to draw on ingenuity, optimism, drive, and a collaborative spirit to imagine a bright future for our wonderful city. This past year has been marked by interrelated crises: a global pandemic, an economic contraction, record heat and fires, dangerous air pollution, and more. And we must be compassionate in our recovery and bold in building back better. I think we all agree that this is no time to recreate things the way they were before, with the economy's structural weaknesses and inequalities in place. We have an opportunity in the next few years to recreate a new, resilient, sustainable, and more equitable Los Angeles. We're grateful that UCLA will play a major role in this new conception of our city. Elected officials, community leaders, business people everywhere will play a role in remaking Los Angeles as well. Thoughtful solutions that span all sectors are required if we're to make meaningful progress. Thank you to the LA Business Council for your leadership of this event, and to all the esteemed participants and guests. I hope today's discussions are illuminating and edifying, and thank you so much for contributing to a better vision of our future. Enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Now, please welcome Michael Medizian, Chairman of Servicom.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome. It's my great pleasure to introduce Mayor Garcetti today. I've known the mayor for about 20 years and was fortunate enough to travel with him when he was a city councilman in and around Armenia. His district represented the largest Armenian community in Los Angeles. And I got to see up close his brilliant intellect and his natural, unassuming way with people. He's a fourth generation Angelino, the 42nd mayor of Los Angeles, and was reelected in 2017 by the widest margin in the history of Los Angeles. And he's no stranger to LABC. We share a common vision and have helped lead and support many of his major accomplishments to date. Among his accomplishments, Mayor Garcetti has successfully raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour, lowered LA's business tax, developed LA's own Green New Deal plan, passed the nation's largest transportation infrastructure plan, secured the Olympics for LA in 2028, and successfully implemented Project Homekey and Homekey, which provide hotel and motel rooms and other properties for temporary and permanent housing for the most vulnerable to COVID-19 in the homeless community. As chairman of an LA-based humanitarian group, Operation USA, I got to work with the mayor and his staff on distributing close to 1 million high-quality masks from Vietnam to those most in need within Los Angeles. And it was a great experience. His staff was wonderful, and the mayor was getting those masks to the people most in need. Mayor Garcetti continues to work towards addressing homelessness. The city has opened up shelters and permanent supportive housing projects, which represent or will represent over 10,000 new units for homeless families and individuals by 2028. Most importantly, his efforts to double down on the prevention of homelessness through eviction protections, rental assistance, and financial wraparound programs such as Solid Ground are essential. The homeless problem is growing. There are more people entering homelessness, hitting the streets, than are exiting. And it's a tough, complicated problem. The mayor does not have complete control over fixing this problem. And as he says, there's a need for creative policies, for working close with the state and federal government to get more people in housing and off the street. It will require all of us to do our part each and every day in ways large and small. So, Mayor, as we look forward to your continued effort to address our homelessness crisis, we want to hear what you have to say. And it's a great honor. Without any further ado, please welcome Mayor Eric Garcetti.
Thank you so much to my dear friend, to Michael. Thank you for your friendship. And I wish we were on a trip together right now, but the moment calls us to be here and to serve and to do our best. And I wish my mother had heard that introduction so she could hear all the things that I've done alongside you. But thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Mary Leslie, the entire board, to Dick Ziman for his vision way back when and seeding this, to all the honorees from this year, our state senator, Ana Caballero, to my prima, Hillary Norton, and the team at FastLink Downtown LA, DTLA, and everyone who has worked so hard to make Project Homekey such a success that the White House is now talking about it as a national model, something that we've been communicating very closely with the Domestic Policy Council on. Really, Los Angeles always, what we do here influences the nation and the world. And thank you and congratulations to all of the city and the county and foundation partners who stepped up to meet this moment. And of course, Governor Newsom. And I just want to say, not as a politician about a politician, but as a human being to another human being, thank you, Governor Newsom, for being the sort of leader we need. Leadership has never been more difficult. I know you know that. But your firm commitment to ending homelessness, your dedication a year ago when I was in Sacramento, listening to your State of the State on a single topic for the first time in California history. I know your heart, and more importantly, I know your hands and the work that you're doing to end this scourge together. So I did a count the other day to figure out how many summits I've been at, and I'm up to 19 at this point. I think at 20, I have to retire because of term limits. But after all those years, we've confronted so many tough challenges together, from the foreclosure crisis to the Great Recession, but we've never faced anything like what we're facing this year. We know that. You know, all of us who are parents hear that expression that when you raise children, at first the days seem like years until the years seem like days. Well, in this crisis, we're certainly in that first phase where we feel like every day still feels almost like a year, where time is almost bent onto itself, where we've held so much loss and suffering, so much pain, but also so much beauty and help and love around us. And like most crises, this one has brought deep scars and taught us lasting lessons. So kind of departure from a more formal speech in the past, I wanted to kind of just have some straight talk today, because I know all of us have had a lot of painful hits. We've lost loved ones, and we've lost a paycheck. We've lost a job, we've lost a business, We've lost the balance between work and childcare. We've lost the love that used to surround us, touching human beings and hugging our family members. And the great irony is that this virus demands we stay apart, and yet the solutions to solving this pandemic, and indeed all of the crises that Los Angeles faces, is that we come together, that we actually figure out a way to break down those barriers that separate us. And I've seen and witnessed Angelenos doing just that, whether it's our higher rate of mask wearing, which is way above the national average, the more than 10,000 people who donated out of their pockets $66 million to help our most vulnerable workers and renters and businesses to get through this crisis, including those that were cut out of federal aid, like our immigrants, city hall workers who threw away their job description to stand up homeless shelters in our recreation centers, to be contact tracers with the county, or expedited outdoor dining to save businesses, put up barriers to turn parking spaces into outdoor dining spaces. We've spent so much of this year witnessing that heroism. But as we started in the beginning, we reacted and responded. And of course, now what's before us is we have to rebuild. But I hope that's not our end goal, because this is a moment to do more than rebuild. It is to fundamentally reimagine what we can do in the next chapter of this great city's history. Now, every prescription begins with a diagnosis. So let me start with what we're up against. We're dealing with a crisis globally of climate change and rising global inequality. Nationally, a crisis of racial justice and a crippled economy. And here in LA, I would say, among the other things I'll detail, for the first time in my lifetime, I feel a crisis of confidence. Say what you will about LA. We're an imperfect paradise, as I always quote Antonio Hernandez. We don't sugarcoat our problems, but we are this kind of paradise with an irrepressible optimism. But if you look around the city, if you talk to folks, it's not unique to Los Angeles. Maybe it's this moment and this pandemic. We've lost a little bit of the spring in our step, that optimism about that future, our confidence. Maybe it's rooted in how the city looks physically, as the CDC says we can't move encampments, and we see freeways that are, that are filled up with graffiti. We see trash on our streets. We see people unable to go onto the streets. And so it feels in some neighborhoods almost like a zombie apocalypse out there. Maybe it's the steady climb of rents and real estate prices. As this pandemic in other places has relaxed real estate prices, here it stays steady. Or maybe it's just the fact that over 80% of LAUSD students live below the poverty line and they're still not back in school. Whatever the reason, it's clear that something has challenged our incurable optimism. And I want to address that right now, because that's where we start. Anybody knows, in a business, in an enterprise, I say this as the city CEO, the morale, the attitude, the approach of a workforce, of a community, of a family, of a city is at least 50% of the energy behind tackling any of our problems, of investing in our future. And I would say very confidently, as your mayor, never bet against LA. Our best days are still ahead of us. Just look back a decade ago. My optimism isn't just naive, it's rooted in practice. When we face an uphill climb in a deeper hole than almost any American city, we recovered faster out of that Great Recession than California did. And California recovered more quickly than the rest of the nation. And I have no doubt that we will do it again. Think of what we accomplished before the pandemic. Nearly 300,000 new businesses have opened up since I've been your mayor. Unemployment was cut by more than half. A record number of jobs for the first time since the unrest of 1992, we created together. And together with LABC and community advocates, our administration demonstrated something so critical to this political moment in time. You don't have to choose a camp or split yourself among partisan lines. You can reduce a city's business tax and raise its minimum wage. You can cut emissions by 11% and cut unemployment by 14% in a single year. So if that's my diagnosis, if those are some of the challenges that we face, here's my prescription, and it's threefold. First, we have fundamental strengths in Los Angeles that aren't going anywhere that we need to build from. It's this place with its weather, its geography, its assets, its topography, its position globally, the third largest economy of any metropolitan area in the world. That has happened in the last decade. tied almost with New York's economy and only trailing Tokyo. It's our people, the world's most creative, driven, diverse, hardworking, and determined population anywhere. And it is our passion, that a city that strives to always be the future. 2, we've made irreversible investments that will provide a foundation for a lasting economic prosperity here. Things that mayors call me from around the country all the time saying, I wish we had those sorts of resources behind X, Y, Z. From our airport, which has during this pandemic accelerated our construction, the largest construction program in the United States of America and one of the biggest in the world, saving time and money during this downturn, to our port, which just shattered records and has ships trying to get in. We've just been starting vaccinating our longshore workers to make sure we can get those ships in. Our transportation network. In fact, I know that way back when LABC was the West Side LA Chamber of Commerce, and I know there's nothing more important to many of you than the Sepulveda Pass, my highest priority when I came in. And yesterday, Metro took a major step forward in solving the Sepulveda Pass by moving forward 2 bidders to finally build public transit over from the Valley to the West Side. To put it simply, there's no place in America and few places in the world that are investing in their infrastructure the way that we are doing. A guarantee of jobs that comes with that, 777,000 of them. And then our third component and final part of this outlook, and the final part of this is, I think, our honesty, our ability to confront our challenges, to say what they are. You know, I've done over 100 addresses this past year. You're probably as sick of my voice as I am. When I have a hat on and a mask and I'm hiking Griffith Park, people recognize my voice either out of their dreams or nightmares. But in each one of those, I've always said, I will give you the facts straight. And that's no different here today. I think the most fundamental questions that every Angelino faces, and we should really not think about this as policy down, but people up. People question, where am I going to live? How am I going to live? How will I move around? And can I find a good job? So where you live, how you travel, and where you work, that is what this tripartite themed summit has always been about, the interplay between housing and jobs and transportation. That intersection is where the LA dream still lives. And our success in answering those questions will determine our future success as a city. I know it won't be easy, but whatever has been, from bringing water here to building this great metropolis, but we are up to the task. So how do we act with the urgency and the vision to reimagine the future that this moment demands? This pandemic has taught us a lot of lessons. I didn't care whether we had a health department in the city of Los Angeles or whether we were responsible for things like testing any more than, as Mike said in the introduction, whether or not homelessness is squarely just under the city's jurisdiction. You have to take responsibility when there's a crisis, take the blows, take the hits, don't ask permission, but rush towards the fire. We marshaled the city's resources and saved thousands of lives here by our pandemic response. And at the same time, we looked at longstanding issues like homelessness that threaten to become worse. There are over 2,000 beds in 26 transitional housing developments, bridge home shelters, we call them, across the city today that didn't exist 2 years ago. And 17 of those sites we opened during the pandemic. And on top of the tens of thousands of people we house in any given year, we've put another 8,000 people into housing during this pandemic. In fact, this response to folks who are unhoused shows what we can do when there isn't a pandemic. And if you want a proof point, you're less likely to have COVID if you are unhoused than if you're housed. In other words, those masks, those shelter beds, the check-ins that we did have protected folks living on the street from getting COVID at a higher rate than those of us who are living indoors. This is an important fact to acknowledge, to celebrate, while we also acknowledge we've got a long, long way to go. For years, together with folks like Mike Bonin and others, I've been saying we need a FEMA-level response, a FEMA-level response to homelessness. I've even said it here at this summit. But it wasn't until this year that we finally inspired FEMA to do just that, to pay for an emergency before the disaster hit those people. In other words, COVID wasn't already infecting somebody on the streets before we could put them into our rec centers, our hotel and motel rooms. And we got reimbursement, only 75% at the time, but now 100% under the new administration, which is what we've been calling for a long time. Project Homekey shows the power of fast action, but it's only possible if you have resources and a good plan. It's kind of like construction for all of you who are builders. You know the classic elements of the construction triangle: speed, money, quality. You compromise on one, you can probably get more on the other. But I've heard calls to do more, to be bolder when it comes to Project Homekey. And the reality is, even though we've built the nation's biggest homeless provider network in recent years, we simply don't have the staff to increase capacity right away, because you have to serve people that are there. And though we've built nearly 1,500 units of permanent supportive housing last year, 2,200 new units under construction this year, we're going to exceed the halfway mark with more than half of the goal of 10,000 later next year. We need to continue doing more. We simply don't have enough places to move folks from hotel rooms into housing in September when the program ends. So I need your help with both finding more hotel rooms, motel rooms, and finding more housing solutions for folks when they exit those hotel and motel rooms. And I'm very proud that at Project Homekey, only 2 to 4% of people have gone back to the streets from those rooms. That's why we have to keep our foot on the gas. That's why we have to push together to build this momentum. So next, how do we do that? First, we need the federal government to extend Project Homekey for at least 1 or 2 years beyond the end of the pandemic, because the effect of the pandemic will still be out there on the streets. We've served in the city of LA about 3,700 people through Project Homekey in the city of Los Angeles alone. And we're filling 300 previously vacated rooms with the goal of turning over all 900 beds under city contract. So our goal in this next month or so is 1,200 additional people. But we know unhoused Angelenos are still vulnerable to the virus. We know the vaccine won't make folks immune to homelessness. So we need another year or two to get folks housed and to continue that pipeline from the street to a stable room to a permanent housing solution. And there is a role for you to play. I'm so pleased not only to be speaking to friends, but to business leaders to help us seize this moment by finding hotel rooms for unhoused neighbors. So please join our effort. Go to mayor.projectroomkey at LA City. Sorry, it's projectroomkey.mayor. Sorry, it's an email. I thought it was go email us at mayor.projectroomkey. So that's mayor.projectroomkey at lacity.org if you've got a lead. Second, we need to ramp up our federal and national commitment to ending homelessness. That starts with passing Maxine Waters' Ending Homelessness Act and Representative Liu and Senator Feinstein's Fighting Homelessness Through Services and Housing Act. Together, $17 billion for shelters, services, and housing. $5 billion are included in the American Rescue Plan. So please call your members of Congress. Tell them get that passed now, including $350 billion in assistance for state and local governments from counties to cities that we can put into the prevention of homelessness. Third, we need a permanent source of funding for homelessness in California. I'm very proud, together with my brother and sister mayors, when I chaired the Big City Mayors Group, to have led that effort, going to then Governor Brown and then later with Governor Newsom, to say we need dedicated money. That resulted in what's called HEAP and HAP, money that went directly to cities with flexibility to address homelessness. But we shouldn't have to fight that effort every year. We don't know who the mayors will be in the future. We don't know where the governors will be in the future. And we don't know what the state's financial situation will be, which is why we have to prioritize this, which is why I've endorsed AB 71, the Bring California Home Act, to create an annual dedicated stream of investment to fighting homelessness across our state, because this will take years to finish. But with that commitment and that steady funding, we can do this. Fourth, we have to keep people in housing. It's that simple. At the start of this pandemic, LA was the first big city in the nation under my emergency order to issue a moratorium on evictions for tenants and small businesses. And we offered legal assistance to keep people from being unfairly evicted. Most importantly, we also provided financial support directly to landlords and tenants, the largest in the country, $103 million emergency rental assistance program. More than 49,000 low-income households received $2,000 in one-time subsidies. But now we're looking to ramp that up even more, because the problem of back rent for landlords and tenants has not been solved. The package that was passed finally in December, after we lobbied for 8 months, included $25 billion in rental assistance. And we expect to get both the state's allocation for LA and a direct allocation to LA that will more than double the $100 million that we had. In fact, it will on its own be more than double and overall triple the amount that we have put in, more than $300 million to help landlords and tenants survive. And the American Rescue Plan, which I just mentioned, also provides $25 billion in rental assistance and $5 billion to help people cover home energy and water costs, something that we did here through the DWP as well, and $1,400 survival checks to help people get through the last few months until they can get vaccinated. Altogether, we could see as much as $500 million in rental and landlord assistance that goes to tenants and landlords together. Without question, this is the most important piece of legislation in our lifetimes. We need to make sure it passes and passes quickly. Which brings me to fifth. I can come back and my successors can come back to this forum every single year, talking about the progress hopefully we are making, but never saying we have solved homelessness and our housing crisis until our nation, I believe, shifts. And as I, in the room that I'm talking to you from right now, convinced Joe Biden to include in his platform the idea of a human right to housing in our country. Now think about this. I said last year to you, this idea, before this was adopted in the platform, I said to you, when you are hungry in this country, we don't let you starve. If you qualify for food stamps, you get it. If you are sick in this country and you're poor, we don't let you go without medical care. It's called Medicaid or Medi-Cal here in California. But when it comes to housing, there's a 1 in 8 chance if you qualify that you will actually get the assistance. It comes after a years-long wait, and the amount is often too low in a city like Los Angeles for you to even find a willing landlord. That is failure. So when I became Joe Biden's national co-chair, I put the right to housing and universal vouchers at a rental level that reflects the markets into his platform. And now he's embraced it. And I'm so glad he is our president and an Angelina, because she was smart enough to marry a guy from Los Angeles. Northern California might claim her, but Kamala Harris's registration for voting is now in Los Angeles, is in the White House. And we need to keep working to make this goal happen while they are president and vice president. We need to treat housing as infrastructure in the second big bill that will come this year on infrastructure. While we look at transportation and we look at energy and we look at communications, we have to include housing in that bill as well. That's part of the platform of mayors and CEOs for housing, a bipartisan group I'm proud to be a member of. And other folks who are part of LABC, like Greg Adams of Kaiser Permanente and Dominic Ng of East West Bank are also in. If you're interested in adding your voice as a business leader, as a CEO, or as a mayor, I encourage you to join us in this coalition that will help lead this year. And of course, as the title of this summit reminds us, housing doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is not some island, but rather a tributary, along with jobs and transportation, flowing into the stream of what makes a stronger city. A city where you can find affordable housing and transportation options to get you where you need to go, including a good job. In LA, we've been laying the groundwork to connect those pieces for our future. As was mentioned by Mike, thanks in large part to your support, we passed the impossible, the largest transportation measure ×2 that never sunsets in American history. 15 rapid transit lines invested in and built. It'll bring electric bus companies to our city. It'll build careers for workers in the building trades and the transportation field. It'll reduce commute times and a better quality of life. And here are just a few of the things on tap. Rail to LAX, a purple line that will get you from downtown to the summit at UCLA in 20 minutes, a San Fernando Valley that's not forgotten but invested in, 28 projects completed by 2028 when the world comes to Los Angeles for the Olympic Games. All of this with a backdrop of 777,000 good-paying careers. And across the country this year, as we saw marches take to the streets for racial justice, they demanded structural change. And one of the ways we're doing that is by building a pipeline from our communities of color to those careers, those middle-class futures. For instance, Seed LA, a new school that MTA, the county, and the city are helping build for 9 to 12th grade students who come out of foster care, out of our juvenile criminal justice system, out of our poorest neighborhoods, They can learn all about transportation, be the next CEO of Metro, be an engineer, an operator, a builder, and priority given to young people who experienced homelessness or who are in our foster care system. You see, when we invest in our own city and our people, when we invest in transportation, our housing woes become easier. You see, on one hand, if housing prices go up and commute times continue to go up, we'll face headwinds when it comes to all the momentum we have queued up. And some things are out of our control. But one thing we can control is whether the City Hall is a place where projects get a green light or a red light. When I was sworn in as your mayor, I said I wanted to turn City Hall into a place not where jobs come to die, but where they come to prosper. And so in 2015, I signed an executive order to cut red tape, to try to make development more frictionless. And in the planning department's most recent support, we saw a 67% reduction in processing times for these projects since that executive directive. But all of you know there's a lot more to be done, which is why today I'm proud at this summit to announce additional city departments being directed from DWP to the Department of Transportation to expedite approvals in their sections by at least 25% and to identify underutilized land, public land, to be used for affordable housing. The goal here is greater speed, more units, clarity, consistency for the approval process, and lower costs. But I've also tried as mayor to look at housing not just out of City Hall, but region-wide. I'm the mayor of the biggest city in the region, but there's 87 other mayors in LA County alone, 5 counties that comprise that 19 million metropolitan area. So it's so critical when we look at housing, because housing prices don't stop at municipal borders. That's why I was so proud to lead with many partners from Riverside County, from our city council and others, the charge in reforming how SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, the 6 counties around Southern California, determine our housing targets to our state. In the past, we spread housing away from jobs and transit. And what did you get? A long commute. It increased car-dependent suburban sprawl. It undermined our climate goals, polluted our air. And now for the first time, we are able to pass against NIMBYism, an honest number that reflects not just future growth, but the need for housing. And we stepped up to the plate. We accepted what's called ARENA allocation, RHNA, allocation of 450,000 additional housing units over the next 8 years. Now, that may be not only difficult, but close to impossible to achieve. But the reason we have to accept these numbers is it is the honest number, so that we know the scope and the scale. When somebody says, no, not in my backyard, or no, we shouldn't upzone it that much, we have to, every time that happens, acknowledge the human cost, the higher rents and housing prices, the disappearing middle class, and yes, the longer commutes that we will have. And I'm proud of what we're doing to meet those goals, whether it's Metro for all the pieces of land that we're assembling to construct those lines. When we're done with them, 35% of anything built on them has to be low-income housing, the highest percentage anywhere in the country. We are yesterday passed out of committee and will pass next week, I believe, our pilot for free transit for Angelenos, for the 70% of our lowest income riders, to see if we can get to 100% in the coming years. Something that Washington is focused on, something that other cities are studying, but that can help reduce the bills for our working class folks that depend on transit and make our system even more traveled than now. And as we move as a region, we need those big, bold plans, the big numbers that we've tackled when it comes to homelessness or bridge home shelters or HHH, and we need to redouble them. Whether it's transit, the 15 lines that we're building and making it free, or whether it's jobs, the focus I put on key industries to get tax credits to bring filming back, as we've seen this golden age of filming return to Hollywood. Technology, as we saw a rover that was designed, that was engineered and built here and commanded from Pasadena land on the red planet yesterday. We've seen our key industries all take giant steps forward by putting a focus on them and not just letting them go elsewhere. But I urge you to get involved, to be a part of making your voice heard and to help us shape the future of housing. Big, honest numbers like those RHNA numbers, bold ideas like a right to housing and a universal voucher program, steady commitments to reforming what we do at City Hall so we get out of the way and we're there when we need you. That's the boldness that we need, a permanent source of funding at the state level. That's what we should ask for. Looking ahead, the next year or two will be about making sure nobody gets left behind. Not businesses hanging on by a thread, not workers who were laid off or had their hours cut. And we've been offering that direct support, whether it's the $115 million we've given directly to businesses for grants to keep them alive, or SERVE, which gave $800 stipends to 10,000 restaurant workers when outdoor dining was closed down, or LA Optimized, which is going small business by small business through Los Angeles to help them get a web presence, contactless payments, apps that help them not only get through a pandemic, but compete in the future for mom and pop stores up and down our key corridors in places like South LA and the East Side and Northeast San Fernando Valley. And remember where I started this. We've got everything we need here in Los Angeles, in this remarkable place, with this brilliant people, and yes, with our city's passion to lead the future. So let us rebuild, my friends, but let us reimagine what is possible in this place. Let's keep programs like alfresco dining going permanently. Let's get our manufacturing workforce, which turn their assembly lines into the task of producing masks and gowns and PPE, to building the next innovations in clean energy and infrastructure and more. Let's reinvest in our people, continue creating job opportunities in communities of color, as we are with our College Promise program, with free community college and trips that people who've never left the country are doing with our consular corps to other nations. LA was the first big city in America to expand our free community college program this year to provide not just job training, but come this spring, paid internship opportunities while you're going to college, so you don't have to choose between supporting your family and pursuing your education. Let's double down on this place and on our people. And if we do those two things, we will renew our passion. We will find our confidence. Let me conclude with a little bit of reflection. Spring is coming. I've been thinking about that a lot lately as I've been reading a book called Wintering by Catherine May. It's all about how hibernation is a necessary process in nature that allows animals and plants to rest, to pause, to recharge, to store the nutrients and to anticipate the sunlight that will come so that they can burst through the frost and begin to flower in the coming season. There's no doubt about it here in Los Angeles. The sun may be out, but it still feels like winter. This moment, this time. It's a painful season. It requires patience. But what happens when spring comes? The soil is hard and cold, but you run a plow through it to warm it, to bring new oxygen to it and bring forth the next crop. In this time of hibernation, as we wait and make plans to till the soil and plant the seeds, soon we will feel the warmth of that sun. It has been the greatest honor of my life to work alongside you as a council member and council president, as your mayor. We've got 2 years left, at least while I have this title, to push this work forward and to make sure that our reach does always maybe exceed our grasp. And together, if we do that, and with the spring coming, I know that Los Angeles' best days are still ahead of us. Thank you, LABC, and here's to the hard work ahead.
Joining us now for our first spotlight session is Roger Sherman, Urban Projects Director at Gensler, LA.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very, very pleased to be here, and I feel as though there could not have been a better segue into what I've been asked to do for you than the mayor's invitation to really, or challenge to us all to do what we can to get involved and to try to be a part of the solution in terms of the considerable challenges that we have in front of us in terms of the housing, making housing more affordable for everybody. I was asked to more specifically serve as something of a kind of stalking horse to offer up a project that we have developed over the last year and a half as something of a kind of kickoff for the panel that will follow me, which is called Urban Awning. As I put it up in front of you, which I'll do in just a second. and I'm assuming that everyone can see now. I wanted to also kind of echo the mayor's kind of call for new solutions and demand to meet the challenge of what follows after Project Homekey. That is the desperate need for more supportive housing solutions. This was a project, Urban Awning was a project that came without a client. In other words, we sought to solve a problem first that we thought would naturally then serve as a kind of form of stone for a narrative of stone soup that would attract those who could see its inherent benefits. And that has begun to happen in terms of attracting those who are interested in actually realizing this. Albert Einstein, as many of you know, once was famous for having said that doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different outcomes was the definition of insanity. And the beginnings of this project really came from an incredible frustration that we at Gensler found that in spite of all of the money that had been afforded us by the voters to increase the amount of affordability in housing and greater number of units, that we were continuing to produce that housing stock in the same way that we had before at an exorbitant cost, which right now is somewhere in the line of about $300,000 in hard cost per unit. And within that, or burdened with land would lead to about $550,000 to about $600,000 overall with soft costs added in. We felt that on our side and the design and construction side, we could go much further to begin to chart a new course for how to find real economies in the production of housing. But in order to do that, needed to fundamentally break down and rebuild a more common sense way of thinking about how to approach the problem. So a group of us, including Gilmore and Associates, Tom Gilmore, the developer, the National Brotherhood of Carpenters, and the Mayor's Own Accelerator for America got together and basically started to think up about a year and a half ago a new way of approaching the problem. Our goal, as I mentioned, was to dramatically reduce the cost per unit of housing design and construction and to make it more affordable, inclusive, and quicker to market. Urban Awning's specific strategy, which I'll outline in the slides that follow, were to aim at the low acuity homeless and modest income populations rather than where most of the public monies are directed, which is only at the high acuity population. I'll talk about that in a second. Second, to minimize unit size while preserving all important privacy, as the homeless already have privacy and are accustomed to that. Third, to capitalize upon our marvelous temperate climate. Fourth, to prefabricate components where it makes sense. And finally, to liberate sites, to look for ways through the construction logic to liberate sites not previously considered suitable. Right now, we have a tendency at Gensler to look at the housing and homeless problem as something of an iceberg, where an inordinate amount of attention, however well-deserved, has been focused upon the tip of the iceberg, which is the high acuity and those who are who have mental and physical disabilities, but are also the most expensive to house. At the same time, we felt that at a time in which 3 people per day are dying of homelessness, there was a much larger population of people who were either also homeless, but were capable of holding down a job or were on the verge of homelessness, including student supportive housing, those who had just recently been locked out of affordability, seniors on limited income, and so on and so forth. So we sought to figure out how to develop a solution which had a greater degree of resilience and optionality, flexibility with regard to the types of people who could use it. We looked first at just the origins of Southern California domestic design in the 40s and 50s, the post-war period, in which there was an embrace of the relationship between indoor and outdoor, to the extent that there were no very expensive environmental technology systems that have added or contributed to the cost of housing as there are today, but rather just a very commonsensical way of thinking about how cross-ventilation, the use of the welcoming of natural light, and so on, could actually be done in ways that saved an inordinate amount of money. Oops. Oops. I'm sorry. So we came up with an idea, which is illustrated in this sketch here, of the idea of creating a kind of large shelter, a roof that protected that which was underneath it from rain and from weather, from the sun when necessary, and from the winds. And then underneath that, buildings could be built, units could be built that actually were absent of the high cost of that it takes to weatherproof a building beneath it, and thereby in effect make everything a lot less expensive and much more affordable. The idea for urban awning, which is shown here in more detail, is how that larger roof, which is comprised on its south sides of shingled photovoltaic panels, and then on its north side by shingled fiberglass, the clear fiberglass that allows for the sun to get in, covers those units that are underneath it in a way that allows them to actually be built extraordinarily simply, while at the same time allowing for breezes, for the building to really breathe, for breezes to run through, for natural light to penetrate into the units, so that electricity is minimized, and people are able to exert local control over their own unit and environment. There are actually, the concept is actually comprised of a very simple slice, extruded volume, which is comprised of 3 unit types, one of which is only 177 square feet and goes up to about just under 300 square feet. Unit size is minimized, further economizing on cost, but privacy is preserved. There's still a bathroom in each, there's a kitchenette, but most of the living and dining is actually relegated to being put outside under the big roof, where there can be more of a collective life. So here you see a kind of isolated view of what each of these little these kind of single unit slices look like little townhouses, but they actually are all conjoined. They're 2 stories high because it enables this to be fully ADA accessible without necessarily using any elevators at all, further reducing the cost. Here you can see a full-scale mock-up that was built by the Brotherhood of Carpenters that the mayor himself actually visited, and was actually shocked at how spacious they felt for being so small. That makes use of things such as the space between studs, the idea that beds could actually be also sofas that fold out, where you can migrate to the upper reaches of the loft in colder temperatures where the warm air rises while controlling clear story windows. This is a bit of what that mock-up looks like from the outside on the day of the opening. Most of the components, the walls, are all prefabricated by the Brotherhood of Carpenters, made of metal studs, and with the facings already on them. They would be put on trucks and toted out to the site and assembled in very quick order. We tested the concept against a number of different site types, including this one in Wilmington, very close to the port. Here you can see how it looks. It's actually a bit what we call disarming, in that it doesn't look like an institutional building of 4 or 5 stories, but it contains the same density. That is to say that if you think about the number of occupants, it carries the same number of beds and can accommodate the same number of people of a building much larger, but is disarming because it looks not unlike a very large ranch house, and therefore we felt would actually be of a kind of posture that would be far more welcoming or welcomed by the neighbors, by those living around it, because it looks a little bit like their homes themselves do. This is with the roof lifted up with the units that are immediately underneath it. The planting around the building also permeates to the inside, as there are holes cut in the roof to allow for rainwater gardens to naturally crop up. All of the rainwater and stormwater is collected for recycling. And the aforementioned outdoor spaces, which are used by those who are in the units themselves, really encourages us to get back to remembering how we used to live prior to the elimination of many boarding houses, wherein there actually were living in communal spaces for dining and for socializing that at the same time address the problem of loneliness that has long been something, or just more recently being recognized as another associated problem with problem of homelessness. Again, recalling the kind of indoor-outdoor continuity of the post-war era. The first of these projects is now starting to launch. We're doing it in the city of Bell for the Salvation Army in a 1-acre existing hangar building. This we are particularly excited about because of the fact that the shelter for the buildings, for the units, already exists. We're simply needing to peel it back and open it up, perforate it to make it more of that indoor-outdoor environment that I mentioned. This will be for at least about 64 units, and we anticipate that this can be built for somewhat less than $150,000 per unit. That's less than half of what units today in the permanent supportive housing field currently are being built for. This is a view from the second floor. We're working currently with the City of Bell and Salvation Army to work through some issues regarding the building code and the fire and life safety code, which are not insurmountable. They're things that we actually can overcome with some imagination. And a lot of goodwill and support on the part of the mayor and city staff. So again, I'm hope that you've enjoyed it. I hope that it provokes some interesting discussion, and we're very much looking forward to continuing the work and having this sort of become the new model, a new model that provokes similar innovations by others. Thank you.
Please welcome our first panel, Scaling Cost-Effective, Replicable, and Streamlined Housing Solutions, moderated by Sarah Dussault, Commissioner of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I think my panel is starting to turn their camera and mics on. Welcome to what's going to be one of the most exciting panels of the day. Just to frame the issue, Los Angeles is looking to develop low-cost units for affordable, supportive, and temporary housing. Leaders from the private, nonprofit, and public sectors are employing new construction methods. One amazing innovation is what introduced this panel. And we're trying to streamline the development process, expand public-private partnerships to meet this goal. This panel will cover topics including modular fabrication, project Homekey, adaptive reuse, acquisition and rehab, and removing barriers in the planning and development process. So to save time, we're not individually introducing everyone, but their names, bios, and everything is available through this amazing format that LABC has designed and put up for us. I am actually going to jump. Oh, here we go. Here's our list of names and titles. I am going to quickly jump into questions because we've already lost a little bit of time this morning, and I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. We're starting with Amanda, who is representing Crate Modular. It's a unique company constructing buildings out of recycled shipping containers. Thank you for what you're doing for the environment. Recently, you completed 132 units of a 232 unit site at Vignes Street near downtown LA for a cost of approximately $200,000 per bed. The project from start to finish took about 5 months. And I have to give a shout out to Supervisor Solis, who made this happen. And I just want to hear from you. Can you tell us what makes your model so successful? What other projects you're working on now?
Thank you,
Amanda.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for leading this important discussion. I would say the key to Create Modular's success is innovation through product, construction method, and teamwork. Create Modular adapts recycled shipping containers into our volumetric modular product at our local factory because sustainability is vital to us. We're targeting energy efficient green housing solutions with actual reduction to landfills using structurally sound materials. We believe that modular is the future. Construction is one of the only industries where we largely execute in the same way that we have for the last 200 years. My background is in affordable housing construction. I built about 1,100 affordable units in Southern California conventionally before I came to modular. And these modular methods are really changing the game. Building in a factory environment utilizing a state approval allows for faster timelines and simultaneous workflows on site and in the factory. I cannot emphasize teamwork enough. Modular requires active coordination on the front end so that rapid execution like Vignes is possible. Crate is a supplier of modular components, but we need to work with state and local municipalities, developers, architects, our transportation partners, general contractors, and trade labor to make every project successful. We're working together in this new modular way. Leveraging replication and factory efficiency to create local manufacturing jobs and ultimately increase the volume of rapidly deployable housing in the field. This allows us to warp time in a sense and create these incredible timelines like we saw at Vignes with our teammates, LA County Public Works, LASA, Bernard's, and Vesta. So teamwork is a really big part of what we do. We produced over 400 beds for homelessness in 2020. Out of our Carson factory. Our contracted upcoming projects include 143 total units in LA. 115 of these are permanent supportive housing, and it includes 40 units in CD9 with RMG Housing as a public-private partnership with the City of Los Angeles. We're also completing support structures for the LA Tiny Home Villages projects for homelessness, 76 total units in San Diego, and various ADU and education projects.
That's awesome. Thanks so much. I'm going to switch over to Ann Sewell, who runs HSID LA. As you know, HSID led the Prop HHH Challenge, which was earmarked $120 million from HHH toward innovative projects that would deliver at a lower cost and faster. What did the department learn from that process, and how will it be applied moving forward? And what else is HSID doing to drive down cost? Welcome, Ann.
Thank you, Sarah. A couple of seconds of context around HHH. So currently, approved in late 2016, designed to produce 7,000 units by 2026 to supplement the city's normal 3,000 units, getting us over 10,000 units in that time. We have 124 projects in the pipeline, of which 13 right now are the Innovation Challenge projects. And all but 29 of those will be under construction, 29 of the total under construction by the end of this year. We are basically closing a project a week at this point, which is sort of the flywheel that we always knew would happen. So we will be about 1,000 units over goal and 2 years shorter than the expected timeline by the time we are done with all of these. And the Innovation Challenge projects are an important part of that. The average HHH subsidy per unit is $135,000. So just, to sort of the city contribution in that. So in May 2019, the city issued a challenge for about $120 million to ask for projects that were either alternative housing typologies, such as what Amanda was talking about, and or innovative financing models that would be faster and at lower cost. Projects didn't have to have site control when they applied. They could be applying for a concept or a specific project. And they had to show that they couldn't do their proposed innovation under the current HHH rules. And out of 19 applications, 6 were selected that used innovations ranging from using smaller sites in a simplified capital stack with just HHH funds and private capital. Half of them proposed modular. One of those was a standardized modular design across multiple projects. One proposed using opportunity zone tax credits and a prefab steel structure system. And one proposed adaptive reuse of obsolete buildings. In all, they proposed 975 units with an average HHH request of 114,000 and estimated costs of 352. So today, of course, as it turned out, they were all supposed to have their sites and be ready to move forward aggressively by March 2020. And we all know what happened in March 2020 as we approach the 1-year anniversary. But despite the disruptions of the pandemic, 13 of the sites were secured by the end of March last year. And they are moving forward. Several have closed. The average total development cost per unit is now $417,000. And the average HHH amount has actually gone down to about $113,000. What we've learned, the modular type, probably the most promising innovations in terms of designs have been the modular parts, because they are pretty much everything Amanda said. The in-factory work definitely saves time and money, and because they are the most easy to scale up. The harder innovations to fully utilize were the financial innovations, and some of those, partners who thought they weren't going to use tax credits ended up having to, because otherwise there really wasn't enough equity to bring those private debt sources in. One other innovation that we're going to hear about, I think, but that really highlights the number one thing I think we're learning, came from the Project Homekey innovation, where we received coronavirus funds from the state and from our own funds to basically have a one-stop shop for the money that has to go into a project. So our housing authority and some of our partners went out and bought, motels, hotels, and a few apartment buildings that were ready to turnkey. And they just had to go to one place to get their money. And that was probably the single biggest innovation. When we've looked closely at our costs and our time, it is the conveyor belt of going from funding source to funding source. It's important. I mean, it adds $210,000 per unit in sources. So that's really important. And that's net, but it definitely adds costs in terms of time, holding costs, legal costs, et cetera, et cetera. So having that one-stop shop is, I think, probably one of the things that we're the most excited about.
Awesome, exciting stuff. We are going to talk more about Homekey. So in our next few minutes. But at this moment, I am going to turn to Osama. And Osama, you heard some marching orders about 30 minutes ago from the mayor. So I hope that is going to be reflected in your remarks. We're responding in real time. We have a lot of innovative models represented here on the panel and obviously in the introduction, and folks who we're not highlighting, who are working on different innovations. And that is going to put more pressure on the Department of Building and Safety. So you head the department, and what are you guys going to do to help the affordable housing industry? And what's your initiatives to clear that red tape? The mayor just gave you some new marching orders. How are you going to spur innovation and clear red tape in LA?
Right. Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, LABC, for having me on this panel. It's quite an honor. So, recognizing the importance and the urgency of affordable housing, Building and Safety last year, July 1st last year, created an affordable housing section that is dedicated to serving the affordable housing projects. And the goal of that section was not only to speed up the permitting process, but to provide like hand-holding services to applicants if they need help with our department, with other departments. And so far, it's been really great. The feedback we got is absolutely great. Since July 1st, so it's about few months, 6-7 months, they've actually processed over 200 projects, applications, of which over 50 meet the mayor's ED13 affordable housing. And for those ED13 projects, they're actually being assigned in 5 days or less. So right there's several weeks of savings just in the permitting process. And we're also about 3 weeks ago, we opened up the online plan check. We call it ePlan. So ePlan now is available to affordable housing projects. So an applicant for affordable housing don't need to come in person anymore. Everything is going to be done online, 100% of it. We also created a web page dedicated to affordable housing. So all the information, the applications, whatever you need to know, it's right there on the affordable housing webpage in Building and Safety. So everything I talked about so far has been great, and it's a great first step, but I think we still need to do more. And we need to look at technology. In June last year, we started with virtual inspections. So far, we've done close to 2,000 virtual inspections. Again, the feedback from contractors on our inspectors has been good. So we need to develop that skill and apply it maybe towards more larger projects. We need to look at codes. Some of the codes, does every code section apply to what we're trying to do nowadays, right? When you're trying to build an ADU, for example, do you really need to separate these utilities that cost thousands of dollars? So while that code section is great for certain scenarios, does it apply to everything we do? I think we need to look at that, and we are in the process of doing that. And I think we need to do further streamlining of our permitting process. And just to frame that, because sometimes when you say we need to streamline, people understand it different. So what we do obviously is very important. You know, the permitting, inspection, codes, these are all important. Is how do we weave the permitting process into the construction process? So they all go at the same pace. And our goal is to achieve the benefit of permitting and inspection while not causing it a delay, so we all go at the same speed. So we need to synergize the two processes together, and that should be our goal. I think initiatives like ePlan, like virtual inspection, definitely lead us toward that path. And thanks again for having me here.
Great to have you. Just a quick follow-up. How do you sort of test those new initiatives and make sure they're working quickly and sort of as promised?
Right. So there's two things. One, internally, we have reports that come out all the time. Every week we look at reports. How long did it take for each project to be assigned? So we're making sure we're sticking to these goals. But also we're getting the customer feedback. You know, we need to do our part internally. We need to look at our internal operation, make sure they have the checks and the flags and everything that goes with it. But the other half of it, we need to listen to the people we serve, right? They need to tell us what we're doing right and what we're doing not right, and improve on the things we don't do right. So that's how we keep up.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll hear more from you later.
Okay.
We're now moving into the David portion of the panel. We have quite a few Davids, and we're lucky to have them. They're all Davids that I adore. So we're going to start with David Grunwald from National Core. National Core was awarded 2 hotels under the Project Homekey program, which we've been highlighting already today, to convert them into permanent supportive housing for people experiencing homelessness. Can you give us a little bit, and we've heard some about Project Homekey, but give us a little more background and how it might be a scalable model for the immediate need for housing homeless Angelenos?
Sure. Thank you, Sarah, and welcome everybody. Good morning. So if there's any silver lining in the pandemic for homelessness, it's Project Homekey. Project Homekey is a collaboration between the federal government through the CARES Act, the state, and then local municipalities. In this case, it's the Housing Authority, HACLA, LA, and the city's administrative office. And last year in July, through the CARES Act, the city began acquiring motels, hotels, and other apartments, about 1,000 units. In 6 months, they acquired all these properties and transitioned them to homeless service providers and developers like National Core, the best providers in the city who understand what they're doing, understand homelessness, and who now have acquired these properties, are leasing up homeless residents from their local neighborhoods within the next 2 months and housing over 1,000 folks just like that. The cost is about $230,000 a unit, half the price of new construction. And even if you rehab, increase the density, and add $100,000 per door for increasing the density and doing the rehabs, it's still cost effective. And for new construction, as we know, it takes years. Even though we need all the new construction, this is an innovative key innovative tool that we need to move forward with in the city of LA. There should be a second round of Project Homekey. We see over the next 2 months how successful the rollout of phase 1 of Project Homekey has been. But this is an incredible innovation, taking vacant motels and troubled motels, converting them into useful housing, getting people directly off the streets immediately, and enabling us to move forward with creating permanent affordable housing to house thousands of folks within a relatively short period of time. Transition period, folks will live in these motels and these properties for 3 to 5 years. During that time, the developer service providers will come up with a strategy working with the city to these sites, increase the density, rehab them, in some cases maybe build new. So again, I think this is an extraordinary innovation. Everybody supports this program, and the collaboration between the city counterparts has been incredible, and we look forward to a continuation of the program.
Thanks so much, David. That's really exciting. Okay, now we are going to turn to another David, David Hart, and talk a little bit about how the coronavirus pandemic has, decimated the hotel industry. Steinberg Hart has been working on a hotel conversion white paper, looking at the potential to convert underutilized or vacant hotels into residential housing. Can you talk us through how this could be a potential solution on top of the work of Project Homekey and provide affordable or permanent supportive housing?
Thanks, Sarah. Yes, and actually, Roger Sherman's Iceberg was a great example where we're totally inspired by Roomkey and Homekey. It shows when the political will and funding are available, what can happen rapidly, and all of the different agencies, public agencies and nonprofits working together. And we, inspired by that, wanted to put together a tool for developers, for hotel owners, to see if we couldn't develop something that would be more long lasting for that 700,000 plus people who are at risk of falling into homelessness, and just really increase the overall production of housing throughout California. And so this, and I think we have it posted somewhere, I guess I call it more of a guide than a white paper, but really it's meant to be a tool to help people understand what those challenges are around the building code, around the building structure, what design considerations there might be, and planning and entitlement elements that we may need help from a city or county, the authority having jurisdiction, to assist in streamlining that process. So it's really meant for everyone to be able to sort of have a framework to look at the feasibility. Is what we found in our own work. When we do hotels, we do affordable housing, we do micro units. We're doing numerous modular projects, as well as your typical market rate multifamily and senior and assisted living. So basically almost anything that has a bed in it. But what we found is that there are some just key math problems or key modular elements. And we wanted to sort of put that out on the table so that folks could see what that conversion might look like, so that a hotel owner could maybe stabilize their asset by taking 100% or 50% or some percentage of the rooms and converting them to more of a long-term residential solution. And so it's really just, we see that as Homekey and Roomkey continue to pick up momentum, how can we continue with the private sector looking at other ways that we could increase housing production for that severely rent burdened group of people. It could also be used as a tool for people who are looking at Homekey or Roomkey, but we think there's already a lot of positive momentum there, and the great minds on this panel pushing that forward. We just think there's probably we could double or triple or quadruple that by getting the private sector more motivated into looking at that conversion. Now, I'm also not saying that hotels are going away. Hotels are a great thing. They're going to come back. They're going to come back strong. I think we just have to recognize that the housing crisis in California is something that we have to prioritize, or all of the other good things that happen with our economy as we come back from this pandemic and the economic impact. We just have to keep, I think, the sense of urgency and this state of emergency mindset to be able to increase the housing production in California.
Yeah, well, I think in this panel, and honestly for the whole day, you're preaching to the choir on that. And so we're grateful for your work because we want to keep up the momentum. And I think this is a really helpful tool. And really what you're talking about is focusing on prevention, because it's that 700,000 folks who could fall into homelessness.
And I think when people look at the differences, a hotel and a residential, you can focus on the differences. One of the big ones, and Osama, we could use your help with this, is that in housing, 100% of the units need to be accessible or adaptable to be accessible. And in a hotel, it's 5%. And so that one delta, which is having to redo all the bathrooms, is an element that just can make it nearly impossible. So if there were some tiering of that or some relief there, we may be able to get more, let's call them micro units, co-living, type of units on board more easily.
It's a good note, and one that one of our listeners also put in the chat. Okay, I am going to move on to the next David Kirsch. Super excited that he is here today representing the Brotherhood of Carpenters, and talk a little bit more about you guys have been highlighted quite a bit so far today. So we're all in anticipation to hear from you about what carpenters are doing to provide more streamlined, cost-effective housing solutions and creating local, middle-class, good-paying, quality career opportunities. The carpenters have embraced factory-built housing in Northern California. Can you tell us about the possible applications of this factory and all the innovations you're working on?
Thank you, Sarah, and it's an honor to be part of this panel. Our approach is obviously to be future focused, to be both visionary and pragmatic, and to approach things sort of multidimensionally, not one way. We approach the issue of homeless and affordable housing. So I would say there's sort of three ways in which we come at this. One is sort of from a policy perspective, from compliance, and then from technical innovation. In regards to the issue of policy, we are actively researching and tracking projects throughout Southern California. We're analyzing what works, what doesn't work, what procedures are there. We're much more focused on this market historically, whether the trades have been looking at transportation or schools or other areas. I would say that housing has taken a center stage in affordable housing and homeless. Because if we're going to be providing support at the local, state level in regards to policy and being part of the sort of the political arena in this, we need to be an informed voice, and these are complicated issues. So we're spending a lot of time just trying to understand what works. We're working with the building trades in Sacramento to help streamline the process and to make sure that the jobs there that are getting created, the laws that are being passed, do ensure that they're good jobs. In keeping with the theme of the conference, there's really no way to build a modern, equitable economy without good jobs and long-term rewarding careers. Building affordable housing is complex. We recognize that there are many variables that impact costs. And just in regards to the issue of prevailing wage, we feel that could be an easy target. It's usually looked upon as just 15% of a project. But if we compare to the way housing prices have gone up or rents, in 5 years, the hourly prevailing wage has gone up in the last 5 years, just what a cup of coffee has gone up in Starbucks. And this is really about building the middle class, and it's a proven policy. Compliance, we do see a nexus that when we're out there cleaning up the industry to make sure that we're cracking down on wage theft and worker exploitation. This has a direct nexus because those are keeping responsible contractors from working, and responsible contractors are able to get projects done on time and save costs. So those are sort of our policy and compliance angles. We're clearly immersed in the technical innovation aspect of the solutions. The urban awnings project is incredible. Not just from a design, from an environmental perspective, but it's really kind of a model in which how you could bring together design talent, development talent, and bring them together in working with the top apprenticeship instructors in the top training center in Las Vegas. And I really think that this is going to be inspiring, and we're hoping that this can be replicated and be part of the solution. In regards to the issue of modular construction that you brought up, the Northern California carpenters have really been instrumental in really figuring out a way to make this work with Factory OS. It's taken a lot of time, but I think they were visionary in regards to the investment of resources and time, and just really the political and time capital to make this work. In terms of Southern California, there are plans to pursue this in the Inland Empire in regards to building a factory out there. And some of the innovation HHH projects, the developers there are partnered up with Factory OS. So I think this has kind of been the way to respond to a historical problem that the trades have had, and it's one that we continue to have, because we want to make sure that the jobs that are getting created are local good jobs. And while modular has some attractive aspects of it, clearly, as we've all recognized, we want to make sure that we don't do it at the expense of our contractors that are working on traditional HHH projects or affordable housing. We've done a lot of work in regard to being able to make sure that that's a market that's very favorable to good contractors. But I do think that the involvement of the Factory OS model, having that being part of the equation, there's definitely a lot of work to be done. And so I think being able to meet those two criteria where you're creating, good jobs with apprenticeship and training, all the things that we think are needed to create an equitable economy. At the same time, with recognizing that there are a lot of efficiencies in working in modular, I think this will go a long way in regards to being able to figure out how to make this be part of the larger equation and part of the larger way to address this issue.
Sorry, that's awesome. I appreciate. We are going to have to move quickly on because we're running out of time. I do just want to comment, and for future, let's have more conversations, because we're going to need to bring more and more people into this workforce. And I just so appreciate how the carpenters do focus on apprenticeship. So that's for another day. Let's talk now. We're going to go to one of our group questions, and then I'm going to jump quickly to our rapid fire question, because I do not want to miss that. So the first question that I'm going to throw out to the panel is the 6th cycle of regional housing needs assessment. And the mayor referred to this, that we've set more real arena goals. And these are the target goals for all jurisdictions. We need nearly 69,000 low-income units and 116,000 very low-income units just for the city of LA. But we also have targets across the region. How do we get public support? How do we get folks' heads around this? Like, we need to jump to a whole new conversation around scale. I'm going to just throw this out to David Grunwald, if you want to comment on that. But if there's anyone on the panel want to raise their hand, how do we just need everyone to think in a completely different context around the scale of our need for housing.
So I think, thank you, Sarah. I think it's critical that the existing programs work and that encampments are resolved, because it's hard to change the dialogue now and hard to convince Angelenos that we're effective unless they can see the results. Mm-hmm. And so it really is important that programs like Project Homekey and Project Room are successful and demonstrate that we can resolve the encampment issue, and then use that as leverage and education for folks, Angelino, to understand that if we do work together on innovative programming, that it is possible to provide, housing to folks who need it. We can't do it without additional resources, and we have to get Angelenos to agree to provide additional resources in order to address this. Triple H has been very successful, and as Ann shared earlier, we are making a difference. So we have to expand on programs like Triple H, and we have to demonstrate success. We have to show that we're making a difference.
Demonstrating success is important. Ann, I see you want to comment.
Thanks, Sarah. So I always like to take huge problems and break them into, let's not hide from what those numbers really mean. So the RHNA goals, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment goals that you talked about, translate to 23,125 units per year. That's, over 8 years is the plan. And that's just for low and very low income units. There's also additional goals for, workforce, et cetera, but just the low and very low. We have funding to produce about 1,000 units a year right now. So 23,125 versus 1,000. But we are pipelined to produce about 4,000 units with our incentives like the transit-oriented communities and density bonuses. And Los Angeles is fortunate to have strong market, neighborhoods that can use those programs. That out of our sister 87 cities in the county, there's 20 of them who issued no multifamily permits at all in the last 2 years, mainly because they just don't have the market. So we're fortunate to be able to do that. So we need an extra 18,000 units a year. And if we assumed they all needed to be subsidized and they needed the HHH 135,000 a unit, that would be 2.5 billion a year, which is a really big jump, obviously. I have been in a pout-a-thon for the last 2 weeks because I was talking to my counterpart in New York City and realized that city, double our size, has a housing production budget, just housing, not preservation, not shelters, just housing, of $1 billion a year. So, it should not be impossible. We cannot, it's like, we can't let New York eat our lunch, right? So we need to figure out, how do we help from our federal and state partners? How do we get more local funding? And I think I agree with everything David said about really needing to show that we can deal with street homelessness. So, and how do we continue to make those things like the TOC program feasible and make those tweaks to make those units come to certificates of occupancy?
Okay, so to summarize, we need to show success, we need public-private partnerships, and we need funding at scale of the need. So sounds exciting. I am moving to what we call our rapid fire question, because we've got to round this out quickly. So if you could take advantage of an imaginary emergency declaration that related to the pandemic and related to this current economic crisis, but related to our homelessness crisis, to advocate for one form of relief, policy, or new funding source, what would that be? And I am going to start with Amanda.
Thank you. I would say, I'm going to get a little out of my lane here and say allowing private industry and affordable developers easier access to operating subsidies, specifically for homeless individuals, and to specifically to expand the definition to include students. There are high functioning people experiencing homelessness. To David Hart and Sarah's earlier point of prevention, we could catch these individuals instead of waiting for them to decline. We can get creative with construction funding, but we need operating subsidies, perhaps the universal vouchers that Mayor Garcetti mentioned. And also incentives for local manufacturing I could get behind. California is not the easiest place to have a manufacturing facility, but we really believe that we can impact the housing crisis best by being located here.
Great. I know you kind of took Anne's thunder because I'm sure she was thinking about saying that, but Anne, what would your rapid fire response be?
Amen to Amanda. What I wanted to say was universal, portable, 20-year Section 8 vouchers, because that would drive more development. It would allow everybody right now to, find a place to live, and deal with the eye chest problem that David's talking about and the humanitarian crisis that we have. I'm totally down with Amanda's suggestion. I just want to make them 20 years, universal, portable.
Excellent. All right, Osama, what's your fix?
I think we ought to go through the code section by section and see if we can have some exemptions for affordable housing that can cut down the cost.
Okay, well, I think you get several amens to that from here, from today's panel. David Grunwald.
Sure. So we need through the new federal stimulus, once it happens, to get Ann her $1 billion, and also to dramatically expand Project Homekey.
Excellent. David Hart.
I would like to see an adaptive reuse ordinance for converting existing buildings to housing, different types of housing. It could be tiered for permanent supportive all the way through to, let's say workforce housing. But we did it for downtown LA and transformed an entire area of downtown through that adaptive reuse. And I think we could do the same thing to increase housing production.
Excellent point. David Kirsch.
Two pieces of this. One is just to simplify, obviously, the financial process by just trying to bring the money all together into one place, and fast track permitting projects that are training local workers and creating good jobs.
Excellent. All right. Well, I was the lucky one today. I got a fantastic group of leaders together, and I'm so grateful for all of your insights. And I think this portends for an excellent housing summit for the rest of the day. So thank you all. Thanks to the LABC. Thank you, Mary, and the whole team. And we're off to the next panel. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Sarah, and your amazing panel. Boy, that gives us a lot of food for thought and a lot of things that I hope we can follow up on. It's now my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker this morning, a good friend, a peer in the real estate and development industry, and one of the true innovators and leaders in California, Emil Haddad, Chairman and CEO of 5 Point Holdings. For more than 30 years, Emil has dedicated his life to creating vibrant communities in the most dynamic markets in California and has become a visionary leader in his industry. He was the only representative of the home building and community development industry to serve on Governor Newsom's statewide task force on jobs and economic recovery, and he was a co-chair of the task force Finance and Infrastructure Subcommittee. As a lifelong advocate of equal access to education, he is chair emeritus of the Luskin Center of the Real Estate School at USC, where he was a big supporter of the Luskin Minority Program and a major contributor to the Saul Price School of Public Policy, helping establish a new program to think differently about cities of the future as sustainable societies. The company Emil founded and currently leads, 5 Point, is a uniquely California company that is doing great work to change the way we live. In a way that sets new standards for sustainability and creativity, Emil is a huge believer in collaborations. 5 Point's newest partnership with the City of Hope may well redefine healthcare delivery as we know it today. To this end, City of Hope is investing $1 billion to build a cancer research and treatment center along with Cancer Hospital on the 5 Points Gateway campus in Irvine. A collaboration that has attracted wide interest from others in the healthcare and life science industries. And now in partnership with the County of Los Angeles and the environmental community, 5 Point is building the next chapter of Valencia, just 35 miles from downtown Los Angeles. With 21,000 homes and 11.5 million square feet of commercial space, Valencia will be the largest community with net zero greenhouse emissions. It will be a community addressing the region's most pressing issues by providing critically needed housing and jobs and preserving 10,000 acres of open space. It truly promises to be a model city of the future here in Los Angeles County. To quote Emil, "We are trying to find the balance between social equity and environmental justice." Please welcome my good friend and fellow Trojan, Emil Haddad.
Thank you, Nadine, and thank you for those kind words and that kind introduction. More importantly, thank you for your friendship, your leadership, and everything you do for the region. And thank you, everyone, for having me. I am honored to be back, and I'm humbled to share this virtual stage with some of the most prominent leaders in the state. There couldn't be a more critical time than today to have a summit like this and bring all of this brain power together to try to deal with the issues that are in front of us. In November of 2019, when I took this stage physically at the time, my message was a simple one, an invitation for everyone to join in an effort to collaborate in order for us to not only deal with the immediate issues that are facing the region, but also to start thinking about long-term planning for a state that I think has put itself in a position of being one of the leaders historically, globally, and start thinking about creating a place for our children and our grandchildren to still be able to live in a state that ranks as the 5th largest economy in the world or better, but yet not be embarrassed about the lack of social equity, environmental injustice, and discrimination in general. You know, when my family and I immigrated 35 years ago, despite of the pain of leaving our land of ancestry and our fear of coming to a new place where we didn't know anybody and we had nothing, we were overwhelmed with joy and hope because we were in America. And I and my family, as the rest of the world did, watched from a distance a country where everybody can come to it from every corner of the world in pursuit of a better life and can have a dream and see the dream come true. And we were in America, and I had my dreams. And today, by virtue of being here, I can say that my American dream came true. But as with everything else, objects from a distance seem flawless. But when you get really close, you start seeing some imperfections. And America is not perfect, and California has its own share of imperfections. But I can tell you, my family and I will never want to live anywhere else in the world but here. So when I was here in November of 2019, none of us knew that 4 months after that, the world was going to be dealing with the worst pandemic that it's seen in 100 years. And the issues that we were trying to address at that time, from homelessness to everything else, were going to be exponentially getting worse. Today, the number of homeless people has increased by 15%. 1 out of every 5 homeowners in the larger region of Los Angeles is facing potential foreclosures and evictions. Small businesses are getting out of business. Our kids' education has been interrupted, and the virus has exposed even further the inequities we have in our society. So today should not be, in my own opinion, about a regular summit where we identify the problems, agree on the problems, come up with what we think the solutions are, but find ourselves tangled in some views of how do we execute on that and not be able to see the solutions come through. I have been to way too many conferences where I've been hearing about the same issues. We all have the right intent in mind. But today, I think, should be a call to action. Those who have the power to call us all to action should do so. Today, we should not be dealing with the issues that we might have disagreed on in times of peace, because we are today at war with the virus and its derivatives. And we need to set aside everything else for a different day that we might have disagreed on and come together, public, private, education, it doesn't matter. We all need to pool our resources in order for us to win this battle. The future of our kids and our grandkids are in the balance. Now, for those of you who might not know much about 5 Point and are wondering, who are these people? What do they do? And why am I even here speaking besides the kind introduction from Nadine? Well, we're simply a group of people who came together 20 to 25 years ago because we all believed in California. And we all shared the vision that we are living in times of change. And the way the world's going to look like coming forward was going to be much different than how it looked like before. And how communities were being built in the past are going to have to be looked at differently. And mistakes that were made as part of the development of communities for 40 or 50 years needed to be fixed. And we all committed to a journey that we all embarked on 20 to 25 years ago. We all had dreams that said that the community of the future should be born out of California. We should prove it right here. And today, we all are seeing our dream come true. We're seeing visions being built. We are today seeing exactly what we wanted to see happening here. And it's happening right here in the state. Our dream was to build communities where housing is available for everyone, for every income level, where 3 generations can live together and grandparents can see their grandchildren every day, where public education has an equal access to everyone, where kids can play on state-of-the-art fields and entertainment, where jobs are close to homes and hours that are spent in a car could be spent freely, where healthcare can be proven in our communities as a new model of healthcare delivery. We dreamt of building all of that while keeping an eye on our responsibility environmentally. We wanted to raise the bar. We wanted to set the standard and to really match up to what the state of California has done for decades. So from where we sit today, we are proud to say that we are starting to see the commitment we made 25 years come together. In Los Angeles, as Nadine said, we are building a net zero energy city that will dwarf the sustainable city in Dubai, a city that has been highly publicized. This is a city that will have 20,000 homes, 11.5 million square feet of commercial, and will be a net zero energy city right here in Los Angeles, in California. We're putting 5,000 charging stations. We're putting $31 million in subsidies for transportation so people can use mass transportation and get into electric vehicles. We're changing cooking pots in Zambia, and we're endowing forests, and we have a methane capture system in the dairy farms that takes methane and changes it into energy. We're doing all of that in LA. We don't need to go to China. We don't need to go to Dubai to see a city of the future. It's happening right here in Los Angeles. So for us, we feel like the investment of our 20 to 25 years is paying off. And the good news is our kids have now joined our journey, and they will carry on in a world that actually belongs to them. So where do I end? I end where I started. The American dream is well and alive. I'm here. But it needs to be available to everyone who wants it. And the only way we're going to be able to do that in a system that is a democratic system, and we've seen the messiness of democracy, is collaboration, is for all of us to come together, for all of us to start pedaling in the same direction. I repeat what I said in 2019. Come join us. I'll take you on a tour. Help us. We can't do it without you. City of Hope became a believer, and today they are working with us to prove in our community a different way of healthcare delivery. That's all we're doing. We have an open invitation for everybody to come and work with us. So I'm going to conclude with this. My dad used to tell me that I'm not going to be able to change the world. But if I build a place that resembles the world I dream of, and people start copying it, then that's how changing the world starts. Let's make today about dreaming about how do we start changing the world one more time out of a state that has changed the world in movie industries, in the internet, in .com, in startup. Almost everything that has changed the world has come from the state. And yes, we have our issues, but we have a lot to be proud of and build on. And we don't have to bring cities out of the desert. We can build on a foundation that already has us as the 5th largest country in the world. There's only up to go from here. That's my message. And I hope everybody in this conference shares that same view, because otherwise nobody would be here promoting California and dedicating their time, whether public service or private, to a state. We rise, we fall with the state of California. We are here, we're not going anywhere. Thank you, and I hope that when we get together next year, we will be talking about things that are brighter than where we are right now. Thank you.
Please welcome Dr. Stuart Gabriel, Professor of Finance and Arden Realty Chair and Director of the UCLA Ziman Center for Real Estate, to kick off our next panel. An Equitable Economic Recovery, moderated by Brad Cox, Chair of the LABC Institute, Senior Managing Director for Trammell Crow Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I presume that you can see my slides, and I'm looking forward to beginning. Brad, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We can see the slides, Dr. Gabriel. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you to LABC. Thank you to Brad. Thank you to Emil. Thank you to Nadine. Thank you to all for this extraordinary work in putting together this summit, and certainly to the inspirational words of Emil in this time of distress and this time of challenge. Certainly pleased to be here, pleased to participate in the Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. My job this morning, and let me just see if I can, there we go, get my slides to move here, is to provide some framing very quickly of the U.S. macroeconomic environment, as well as that of the state of California, and to provide some context to the conversation that we're going to have momentarily. I'm looking forward to that. I think in perhaps the message of hope that Emil has provided. We do anticipate rebound. We are seeing some signs already, some selective signs in the economic indicators that there is some acceleration in economic growth. We expect to see that growth fully in place by the second quarter of this year. That having been said, we have a very deep and difficult hole in economic activity that's associated with the COVID pandemic. And we don't expect to reach the pre-COVID level of economic activity here in the United States until the end of this year. Now, all forecasts are predicated on assumptions, and the assumption of the current forecast that comes from the UCLA Anderson School of Management and from the UCLA Anderson forecast is one of continued efficacy of mass vaccination. We also assume the absence of a renewed surge in COVID, a surge that could be related to the mutations of the virus. In that context, we expect Q2 to be a very good quarter for the US economy, with growth in the range of 6%, trending down after that to, roughly speaking, 3%, still an excellent rate of growth. Now, the growth is going to be spurred by massive counter-cyclical macroeconomic policy on the part of the US government, huge monetary accommodation on the part of the Federal Reserve, and fiscal largesse in the form of fiscal deficit spending on the part of the Treasury. That, in combination with mass vaccination, some level of herd immunity and opening of the economy, will release pent-up demand, especially in the service sector. The service sector has been mothballed. The service sector has been impaled by the shutdown of the economy, by the distancing, by the stay-at-home and all the rest. And with the opening of the service sector, we anticipate some rebound in consumer spending. We have on the table additional stimulus, a stimulus, roughly speaking, of $2 trillion. That stimulus likely will be enacted this coming month. And as you've heard from the media, there is some controversy as relates to the magnitude of the stimulus, some concern about inflation risks that relates to the stimulus. But I'd like to remind our listeners that both the nonpartisan chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, Jerome Powell, as well as the highly noted economist Janet Yellen, the Secretary of the Treasury, have one message, as do most academic economists and most professional economists that are surveyed on this issue. And the message is to go big rather than to go small. We have the experience of going small in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, when the stimulus was only on the order of magnitude of $900 billion. It took us years and years to dig out of that hole. We want to dig out of the current hole much more quickly. And in order to do this, we advocate going big, the $2 trillion. And here, an additional impetus, and Emil has spoken about this so articulately, has to do with not only the lost economic activity, but the massive weakness in the labor markets, the huge increment in structural unemployment in this country, and long-term unemployment, the threats to foreclosure and eviction, the food insecurity in the United States of America, the widespread economic duress, and for that matter, the spigot is opened by the Fed. We expect significant fiscal stimulus, and the combination of the two should be very helpful. Now, Emil also spoke very articulately to economic disparities that were pre-existing, that is prior to the pandemic. And we know that the virus has only exacerbated the incidence of those economic disparities across populations, across geographies, across industries. And we know that frontline industries, frontline populations have been very adversely impacted, that being hospitality, anything related to retail or services, small businesses, I'll show you momentarily. We also know that certain sectors have benefited in the oddest of ways, or at least done well in the context of the pandemic. And that includes anything related to logistics, certainly the tech sector, and certainly single-family housing fueled by the record low mortgage interest rates and by locational and demographic shifts, some of which are pandemic related. And I have to note in anything that I'm presenting today that there is a wide confidence interval. Forecasts are always difficult. They always involve looking into a very murky crystal ball. But here again, the uncertainty is magnified by the unknowns of the virus in terms of its path, its mutation, its severity. Now, as I mentioned a moment ago, and as depicted in the current slide, you see the massive downdraft to the economy as basically the bottom falls out with the stay-at-home orders. We see that in the blue bars, the rebound. Then last quarter, the fourth quarter, being very significantly depressed owing to the surging virus around the holiday season. And we expect much of the same in the current quarter. However, as I've indicated, the second quarter of this year should see healthy economic growth, well above trend, and as we continue, roughly speaking, a trend through the remainder of the forecast period. Now, speaking of trend, excuse me, the red line in this current chart indicates a trend rate of growth in the US economy of a little over 2%, extrapolated from the four quarters of 2019. You see in the blue, again, the massive downdraft to economic activity, the massive destruction of economic activity associated by the pandemic. We've seen some rebound. We anticipate trending up, but a couple of points are noteworthy about this slide. The first is that we don't even get back to pre-pandemic levels of economic activity that evidenced in the fourth quarter of 2019 until the fourth quarter of this year, point number one. And even in the fourth quarter of this year, we're going to be about 5% below where we would have been, even at that modest trend rate of growth of 2.3%. Now, associated with this, as I've mentioned, is massive dislocation in terms of labor markets. We still have 10 million people unemployed in this country. On the one hand, the indication of the unemployment rate currently at 6.3% is suggestive that things are good or things have improved mightily. And in some respects, that's correct, but in other respects, that's not at all the full story. The full story is that we have a very low labor force participation rate. The labor force participation rate has not rebounded since the onset of the pandemic, given losses of the pandemic. We see very high levels of structural unemployment, of long-term unemployment. And if you add that long-term structural unemployment back in and recompute the unemployment rate, it gets closer to a more realistic 8.3%, that 8.3% being about double the natural rate of unemployment, or what we call the full employment rate. And in that particular respect, we still have massive gaps in economic activity, massive gaps in labor force participation, and with that, some of the economic duress that I've spoken of a few moments ago. This is visited as well as you can imagine on the small business sector. Small business revenues fell off a cliff to the tune of maybe 50% in the wake of the onset of the pandemic. They've rebounded some. They're still off by a third. And this is highly troubling, highly problematical. And we expect to see this rectified to some degree as the economy begins to open. Now, enter the cavalry in the form of the Federal Reserve and fiscal stimulus, but the Fed firstly. And if there's one picture that embodies the work of the Fed over the period of the financial crisis of the 2000s and beyond, and the current pandemic-related economic dislocation, it's this picture. This picture shows the Fed balance sheet on the asset side. It shows the magnitude of asset purchases and holdings on the part of the Federal Reserve Board, going from 900 billion pre-global financial crisis to 400 trillion post that crisis. That's all the massive quantitative easing that the Fed undertook to bolster the economy post-financial crisis. We were beginning to work that off, and then the Fed instantly going into full force mode of purchasing virtually every financial asset in sight, growing their asset holdings, doubling their asset holdings. Their asset holdings today at a full $8 trillion as they seek to both lower the cost of credit to consumers and to business in the United States and to grease the wheels of economic activity. In other words, to provide the liquidity that's necessary in the form of credit going out to the full business sector, to the consumer sector, in order to incent investment and spending. With that comes a zero interest rate monetary policy and the target rate of conventional monetary policy, the federal funds rate, the interbank overnight lending rate, now roughly targeted at zero. and its target, as pre-announced, should be zero over the remainder of the forecast period. This could change. The economy could accelerate. The Fed could be forced to tighten a bit. But I'd like to remind everybody on the call here today that tightening of monetary policy would be a good thing. It would be an indication that the economy is moving, that the economy is accelerating, that we're returning to conditions that could be described as something closer to normal rather than a zero interest rate monetary policy. But that indeed is the forecast. And then you couple that with what's going on the fiscal side. What's going on the fiscal side are 4 pieces of legislation enacted, signed by the president in 2020 that provided upwards to $4 trillion in fiscal relief, and another $2 trillion, roughly speaking, of fiscal relief put on the plan for enactment this coming month by the Biden administration, called the American Rescue Plan or the American Rescue Act. And this includes, as you've heard, direct payments to most American households, an increase in the size and duration of benefits to the long-term unemployed. As I mentioned, the labor force participation rate being so low, we have not pulled those households back into the labor force, and we must do that. And there's funding as well in the stimulus for deployment of the vaccine, so important to getting the United States back up and running. Now, this isn't to say that there aren't other forces at work that should be helpful to the recovery of the US economy. One is the fact that personal savings is up by about $1.5 trillion post-pandemic, and credit card debt is down by about $100 billion. So the combination of the two spells what you might describe as dry powder. There's a lot of dry powder in the bank accounts and in the checking accounts of many American households, and this will work in and of itself to fuel the consumer spending. Now, again, I started by saying that there's kind of a bifurcation of the US economy with respect to the durable goods sector and the non-durable service sector. And as I mentioned early on, the non-durable service sector was hit very, very hard in the context of the pandemic. And you see that in the red line, you see the magnitude of the service sector. And you see the forecast is really about a resurgence, a rebound, a reinvigoration, a reopening of the service sector in the wake of favorable pandemic trends and the like. With that, we expect strength in housing. Housing has been strong. The forecast is one of continued strength in the context of record low mortgage interest rates, as well as the demographic and locational shifts that have been part of the pre-pandemic context, as well as accelerated by the pandemic. So let's turn now very quickly to California. Time is limited here. In California, many of the same thematics. Our unemployment rate, our most recent unemployment rate, is quite elevated. It's almost 3 percentage points above the national rate at 9%. We have an ongoing jobs deficit of about 1.5 million jobs. That's jobs dropped about 2.5 million in the wake of the pandemic, and we're still down significantly. And we see weakness in all of the same sectors, the frontline sectors, including hospitality, education, services, retail, trade, tourism, and the like. We think that 2021 is going to be a good year for the California economy, that we're going to see labor force and employment growth, the employment growth of order of magnitude of 6%, the unemployment rate coming down into the 6% range. Oddly enough, the state coffers look good. Revenues are strong as they emanate from tech, from logistics, from housing, and of course the revenue flow from retail sales will improve as well as the economy opens. Brad is going to talk about this momentarily, but we don't really see the evidence of flight from California that has been indicated in the media, and we'll get into that further momentarily. And similarly, I'd like to say a few words just in a moment about the foreclosure, rental, eviction moratoria, and some of the difficulties with those policies, as well as some of the beneficial effects. Now, just to review a couple of California economic indicators before I do so. Again, employment in California fell off a cliff. It's rebounded some, but we're still down by 3/5. We're still down by 60%. We're still down by 1.5 million jobs. I've indicated as well the the sort of sectoral location of those jobs, and the sectoral location of those jobs translates into a lot of labor force dislocation, again, for anything that's service or frontline, with attendant distributional effects and inordinate effects on by gender, by race, and all the stories that we know so well. We know the story of housing, and I've just sort of articulated that story, and we expect housing to continue to move up modestly here in the state of California. But with that, we don't see any change in the larger pre-pandemic picture. The larger pre-pandemic picture, articulated so well and so often by the LABC, is one of a housing shortage in the state, and one of a housing affordability crisis in the state. Nothing about the higher levels of housing production that we're seeing currently is really going to put a significant dent in those affordability concerns, also as articulated by Emil. Some of the numbers related to the Anderson forecast for California going forward: again, employment growth and unemployment in the 6% range in the current year, with an increment to housing production, but not the increment that's necessary to really put a massive dent in affordability. Now, just before I close, a word or two about eviction moratoria. Emil was very articulate, in which he talked about the fact that a very large share of US households today historically put, and my number is a little bit different than Emil, but something between a fifth and a tenth of US residents are behind on the rent, behind on their mortgage payments. In the United States of America, we have an eighth or more of the population that's currently suffering from food insecurity. Extraordinary and extraordinarily distressing. The CDC has extended the national eviction moratorium through March. Here in California, the eviction moratorium is extended through June. We have the fiscal relief on the docket, and that's going to provide $25 billion, or intended, according to plan, to provide that magnitude in housing assistance, much of it in the form of rent relief, payment of back rent to households that are moderate or low income, or have lost their jobs, or out of the labor market. This comes on top of the $25 billion that was part of the fiscal relief of December of 2020. Now, clearly there are difficulties with eviction moratoria, and clearly there are a large number of landlords that are suffering terribly in the context of those moratoria on eviction. That having been said, we're doing work here at UCLA. I'm personally involved in that work, and that work is about to hit the streets. I'm literally writing the end of that paper this afternoon. And what that eviction moratoria research shows is that the beneficial impacts, the salutary impacts of the eviction moratoria, are broader than have been described or has been articulated previously. We actually have statistical evidence that the eviction moratoria, as you would anticipate, reduce the incidence of the COVID virus. And in addition to that, we also have statistical evidence, robust evidence, that the eviction moratoria allow redirection of scarce renter household resources. And by the way, when I talk about renter household resources, bear in mind that while the typical homeowner in this country has an average net worth of $250,000, the typical renter in this country has a net worth of only $5,000. So there's very little resource there. But the moratoria allow redirection of scarce household resources to food. The eviction moratoria reduce food insecurity, and they alleviate related mental distress. With that, I'm sure my time is more than up, so I will stop here. Brad, I thank you very much, and I look forward to the panel.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. I'm pleased to moderate this outstanding panel talking about how we rebuild a modern, equitable economy. 2020 was an incredibly challenging year for Los Angeles and the California economies. But as Stuart pointed out, with vaccine rollouts beginning to ramp up, a new federal administration, the state legislature extending renter protections, and what we have coming up here, which is a slew of major sports, entertainment, and cultural events that are be coming to the region over the next several years. So there's a lot of hope on the horizon as to what's ahead for us. The presentation from Dr. Gabriel was spot on. It covered the economic outlook for the macro and state in 2021. And on the Ziman Center's recent study analyzing local eviction moratorium policies, I think there's Stuart is very involved in helping set some of the policy agendas that are going to be important going forward. I'm curious to receive the panel's thoughts on a number of the hot topics and predictions that were discussed by Stuart in his presentation. And I'm going to start out with Dee. Pleasure to have you here today, so thank you. Congratulations on your appointment by Governor Newsom as director of GoBiz. For 3 decades, you've worked in the public and private sector, so you've really been on both sides of the equation. Kind of share with us your #1 priority and thoughts on how we can get to some of these common ground solutions that you've learned in the past in many of your different roles, and how we can accelerate the economic recovery, and most important, how it becomes, as we said, an equitable economic recovery. So please.
Well, thank you, Brad, and thanks to LABC for putting together this conference. I know Governor Newsom appeared by video last night, and particularly talking about Homekey, some of the, around some of the important themes of this conference is housing, and the subcontext of that, of course, is always homelessness. So yeah, this is a new role for me. I've been here a couple of months. And clearly the top priority, I think, is economic recovery in the face of the pandemic, and that includes health recovery. So so basically there's 3 priorities in that, and it's getting the vaccine distributed, getting money back into the hands of particularly small businesses, and then getting the schools open. So as you may have read, we're having a little trouble with number 3, but number 1 is going well. After a bit of a slow start, and the state is now distributing something along the lines of 200,000 vaccines a day. The only barrier there, as we all know, is the national supply of doses that we hope will improve. And there's obviously some interesting information today about the efficacy of one vaccine. So a lot moving in the vaccine front, and as vaccines get out, and as we see the plummeting infection rates in Los Angeles County and across the state, we're now down from a high of double digits of 12 and 13% at one point to 3% statewide. So that is a huge sea change. We've got 6.5 million vaccines in people's arms, and we've got plunging infection rates. Now, there's always some flashing red lights, as we all know, in terms of variants, and we certainly don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse in terms of how this is going. But that's creating a lot more flexibility as we think about how to reopen businesses and how to get the economy going again. At the same time, under the headline of inequity on some level is the state had a $10 billion surplus this year, right? People on the high end of the spectrum, people who, both were personal incomes were high and who did well in the stock market. We saw the value of some of the IPOs. That success really put a lot of money into the California budget, which the governor announced yesterday in partnership with the legislatures being reinvested into the economy at $9.6 billion. And $2 billion of that is going to extend the small business relief grant program that we stood up at the end of last year. We've distributed grants already to some 40,000 small businesses, mostly in the hardest hit sectors, restaurants, bars, childcare, daycare, things like that we know have been really disproportionately impacted, personal care services like salons, barbershops. And then there's additional both regulatory and tax relief in the package as well. So that as that spending continues to roll out, along with state-funded grants, the Golden State Stimulus, which is a $600 grant, as you've seen, to people who applied for the EITC and some others. So that will hopefully put money, again, directly into the hands of small businesses and directly into the hands of consumers, as well as extending eviction moratoriums and things like that Dr. Gabriel talked a bit about. So those are the short term. We have to get through the pandemic. That's some of the short term. That is the short term priority. And I think vaccines in that context is job number 1. And so as we get through that, then we have to look at the kind of longer horizon problems. And that's the focus of this conference, I think, is spot on, right? It's housing, transportation, and jobs. And those are areas that I hear about every day as I travel around the state and talk to people. How do we accelerate the pace of housing, both affordable and market rate? How do we provide some relief on that? How do we put housing and where jobs are and jobs where housing is? I was very encouraged to hear Emil's optimistic view about California and Dr. Gabriel talking about how the data doesn't support the narrative. My husband's a journalist, and he's fond of saying in journalism, 3 is a trend. So you get 3 big companies leaving, right? And we know who they are. And all of a sudden, it's an exodus. Look, not to say that we don't have some really serious problems, but I think, as the governor said yesterday, and to paraphrase President Clinton, there's nothing wrong with California that we can't fix with what's right by California. And one more thought before I turn it back to you. I think that public-private partnerships will be absolutely essential as we create new solutions to the problems, the challenges that we have ahead of us as we redefine what it means, to problem solve and to bring all the sectors, all the creativity, some of the resources in to that dialogue and find new ways forward.
So those are all great comments. And yes, just to pile on your comment, people aren't leaving California. The statistics have shown that people are maybe moving out of San Francisco and Los Angeles in a dense urban environment out into suburban, other ancillary locations, but they're still staying in California. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. I want to flip over to Deborah. One of the numbers that scared me in Dr. Gabriel's presentation was the small amount of housing units that we're going to be creating. And, homeownership is a pillar of the American dream. And many of those in the younger generation just can't afford to it, or they actively choose not to pursue homeownership. And those buying in the housing market, as we've seen over, the last 30 years, the housing appreciation has resulted in major financial benefits for a lot of people in the state of California. JP Morgan, has been working very hard to really increase ownership, in particular for the Black and Brown communities. And Deborah, would you share a little bit, just your thoughts on the Path Forward program and some of your successes and thoughts on how we increase that home ownership in a more socially equity manner?
Sure. Thank you, Brad. I am so excited to be here. I am a Los Angeles native. I've never actually left, even though I've had jobs that were headquartered in New York. And so this conference is so important to me in terms of how we really do need to come together to find these solutions, right, in Los Angeles and in California, because we know that California sets the trend. Brad, as you said, JP Morgan Chase has been leading in this space, and most recently in 2020 announced our $30 billion 5-year Path Forward commitment. And that was over the 5 years, we are going to address systematic racial inequality, all right? And I want to go through the 4 areas, but I really want to lean in to something that is very important about today. And certainly as Stuart talked about, 2 areas, certainly about housing and about jobs. So over these 5 years, our 4 key areas are going to be to promote and expand affordable housing and ownership, Brad, which is what you started with, growing minority-owned businesses, which is what I want to double click on, improving financial health and further supporting our employees and increasing workforce diversity. So when we talk about promoting and expanding affordable housing and homeownership for underserved communities, we have committed to originate an additional 40,000 home purchase loans for Black and Latinx households. How are we going to do that? We've decided to commit $8 billion in mortgages. That's $8 billion of the $30 billion, right? Over the 5 years.
Big number.
It's a big number. Well, 30 billion is a big number. So we're super excited about that, right? In terms of our commitment. Then when we're talking about households that really are interested in refinancing to take advantage of the credit market right now, we have decided to commit to an additional 20,000 Black and Latinx households for lower mortgage payments. So we have decided to commit $4 billion in refinancing loans. Then, which is really key to this, as I was listening to Stuart, we have committed to finance an additional 100,000 affordable rental units. And we're going to provide $14 billion in new loan equity investments so that we can, in other efforts to expand this affordable housing market. And then when I want to go back to something that we announced last week, right? We have announced that we have decided to double to $5,000 upfront closing costs. And we started this program in Chicago. And last week we announced that we are expanding it across the country to 6,700 markets that we have data that are overwhelmingly Black and Latinx. So
Wow.
that's what we're going to do in the quest to commit for people to really realize the American dream, to be able to have a home, right? Home ownership, we know, is critical. Now I want to stay with that a little bit more when we talk about Black and Latinx. We have information that in 10 years, the Black and Latinx communities will represent 77% of households. And yet today, only 47% of the Latinx community, and only 42% of the Black community are homeowners. So that's why—
Very small number, yeah.
Very small number, right? And we know how key this is. Now I want to pivot, because I think Dee Dee set it up so well when we're talking about small business and why is that important? And I'm going to lean in a little bit about, let's say, Black businesses. Well, at the top of 2020, we know that there were 2.8 million Black businesses. But because many of them, over 90%, are sole proprietors, when the loans came out, they weren't really able to take advantage of that program. We found out that at the end of 2020, 41% of Black businesses have closed. So that's certainly something to pause on. And why does that matter in the conversation that we're having? Because we know that people who are running businesses are oftentimes have more wealth than people who don't. So now you're talking about 41% of that group losing their business. So how could they be in the position to, get a new home, right? They're in a challenge really to keep their home, right? Because we know that they were operating with about 3 to 4 weeks of reserve.
That's
so
right.
This is a very holistic conversation. I want to end with what we're doing with the small business community, the Black and Latinx businesses, with regards to path forward. We're going to provide an additional 15,000 loans, right? Which will get us to $2 billion over 5 years in loans to small businesses in these majority Black and Latinx communities. In addition, we have committed, and this is what I was on a call earlier today with the team, this is a floor that we've decided we intend to knock this out the park, but we have committed to spend $750 million more with Black and Latinx suppliers at JPMorgan Chase. That's in addition to launching several informative programs so that business owners can get the information that they need so that they can survive COVID, revive their business, and even thrive. Because sometimes it's the information that's challenging them for them to be able to come in and get the loans. And so, again, last thing that I also say is that we want JPMorgan Chase, and Chase, I like to think of it as the four walls when you come into the bank. We are looking at those environments as well. And so we've committed to hire 150 community managers across the state, right? So that we know that the environment, when people come in, right, we want to make sure that they are seen, that people will appreciate what their experience is so that we can really be a partner with them and be a bank of choice. And so I'm excited about the rest of the conversation.
No, well, thank you. And it's just amazing of the work that JPMorgan Chase is doing in the community. And as we all know, onboarding these small businesses is so critical to help them be successful, because a lot of them just don't have the tools that the larger companies and corporations have. I want to flip over to Kevin, because he's a very important person as at the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco. And they have been key to helping us provide low-cost liquidity, essential financial services, and other resources for affordable housing and economic development. Based upon your calls and meetings, Kevin, it'd be interesting for you sharing kind of your thoughts on the support that you think we're going to get from the Biden administration and Congress to create greater liquidity in the market, in particular on how we're going to support, as Deborah said, these small businesses. And then also on the other side is stimulate a lot of these big major infrastructure projects that are going to be critical for job creation.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Brad. And let me just add my thanks to Mary Leslie and the LABC team for always putting on a very relevant conference dealing with the issues of the day. As you noted, the Home Loan Bank system was created back in 1932 to provide liquidity initially to the savings and loan industry for the purpose of expanding home ownership. And our mission has morphed to include community and economic development. So when you talk about what the Biden administration will likely do to stimulate the economy and create new jobs through infrastructure investment, we probably need to look back just a little bit and look at what was passed in July of 2020 when the House passed the $1.5 trillion infrastructure bill. That bill had $500 billion for surface transportation needs like roads and bridges, $130 billion for school infrastructure focusing on underserved communities, $70 billion to improve the electric grid, $100 billion on housing, another $100 billion for broadband internet access, and then $30 billion for healthcare facilities. So, there was a very robust package. And of course, when you talk about investing $1.5 trillion, there are, tens of thousands of jobs that are created as a result of that. Now, coming fast forward to where we are today with the COVID reconciliation package, there have been a series of, there's a lot of work that's being done on the first package. And the first package is really addressing the housing issue. And so the reconciliation package that Chairwoman Waters and the Financial Services Committee have passed out has 8 sections that address housing needs. So let me start with the housing before I get to the infrastructure, because the first thing that's going to pass will be the reconciliation bill. And in that, there's $35 billion that has been set aside to address housing in the form of 8 sections: emergency rental assistance at $19.05 billion, emergency housing vouchers for $5 billion, emergency assistance for rural housing at $100 million, housing assistance for Native Americans and supportive services, $750 million, $100 million for housing counseling for NeighborWorks to provide housing counseling throughout the country. Homeless and supportive services get $5 billion. And then homeowner assistance fund, which would help homeowners who are unable to pay their mortgage to remain in their homes, $9.961 billion. And then finally, $39 billion for relief measures for rural homeowners to improve their homes and pay bills, pay their mortgages, and then also to assist. So that total package is $35 billion. So that money, and part of the requirement within that is to get some of that money out within 60 days after passage. So it's not going to be held, back in Washington. They're going to get money out to the states. So that'll have a significant impact on stimulating the economy there. Now, when you look at what the previous bill, infrastructure bill, the 1.5 trillion, that will become the foundation. And as soon for the next bill, and as soon as Congress passes the current reconciliation bill, which it must be passed by March the 14th, maybe passed sooner, but the current moratoriums terminate on March the 14th. So we know that it's going to get passed. The question becomes, when it gets to the Senate, do they accept it as it is, which includes some minimum wage requirements?
Or is it going back and forth?
Right? Or does it have to come back to the House for another vote on the floor after the Senate makes some tweaks? But as soon as that's passed, then the Congress will pivot to begin addressing infrastructure. And based on the information that I received from my folks in Washington, the committees are actually working on revising the $1.5 trillion bill that was passed in 2020 today, so that by May or so of 2021, they'll be able to pass that infrastructure bill. And so, Washington is moving, and fortunately, because of the fact that we now have a Democratic Senate and a new administration, they'll be able to move those bills through. There is much more bipartisan work that is taking place now. This morning, as a matter of fact, there was a story on CBS News showing a Republican mayor and a Democratic mayor that are both struggling to address the declines in revenues, right? That as a result of the pandemic, and saying that, look, we have to work together to accomplish this. So at the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, we are working with an ad hoc committee formed by the state treasurer's office to develop solutions for some of the smaller communities in California. I know we're in LA and we're talking about large cities, right? And that's where the biggest problems are, of course, in LA, San Francisco, San Diego. But this ad hoc committee is looking at ways that we can help some of the smaller communities to begin to address their liquidity needs. And so there is a lot taking place, not only at the federal level, but at the state level, to look at how we can serve the needs of the communities and to grow them. And so, because, the pent up demand that Stuart referred to in his comments, and the fact that in Q2, we're going to have this significant growth, we want to see that growth sustained and throughout. And so what's important from our perspective is that our member institutions, and you're going to hear from Wells Fargo, they are one, the members of the Federal Home Loan Bank system are banks, savings loans, credit unions, insurance companies, and community development financial institutions. And it is through those lenders that we're able to provide liquidity, to give them access to more funding that allows them to serve the credit needs of their communities. And, my head kind of spins when I hear Deb talk about all those big numbers that she
Yeah, I know.
I thought we had big numbers at the Federal Home Loan Bank of San Francisco, but those are really significant.
Incredible.
So we applaud the commitment of JP Morgan Chase in that regard, and Wells Fargo we're going to hear from in just a moment.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, the numbers are staggering, and it's the reason why I think, Stuart predicted that the economy is going to come back faster than a lot of us think. Let me flip over to Eileen. Like JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo has been incredible and one of the leaders in helping us move through this pandemic and challenging financial time. In particular, their significant commitment to support renters and homeowners and keeping them in their homes, and most important, reducing the vulnerability to housing insecurity, and most important here in California, trying to help reduce and keep people off the streets and homeless during this pandemic. So would you share some of the things that you think have worked and where Wells Fargo has really been able to successfully help those people in this very difficult time?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me today. And, it's always, as a long-term houser, it's just always reaffirming when the business community and just such strong interest and commitment in California, and particularly in LA, for addressing these. We at Wells Fargo, we really recognize the importance of home. And I think sometimes we talk about everything, we forget what that means and what that means to a family to have that stability, how their health outcomes are better, their educational outcomes, and their economic opportunity. And we really want to always double down on that and reinforce that message. As you know, Wells Fargo is one of the top lenders and investors in both homeownership and rental housing across the country, and particularly here in California. But, we had a crisis before COVID, right? Terrible housing affordability nationally and especially in California. And then we had COVID. And what happened, as so much of the data has shown, is that we really had the hardest impact on low-income families and people of color. They were the most vulnerable, and we have seen that in the housing. A stat that sadly is almost a year old now, but I think says so much, was that last March, 40% of the people who were making $40,000 or less in February lost their job in March. Some of those folks have gotten their jobs back. I know in LA, the highest unemployment rate was 21% in May, but many haven't, or they've only gotten it back partially. The eviction moratoriums made a huge difference, but there are arrearages, and we know that the rental assistance coming down the track is going to be incredibly helpful, but there's lots of buckets of people who will not be assisted. So we still need to think about this. Nationally, up to 40 million people can be at risk of eviction, according to the Low Income Housing Coalition. In the LA Metro, we know that there's hundreds of thousands of people at that risk. And one of the things, as we've seen in COVID, is that maybe the traditional doubling and tripling up, that's pretty scary when you're trying to prevent COVID from
Trying to stay
taking
healthy,
over your
yeah.
family. Exactly. So what did we do? We quickly responded. On the business side, we deferred payments, obviously issued forbearances, waived literally millions of dollars of fees. And also through our Open for Business fund, Wells Fargo took literally all the gross fees for the PPP Payment Protection Program and put that $400 million into supporting small businesses through nonprofits, particularly small businesses of color. We're the only lending institution that did that. So that was getting to the thing. But to focus in on housing, the foundation made a $225 million available to support COVID. Much of that, about more than a third of that, went into housing. We also supported food and shelter and health. We made grants to local and national nonprofits, housing counselors, legal assistants. And to get to your headline, that helped more than 200,000 renters and homeowners households to stay housed. In LA, we focused particularly on rental relief, housing counseling, and creating solutions to get people housed. We leveraged Project Homekey, and we supported so many amazing nonprofits and housing providers. I'm not going to list them all, but 3 examples were Union Station Homeless Services, Downtown Women's Center, LA Family Housing. We also worked very closely with Enterprise Community Partners and Jacqueline Wagner on their COVID relief efforts nationally and in LA. And again, I think the bottom line here is, we have so much, and if we have time, and I know we're running out of time, we're probably not going to get to talk to about the importance of what we're going to do going forward, which is focused on increased supply, expanding homeownership, increasing housing stability, and supporting transformation innovation. We do have to think differently about how we do that. We're working with folks throughout California in that, but we also have to keep that eye on the prize of who's the most vulnerable and how we, address systemic discrimination, how we address climate change and all those impacts to housing. So we look forward to working with all of you to address this housing crisis that we still have. Thanks.
No, it's a great comments, Eileen. And, personally having gone through a lot of economic cycles, it's, it's really heartwarming to feel the way that the private and public sectors are coming together in addressing the pandemic challenges, in particular on the social equity piece, to make sure that we really do look at the economic income disparities and how we really help those people that are really in need through a difficult time. I do want to flip over. You mentioned it. I think 40 million renters that have real challenges coming up relative to expiration of the eviction moratorium. And Stuart, as always, your findings are always very impressive in what you put together and how you picture and paint the market. I'd like to get your thought on just, the policy challenge that we're going to have here when we come to this eviction moratorium cliff, potentially, July 1st, and having all of these renters in default, and obviously a lot of owners of properties that have challenges to meet their mortgage. And how do we come up with an equitable solution that's going to be a balanced approach to solving what is a huge housing problem?
Well, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the remarks of all of my panelists, and as Brad, you said, the very strong efforts that are ongoing in all sectors to try to address some of these inequities. Brad, you kind of just said it right now. There is a cliff. It is concerning. There is a very high likelihood of increased homelessness. There's also strong consciousness of that fact. And because of that consciousness, very serious efforts that are being made at all levels to try to avert, the worst outcomes. We see efforts at the federal level with respect to rent relief. Bear in mind, and it's been adequately and amply stated by panelists, that Moratoria does not spell rent forgiveness, it spells rent deferral. The rent deferral means that there needs to be rent relief. And Kevin talked about this, Eileen talked about this. There is significant rent relief forthcoming. It's forthcoming at the state level, it's forthcoming at the federal level. It will be inadequate, it will be helpful. So how big is the cliff, so to speak? What is the magnitude of the concern with respect to homelessness? Well, it depends on many factors. It depends on the rapidity with which we can stabilize the economy. It depends on whether we can reabsorb structurally unemployed back into the labor force and get them back to a point where they're earning a paycheck and able to pay rent. It depends on, again, the magnitude of the relief. And the relief is critically important here. And in terms of that relief, I think other panelists have stated this, a vast number of landlords are not large corporate landlords or mom-and-pop landlords. They themselves are not capable of making a mortgage payment because of the lack of rental income. And so this thing just sort of spirals into different sectors of the economy and affects, financial institutions and this, that, and the other. So it's a societal issue. It's a pandemic event, and we simply all have to continue to allow ourselves to be proactive and to be creative in assuring the health and the safety of our population.
Yeah, it's going to be important going forward. Thank you. And I do notice that we are running short on time, just behind a little bit. But so I want to do a bullet round here. What I call, maybe 2 minutes with each of the panelists, and I'll start with you, Dee Dee, on this question. As a result of remote working, and there's always this discussion that there's an exodus from California. Businesses are leaving here. We're not doing enough to support our businesses, and we're not growing them and creating jobs in California, which, as I mentioned at the outset, the statistics really haven't shown that there is this mass exodus. People really do want to live here in California. And so, Dee Dee, start off for 2 minutes of how do we solve that problem? How do we change that view? And how do we create jobs here in California that's going to really allow us to have a sustainable and socially equitable economy?
Yeah, great questions, because one of the things the pandemic has done is ripped the very thin veneer off the inequities that existed before. But I think, part of the narrative is that the California dream is over and that nobody wants to be here, which, as you noted, Brad, is the data just doesn't prove it, as Dr. Gabriel noted. We're still ranked the #1 innovation economy in the country. We still have 50% of available capital for investing in businesses. We still have 20 of the world's 100 fastest growing companies here. Even in the middle of the pandemic, we had 440,000 new business starts, 440,000, more than in 2019. And the reasons for that are complex, but I think the idea is that people still believe in the state. They want to be here. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that we continue to have an environment that is conducive, that is supportive of businesses. We have the best public higher education system in the world by far. So we need to continue to invest in education, in infrastructure, in housing, and in the businesses, particularly the small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. And we have to do that equitably, right? We have to get through this pandemic by making sure vaccines are distributed equitably. Then we've got to make sure that we're investing in our businesses equitably. And we are doing that. The Small Business Grant Program, has a huge lens on equity to make sure the most impacted businesses get the funds first to rebuild their businesses and rebuild and sustain their communities. And then I think one of the things we need to look at as we go forward is regional planning, right, in California, to make sure that we're investing in some of the inland areas of the state and other areas of the state which have more affordable housing and room for growth and, a huge appetite. And so, we're using tools like our Cal Competes tax credit, right, to try to direct more businesses to invest and create jobs in those parts of the state so that we can, drive economic growth to other places and make sure that the state is, has a balanced perspective on it. So there's a lot of long arc problems, challenges that we need to focus on, but the things that we have, the strengths that we have are not matched by any other place in the world. And by the way, I didn't even mention sustainability, right? Which will not only make this a better,
That's right.
safer place for all, it has to be done equitably. Obviously, environmental justice is a huge focus, but that looking to the future to create the jobs and the industries of the future, investing in higher education, jobs, transportation, to make sure that that is spread not just along our coasts, but across our whole state.
That's a great comment. And unfortunately, I apologize to the panel. I got the red flag pulled on. It says we have to end here. And that was a great statement, Dee Dee, because the panel is phenomenal talent that we have on this group. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And Dee Dee's comments are direct and to the point. You know, Wells is leading the way. JP Morgan Chase is leading the way. Federal Home Loan Bank is leading the way. UCLA is leading the way. So, you know, the thought leaders that we have on this panel and all of their team members are really making a difference and helping us get out of this pandemic. And we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us in order to work together. And there is going to be this huge flow of money. And we've got to figure out how we can use it very effectively, manage it, and make sure that that it flows out and helps those individuals in need that really, in the past that we've talked about, have really not been treated fairly. And so thank you all for what you do. And we appreciate you being here today and know that each one of you make a difference in what you do. So have a wonderful day, and I'll kick it back to Rachel and the team. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome back Nadine Watt.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Brad, and thank you, Dr. Gabriel. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who hopefully will help us in everything that we are looking to do here with housing and jobs and small business. Our next spotlight session, we have Kevin Demoff, Chief Operating Officer for the Los Angeles Rams. Kevin is a valued LABC member who contributes his time to developing access for diverse small businesses in the LA region to participate in sports, entertainment, and cultural events. The LABC was excited to host the NFL Connect webinar in December as part of the preparations for Super Bowl 2022 that aims to identify 250 diverse businesses to work with NFL sponsors. Since joining the Rams in 2009, Kevin has been responsible for reorganizing the club's business efforts to focus not only on delivering a better overall experience for fans, but also to increase the club's presence in the community. In order to further create job opportunities for members of the local community, a 15% Inglewood resident apprenticeship goal for construction was established to help workers develop professional and trade skills. As of June 2019, more than 1,200 craft positions have been filled locally. Over 80 minority and disadvantaged businesses had received more than $555 million in construction contracts, and local area residents have received more than $58 million in wages. As part of his vision, Kevin spearheaded the organization's efforts to become one of the strongest philanthropic partners in professional sports. That focus has led the team to receive numerous awards for their charitable efforts as they continue to become part of the fabric of the greater Los Angeles region. Please join me in welcoming another good friend, Kevin Demoff.
Thanks, Nadine. That was that sounded like we do a lot. It's always good to hear it when you look back, and I'm amazed, even though SoFi Stadium is not open for fans right now, that all those stats used to be what the stadium would be, and now it is what the stadium did. And I think that's just such an amazing feat to have opened this building during the pandemic to play a full season. And obviously the NFL was fortunate enough to play a complete year without any canceled games, and we were fortunate enough to go deep into the playoffs to enjoy it. But I really look at SoFi Stadium as part of the future of Los Angeles, and why I think it's I'm so glad to play a part in this discussion, but really for the Rams and SoFi Stadium and Hollywood Park's place in the recovery and future of both Los Angeles and California. As I was telling someone the other day, in the state government level, I believe when all is said and done, Hollywood Park is probably a $20 billion investment in Southern California and California. And that is certainly the largest private investment right now going on in Southern California. It is probably the largest private investment, period, in California when you look at what will happen over the time. And just a reminder, people talk about the stadium all the time, and it is magnificent in every facet. But I think it's always a good reminder of what Hollywood Park actually is. It is a 300-acre sports and entertainment district that has so many different avenues for growth, jobs, and development. You have a stadium, SoFi Stadium, which sits at the heart of it, a 70,000-seat stadium that will host the world's greatest events. You have a 6,000-seat music venue, performance venue under the same roof that is going to be completed in the next few months and hopefully open by the time that the world is ready to host indoor music and concerts again. You have close to 1 million square feet of retail being built to the corner of Prairie and Century, movie theaters, gyms, 20 restaurants and bars. You have close to 1 million square feet of office space being developed. The new home of NFL Network and NFL Media is already completed and will open this summer, along with 2 other buildings we hope to bring online. 500 apartments, which are being completed now and are hoped to be ready sometime before Super Bowl February 2022. A 300-room hotel, which hopefully will soon go into development with the right to do another 300-room hotel. 25 acres of parks and lakes throughout the district, which is similar to Inglewood's core at the old Hollywood Park of the lake on the infield, which served as the gathering place for the community. Running trails, walking trails for residents to come visit anytime. And then ultimately in the back part of the project, we project 1,500 townhomes and homes to come online over the next decade. So when you look at 300 acres, we have the right now, it's 8.5 million square feet of development that we are entitled for, but we have the right ultimately to go to 15 million square feet of entitlement, which would make our project at Hollywood Park larger than the total square footage of Century City, to put that in perspective for what this could be. And I think about this all the time for what this means for Los Angeles. If you look ahead towards the 2028 Olympics, of which we are the opening and closing ceremonies in our building, and the airport construction being completed and the new car rental center, between the 2 projects, you're probably looking at $50 billion of investment from LAX to Hollywood Park in that Century Boulevard corridor. And that is going to be the new gateway to Los Angeles, the new first experience for guests as they come into our region, land, and one of the first things you see is SoFi Stadium. And this goal that, I think we all share, that at that point in time, someone can land from anywhere in the world at LAX, take Metro Rail or public transportation without ever getting into a car, straight down Century to our stadium, stay at our hotel, eat at our restaurants, work in our buildings, go to a music event, a live concert, a Rams game, and then get back on the monorail and go back to the airport without ever having to step foot in a car. I think that is the vision, of what this front door to Los Angeles could really look like and be a game changer, for the world. We're really proud of the work that was done on the stadium, and Nadine walked through a lot of the stats, but over 12,000 jobs created on our site from the time we broke ground in November of 2016 through the opening of this building. And that's before we even complete the performance venue and the buildings that go up for office space and the retail. And, you're going to be probably talking over 25,000 jobs, I would imagine, created over time in the construction, of this project. And then you add in the game day jobs as you get into it, 5,000, 6,000 people in the building for a Rams game day, for a Chargers game day, and trying to understand the magnitude, of those jobs, which are really based in the local community. And the same goals that we applied to the local apprenticeships, which had over 1,200 new construction workers from the Inglewood area show up on our project who had never worked in construction before. That too is our focus for hiring for concessions and cleaning crews and ushers and guest services and everything that goes on to putting an NFL game day and comfortably hosting 70,000, 75,000 fans. And one other area of the project that I'm very proud of, not only in talking about those job stats, were jobs for formerly incarcerated workers. We worked with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and Second Call, two groups that work on placing formerly incarcerated workers on construction sites, and had a couple hundred jobs that went to formerly incarcerated workers. A great piece done on NFL Media and NFL Network about Second Call and ARC and those lives changed who worked on our project on a day-to-day basis, and putting people to work who haven't been able to find work in other areas of the economy has been a great hallmark of what we've done at Hollywood Park and SoFi Stadium, all of which leads us to have, and I think give LA bragging rights to the world's greatest stadium. 70,000 people, but when you look at the stadium truly hosting the events that will separate LA, we have the Super Bowl coming in 2022. It'll be the largest tourism event in LA County since the 1984 Olympics. And I do believe, in talking to the governor the other day, we will have a full stadium for February 2022 and the Super Bowl, and a great opportunity to showcase the region in that regard. When you look at the 2023 college football playoff, we're bidding on the 2026 World Cup and some of those opening ceremonies and matches in our stadium. We're going to bid on another Super Bowl, hopefully for 2027, 2028. We're going to look at, obviously, host the Olympics in 2028, and then try to get back in the college football playoff. So every great event in the world, from Super Bowls to Olympics to World Cups, we expect to come right through Inglewood and our stadium, which is there. And, when you look at that, truly making a difference in the community, from housing to jobs to wages to the investment in Los Angeles, Hollywood Park will become one of those great places in Los Angeles, just the way LA Live transformed downtown and those jobs around live events. We think with 200 live events in our building and the performance venue, the Forum across the street, the Clippers Arena, which is growing in right across diagonally from our stadium, you're looking at over 200 to 250 live events a year coming to Hollywood Park, SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, and the jobs that that's going to create in the surrounding corridor, which allow us to go invest in the area. We just announced yesterday that we're partnering with LAUSD on a vaccination site at SoFi Stadium in Hollywood Park for every educational worker in LA County to get vaccinated, bringing Home Walk to the United Way to raise over $1 million to Hollywood Park and those elements. We have such a great foothold now to build off of, to lead in our community, and Stan Kroenke and the investment he has made in Los Angeles and really California will set the way forward. And every time people come on our stadium, we say it's not an investment in sports. It's not an investment just in entertainment. It is an investment in our region, in our community, in jobs and housing. And I think if that doesn't give you optimism for the next 10 years, nothing should. I appreciate the time. It's great to join the panel. It's great to be part of the LABC, and I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of the conference.
Joining us now is the president of the LABC, Mary Leslie.
Good morning, and we're hoping you're enjoying the summit so far. The mayor has shared his vision for an equitable recovery, and we have heard some terrific new ideas on how to push through barriers to scaling cost-effective housing solutions and our economic recovery. This is our 19th year with UCLA and the mayor's office as our partners. They have been with us since the beginning. This is a historic and noble partnership, and it has led to important research, new initiatives, programs, and policies for California and our region. We'd like to thank our co-hosts, Mayor Garcetti, UCLA Chancellor Block, and Stuart Gabriel, Director of the Ziman Center for Real Estate, for their leadership. We would also like to thank and recognize our platinum sponsors who have worked so hard and helped support this event. You can see them there on your slide. And without their generosity and support, we would not have been able to put together this terrific event today. We'd also like to acknowledge our cooperating organization, representing over 65 organizations supporting housing, transportation, economic development, and equity organizations, for joining us today. And just as important, for advocating with us all year new policies and programs that make a difference in California. Today, I have the honor and privilege of introducing the leaders in Sacramento who are initiating and guiding the state's policy efforts to address these urgent issues. Our first speaker, Senate President Pro Tem Toni Atkins, is no stranger to the LABC. We honored her in 2014 for her work in ensuring $130 million for emission-friendly housing and land use planning from cap and trade proceeds, which was vital for affordable housing in California. She successfully authored and passed SB2, which created a permanent source of funding for affordable housing. And she has continued to be a leader on pushing the Senate to focus heavily on housing and homeless policy. This year, she is leading the Senate's housing package, which LABC supports wholeheartedly. Her bills focus on empowering homeowners to create their own additional supplemental housing units, providing more land use tools, flexibility, and streamlining procedural hurdles for local governments and their community partners to increase housing production. We really would like to increase housing production. Elected by the voters to the State Assembly in 2010, Senate President Pro Tem Atkins served there for 6 years. In 2014, her colleagues selected her to be the Speaker of the Assembly, becoming the first San Diegan and the first lesbian to hold the position. In 2016, the Pro Tem was elected to the State Senate. In 2018, she was elected by our colleagues to be the Senate President Pro Tem, becoming the first woman and first openly gay person to hold the position. As President Pro Tem, Senator Atkins has prioritized legislations aimed at streamlining housing production, encouraging adaptive reuse of commercial zones, advancing infill development, and providing renter relief. Throughout her career, she has been a champion for affordable housing, the natural environment, healthcare, veterans, women, and the LGBTQ community. Please welcome the Senate President Pro Tem, Toni Atkins.
Well, good morning, everybody. And Mary, thank you for that really incredible introduction. I gotta shorten that bio, obviously. I'm thrilled to be part of today's incredible summit. And I'm certainly happy to be here because the event has really become one of the best networking tools and idea incubators around. And it's great to have all this energy and brain power come together on the issues of affordable housing and homelessness. So I want to thank LABC, certainly Mayor Garcetti and his team, UCLA and Luskin, all the partners and participants who made today possible. You know, I looked down the agenda. It's quite a rundown of impressive people and resumes working on these critically important issues. The last time I spoke at LABC, your event, I was proud to be honored, as Mary mentioned, for the legislation creating an ongoing source of funding for affordable housing, then SB2. I mentioned that for a couple of reasons. First, to use it as the opening to say thank you again to LABC for the award and for supporting SB2, but also because I noticed that one of the folks you're honoring this year is my colleague, Senator Ana Caballero. And I want to be sure and join you in acknowledging her tenacious leadership on affordable housing and homelessness. Some of the bills that I'm going to talk about today have her imprint on them, as well as she's sponsoring a couple herself. I also wanted to note that the bill that I was honored for was actually, SB2 was actually my second attempt to get a funding bill passed. And there had been several other attempts to pass a bill before I came to the legislature. And I bring that up because it's a reminder that while we all believe it should be easier to enact solutions for affordable housing and homelessness, that isn't always the case. So some of the great ideas and best practices that are shared and discussed today will need our collective focus and ongoing effort to make a difference. And that can be a grinding process. Often, when I talk to groups, I focus on what my colleagues and I are doing. Today, I wanted to just start quickly by telling you a little bit about why I do what I do, why these issues matter. Some of you may know I grew up in a house without running water. I watched my parents. My mom was a seamstress. My dad was a coal miner, hardest working people I've ever known. And I watched them die younger than they needed to because they didn't have access to healthcare. I came to San Diego because my dad had been in the military here and he told me a lot about it. And my twin sister at that time was serving in the military here in San Diego and needed my help taking care of her son. I got my start in a women's reproductive health clinic in San Diego and Los Angeles, where clients would have to walk past signs and screaming people just to get information and the services that they needed. I opened my closet door in college, and then in San Diego, I found myself knocking on other doors for Christine Kehoe, who would become San Diego's first LGBTQ elected official. And that led to my own elections on the city council, the assembly, and the Senate. So the work that I do now is because of the values that I developed growing up and all through that time. Increasing access to healthcare, helping veterans get services that they need, protecting women's rights, and certainly the LGBTQ equality. Of course, increasing affordable housing and access to housing so everybody can have a safe and stable roof over their heads. That's very important to me. Were it not for COVID-19 and this pandemic, I believe we would be here today discussing all the important housing bills that the legislature and the governor enacted in 2020. But the pandemic not only exacerbated the problems of affordable housing and homelessness, it seriously hindered our efforts to address those issues. So affordable housing and homelessness will remain at the top of our priority list and agenda for 2021. You're going to hear from a number of my colleagues that say just that. One of the first things we did this year was to extend relief for renters and mom and pop landlords. Last year, we built a bridge to protect renters and small landlords. This year, we made that bridge longer and stronger, and we're going to be vigilant and diligent in determining what other steps that are needed, because there will be more work that needs to be done in this area. My colleagues and I also introduced, as Mary pointed out, the Senate Housing Package, Building Opportunities for All, which includes 6 bills, may include more, but right now 6 bills that target different elements of the problem, including some bills that stopped just short of the governor's desk last year. And I do want to thank LABC for the support you've already shown for some of those bills in our package and the consideration you're giving others as we develop them and they come to fruition. One of those bills that I brought back is SB 7, which would extend and expand AB 900. And in the previous panel, you talked about the benefits of AB 900. That was the successful CEQA streamlining process we enacted in 2010. AB 900 resulted in certification of at least 14 separate mega projects representing over $2 billion in investment in our state. But the AB 900 program just sunsetted. And if we fail to reauthorize it, California will lose the benefits of this really successful program. SB 7 extends the program, but it also expands the benefits to more smaller dollar projects. And that was a result of Ana Caballero's input. There's a 15 million threshold to increase both the amount of new housing units and the number of good construction jobs that will get these units built. I'm also carrying SB 9, the Housing Opportunity and More Efficiency Act. We love all these names, don't we? The California Home Act will give more homeowners the option to create small-scale development on their property, building upon the successes we've seen with the accessory dwelling units, or our ADUs. And because these kinds of units are naturally more affordable, they create opportunities for working families to find housing in neighborhoods that would otherwise be unaffordable to them. And that's actually one of the aspects of SB 9 that I am most excited about. It would provide more options for families to maintain and build intergenerational wealth. This bill almost made it to the governor's desk last year. And looking at agreements that the governor, the speaker, and I have been able to reach on renters and more recently on the stimulus actions, I believe we'll get this bill enacted this year, but there's work still to do to get there. When we're talking about a roof over people's heads and what that means in terms of better health outcomes and education outcomes, and really outcomes across the board, we have to ensure that we address the real questions and the real concerns that people have about gentrification and neighborhood character without letting our progress be derailed by all or nothing bomb throwers. There is a vast and vibrant middle ground between those who fly the banner of not in anyone's backyard or who envision mandated octuplexes in every neighborhood. So we have to ensure we don't let that kind of manufactured noise, and this is really important because this is going to be our charge as we try to get these bills done. We don't want that kind of manufactured noise to get in the way of addressing the very real concerns that people do have about what we're trying to do. Other bills in our package include Senator Caballero's SB 6, which would make office and retail spaces eligible to be turned into housing, would streamline housing production at those sites. Senator Nancy Skinner has SB 8, which aims to go after our severe housing shortage by focusing on opportunities to increase production. And of course, Senator Scott Wiener who's on the next panel, I think, also has SB 10, which would allow for upzoning in existing urban and job-rich areas and near transit, while streamlining production on housing that's affordable for working families and younger Californians. Finally, there's SB 5, which establishes the initial framework for a statewide bond. It's time for us to do another bond that would fund the creation of new affordable housing for people experiencing homelessness and for our low-income families. When I was the Assembly Speaker, there were competing water bonds. One was too small to get the job done, while the other was too big to pass with voters. Working with then Chair of the Assembly Water Committee, Anthony Rendon, who's speaking next, we pulled together a successful compromise after meeting with all sides of every part of the state on this issue. And that's the kind of approach that you will see going forward on this housing bond. The surprising and disappointing defeat of the school facilities bond in March does raise some concerns. And while subject to an array of factors we likely won't see next time, that result has to be in our minds as we make our case on a housing bond. And that's about as good a summary as on our proposals as I can give in a short time. As many of you know, I can talk about these issues and these bills for hours. It is my passion. But then you'd all be logging off and my dogs would be texting the San Diego Humane Society calling for help. So if you would like more information or have questions about any of these bills or ideas, suggestions, please reach out to my office or the senators who are authoring these other bills. The Senate has also been fortunate, and I want to give credit to Senators Maria Elena Durazo, Susan Rubio, Lena Gonzalez, all LA area legislators, along with Richard Roth, Mike McGuire, Dave Cortese, will all be a big part of our housing efforts, and you can reach out to them as well. For my part, I hope to take full advantage of the networking. I love seeing who's part of this today and the opportunities that this summit provides so we can build and strengthen our coalition that understands we have to have more affordable housing and we have to have more housing production. So we need to unlock doors and get people into homes, and we can do this. I know that we can, and we can do it this year. We can do it with your help and your support. So help us get there. And Mary, again, thank you for giving me this valuable time to be part of the summit. Thanks.
Thank you, Senate President Pro Tem Atkins, for your leadership, and we support your important legislative package. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the Speaker of the Assembly, Anthony Rendon. Like the Pro Tem, Speaker Rendon has a long-term relationship with the LABC. In 2016, we were proud to award him with the LABC Chairman's Award for his outstanding leadership in helping secure $400 million for affordable housing development in the 2016-17 budget. In his first year as Speaker, the Assembly passed landmark progressive legislation, including the nation's first statewide $15 minimum wage extension and California's climate change reduction goals. Over time, pay for farm workers and groundbreaking policies on gun and tobacco use. In 2017-18 legislative session, Speaker Rendon passed a landmark $52 billion transportation funding plan, extension of California's cap and trade program, and a first of its kind clean air measure, and efforts to address the affordable housing crisis. This year, his Assembly leadership is sponsoring bills to protect tenants, create a permanent source of funding for homelessness, and simplify the state's affordable housing financing to help address housing and homelessness across the state. LABC supports simplifying the state's affordable housing finance systems and many of the initiatives to protect tenants, particularly during the pandemic, which has exacerbated financial inequity. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Speaker of the Assembly, Anthony Rendon. Speaker.
Good afternoon. How are you, Mary?
Very good. Thanks for being with us.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. It's great to hear from my partner, Tony Atkins. Tony mentioned the fact that she served as Assembly Speaker just before me. And it's hard to believe that in just a few days, I will have been in my job as Speaker for 5 years. The fact that I've been doing this for 5 years is partly a product of the extension of term limits to 12 years. But it's also because of the success that the Assembly has accomplished in recent years. It sounds ridiculous to talk about success in the middle of a pandemic and in the middle of economic uncertainty. I understand that. Nevertheless, I can point to some real and long-lasting successes, and Mary touched on some of these. But we've achieved balanced budgets and money saved for a rainy day, which we certainly needed last year. We've achieved funding for neglected transportation infrastructure, landmark reforms in police use of force, improved funding for early childhood education, early achievement of climate goals with increased attention to environmental justice, significant strides in housing, including tenant and landlord protections, construction incentives, and funding with local control for addressing homelessness. In making all of these advances, I've learned quite a bit about effective advocacy. I've also made a few important changes that should affect the way you conduct your advocacy. The key point is that I do not attempt to decide the fate of bills that going through committees. I've handed power that was once used by speakers to the heads of our respective committees. Today, I think in a little while, you're going to hear from two of those committee chairs, David Chu on the Assembly side and Scott Wiener on the Senate side. David is our housing chair and has been a spectacular housing chair. I think he'll go down in history as really the preeminent housing chair in the history of the Assembly. The accomplishments during his tenure as chair of that committee have been incredible. So, I want to make sure that you spend some time chatting with David, but that doesn't mean, however, that you should only talk to him. You should also be speaking with our housing consultants, both those that work for David and those who work for me, and you should speak to other members of that committee as well. In short, you don't have easy one-stop shopping by coming to the speaker anymore, and I think that's probably good. That's good for democracy. That's good for California. There's another important thing you should know, and it's embodied in the name of this summit. This is the Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Job Summit. I would maintain that whenever we talk about housing, we have to talk about transportation too, and we have to talk about jobs. That's not all. We need to talk about the environment, and we need to talk about education too. One of the things that COVID has taught us is how interrelated everything is. Remote education is extremely dependent on communication technology. Race and poverty are major indicators of the severity of COVID in a community. We've learned that it doesn't take much of a jolt to put millions of renters at risk of losing their homes, even when the stock market is soaring. We have learned that public transportation, which Californians depend on, is affected by a public health crisis. I feel like I have to remind my allies sometimes that one-track solutions won't necessarily fit in California. I spoke recently to my friends at NRDC, for example. When I was talking to them, I reassured them that I was fully committed to combating climate change and to reducing California's reliance on fossil fuels. But I also reminded them that as we pursue goals for California's future, we have to think about the people living in California's present. Our changes have to consider the people whose jobs will disappear when fossil fuels are eliminated. I also talked to them about the need for housing. We will build more housing. Nevertheless, I want environmental considerations taken into account when we do build housing. We're not going to just sacrifice the future just for short-term housing gains. Affordable housing is a huge problem in California, but we don't have to solve it by building in areas of environmental concern. Some cities, like Sacramento, for example, are starting to see the potential of relaxing restrictions on small multifamily housing to generate more units in a given space. That kind of development provides affordability and strengthens the value of public transportation options. And it also works towards economic justice. The reverse is also true. The right kind of transportation development is good for housing and jobs. You may be familiar with how we have been pushing for a new way to build out high-speed rail. I believe in high-speed rail. I absolutely believe in high-speed rail. We have all seen what an incredible asset it can be in countries all over the world. And But the way that we've been building it in California, the way we've been planning to build it, just doesn't seem to work, and it doesn't seem to bode well. It won't reduce pollution to have an all-electric train if it doesn't go where people want to be. It won't do any good if the tickets are unaffordable, and if it fails to stimulate appropriate economic and housing development. If we do that, we can make sure that a rail line in the valley will get people to where they want to go and stimulate the jobs and the houses. To me, this is a higher level way of approaching California's needs. It recognizes the need to think beyond issue boxes. Instead of seeing them one at a time, we should be looking for ways to put the boxes together, kind of like building blocks. I know that isn't always possible. Take a look at the single issue housing piece the legislature just passed for signature by the governor. The urgency of the eviction crisis forced us to pass a budget bill that would keep people from being pushed out of their homes by COVID. The bill gave a few more months respite to people who did not deserve to be out on the streets. We have also responded with Project Roomkey and Project Homekey. We knew that COVID spread would be worse among vulnerable populations if we did not think about their housing. These two programs worked to secure a place for people who were otherwise without housing. By doing that, they could isolate to stop the spread of COVID. We need more and bigger and longer lasting solutions for our housing crisis. Two things will help that. We can look to the national government and down to the local level. We have hope that the Biden administration will be providing resources to begin tackling some of the needs. We have that hope, but we also have the commitment to work with our partners on the local level to develop the creative solutions that will produce long-lasting housing relief. Absolutely, I want to encourage the construction of more housing units for everyone, but that isn't all that we need. Just putting a longer leash on builders is not a solution if the housing that results is not affordable. And we know that market-based builders are not focused on affordability. So again, we have to go beyond the housing box and think about the economic justice box. What can we do to make sure that Californians have the income that will make housing affordable for them? We know that the earning gap has grown over the decades between people with the highest incomes and most Californians. This is not something to be solved for this session, but it won't ever be a solution if we don't talk about it now. We also need to address homelessness in a way that includes more than a roof. We have seen some indication that providing a roof goes a long way to help people who need much more. Nevertheless, we also know that a roof with wraparound services goes much further. This is partly a problem of perception. We have to make all Californians understand that solving homelessness is about addressing the needs of people who have no home. It is not about addressing the preference of people who would just rather not see people without homes. We have done things like trying to push funding down to the local level to encourage local solutions to local problems. I hope we do more of that. Another great thing we've done is to make sure that homelessness funding recipients dedicate 8% of what they receive for the specific needs of young people who are homeless. That population has different needs and they must be addressed. For example, we are told that fully 40% of youth who are homeless are LGBTQ. That is not an urban problem. That is not just an urban problem. We need to address this issue throughout California. As I said, we have to get out of our silos if we want to make sure that we solve these problems. We can tackle them piece by piece, but to solve them, we will need big thinking. And you have a couple of big thinkers to talk to you today, including David Chu, including my colleague and partner, Tony Atkins, on the Senate side as well. So if you want to know about the prospects of a bicameral cooperation, just listen to the similarities between the things that she's saying and the similarities that I'm saying. I think you'll find signs of the collaboration that the legislature has embodied since a year ago when COVID hit the state. I don't want to be too rosy about things though, because we always have differences and we can expect that there will be differences. However, in the Assembly, we have the will to make things work and the confidence in that process. And again, a great housing chair and David Chu. I'll stop talking now and let you move on to your panel. Thank you.
Please welcome our next panel, Developing a Bicameral Housing and Homeless State Policy Agenda, moderated by the Honorable Darrell Steinberg, Mayor of the City of San Francisco.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Darrell Steinberg, actually the mayor of Sacramento, but I was born in San Francisco. So with respect to Mayor Breed, I love her city. I love all the cities in the state. And it's an honor to be here to moderate this very, very important panel. And I'm going to introduce my friends and the lead legislators in a moment, but just a very brief introduction. Really glad to hear from Speaker Atkins, Pro Tem Atkins, and Speaker Rendon as they tackle immense challenges in the state. I mean, I thought that when I was Pro Tem of the Senate, that my tenure was tough given the Great Recession and the terrible budget deficits. And I don't know how to compare the two periods of time, but we never had to deal with a global pandemic and the loss of confidence, the loss of jobs, and the inability for the legislature to gather in person in a continued and consistent way, which is essential to bicameral and bipartisan approaches to legislation. And I know that as we begin to come out of this, that I'm as hopeful as they are that this next legislative year is going to result in taking the next steps to address our housing and homeless crisis. Look, it's a cliche a little bit, but in a way, it's the best and worst of times. If you want to look at the glass half full, you've got a focused governor and a focused legislature on housing and homelessness like never before. In my era, which wasn't that long ago, I think it's fair to say that housing, it was very tough to push housing to the top of the policy agenda. I know I tried and had some success, but it was tough. Transportation really was the infrastructure issue that dominated the public policy agenda, not right or wrong, but housing was very, very tough. We do a bond now and then, and that was really about it. That's changed. You got like I said, a focused governor, a focused legislature. You have a new Biden administration that is making housing a key priority. And then, of course, this issue of homelessness has risen on the public policy agenda in a very hopeful way. And Project Homekey and Roomkey, I think, demonstrated in record time, and thank you again to the governor and the legislature, and the cities and counties, including Mayor Garcetti in Los Angeles and the County Board of Supervisors, for taking that opportunity and bringing more people indoors in a shorter period of time than I think at any time in our previous history. This year, things are teed up, whether it's AB 71, the permanent source bill, which I support in conjunction with the systems changes that are necessary for us to do even better. I look at what's happening locally in Los Angeles. My friend Mark Ridley Thomas, who co-chaired the gubernatorial task force with me, talked rightfully about a state of emergency, which is what this is. I know Kevin De Leon, my colleague in the Senate, has his 25 by 25 plan. People are shooting for the moon here, which is exactly what we need to be doing. And yet, when we look at the problem, it is as enormous and immense as ever. Look at the fifth RHNA, 1.2 million units projected in terms of need, and yet the production was only 650,000. And a homeless crisis that has gotten worse. In some ways exemplified, in my view, by the state auditor's report of just 2 weeks ago, in which they pointed out there's way too much fragmentation, too many state funding streams. And of course, at the local level, what is a COC versus a city versus a county? And what is the North Star that we are all pointing towards in terms of actually getting tens of thousands of people indoors on their way to ending their state of homelessness? And so to talk about where the legislature goes this year, our two preeminent leaders, and I know Speaker Rendon and Pro Tem Atkins both gave a bit of an introduction, but Scott Wiener, the state senator from San Francisco, is not afraid to put it out there. He has provoked some desperately needed debates in the legislature about, if I were to summarize his efforts, whether you agree or disagree with his bills, because bills to me are just a vehicle. Scott Wiener has provoked the question of, is the state going to have some form of housing production standard? That to me is what his work is about. And I'm at a distance, but that's the way I see it. And he has demonstrated real leadership and taken some dings along the way. And David Chu, I have had the pleasure of working directly with last year on his AB 3269 that sought to begin to have a desperately needed accountability discussion around homelessness. And David, like Scott Wiener, both from San Francisco, by the way, of which I guess I'm the mayor of San Francisco, according to the introduction, but in all seriousness, David Chu, like Scott Wiener, is a visionary who's not afraid to put it out there. And so I think it's really important that we have the lead senator and the lead assembly member on housing to talk about where the legislature goes from here. Let's bring them both into the conversation, please. Welcome to both of you. I hope my introduction was effusive enough for both of you.
Yeah, and welcome back to San Francisco, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, exactly. Born there, and sorry, Los Angeles, LA Business Council. By the way, thank you to the LABC for hosting this. LABC has really demonstrated terrific leadership in saying these issues matter to Los Angeles, they matter to the state of California. So, and go Giants, by the way, sorry, but
go Giants.
The way I feel. Let's start out with the issue of housing production. I mean, when we look at the last couple of years, during your tenure, major housing production bills, whether they're aimed at densifying near transit and job centers, they failed to pass over the last couple of years. This is your effort, Senator Wiener, and have continually had to deal with the issue of local control. I know in Sacramento, we now are pushing a change to the R1 standard, not to eliminate single family housing, but to allow fourplexes. And it's controversial by right. And so how do we find the sweet spot and the right balance between state leadership, state goals, state mandates, and local control? That's the big question. Why don't you both please give it a shot, and welcome.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having both of us, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all of your leadership. And I just want to say that what Sacramento did recently, excuse me, around essentially citywide fourplex zoning and making all the other changes like around FAR to accommodate that, and the fact that passed, I believe, unanimously on your city council. That's extraordinary. And I hope that San Francisco follows in Sacramento's footsteps on this issue. We have a more limited proposal that's been put out there. But I think Sacramento really has set a great example under your leadership on how cities can do things without being told to do it. And I think if every city were just doing the right thing on housing, and we're acknowledging the very basic idea that it should be a top priority to have enough housing for everyone, and that having enough housing for everyone is more important than parking, it's more important than views, it's more important than all the things we tend to fight about, then the state wouldn't have to step in. But unfortunately, over the last 50 years, and it used to be, up until about 50 years ago, California did it the old-fashioned way. You built enough housing for a growing population, and it worked. And then over the last 50 years, we've methodically seen cities impose restriction after ban, after limitation on housing. And so we now have a multi-million home deficit. And, there's nothing, most people, when you ask them, who should be making decisions on housing, city or the state, they could care less, most people. They just want housing, and they don't really care if it's their city council member or their state assembly member who is making decisions. They just want us to do the job, and right now the job is not being done. So there is nothing biblical about local control when it comes to housing. And no one is proposing to eliminate local control on housing. Right now, we have an extreme, until recently, an extreme version of local control on housing that we would never tolerate around education or healthcare or anything else, where we let cities do whatever they wanted effectively and build no housing or a little bit or a lot, whatever they want. And it just doesn't work. It becomes a race to the bottom, and it creates incentives for cities that might want to build housing. When they know that none of their neighbors are going to build the housing, then they say, well, why should I do it? So it's long past due for us to have actual state standards where we say, like with education, you can have your local decisions, but there have to be parameters and minimum standards in terms of building enough housing. And so that's a lot of the work that we've been able to get done. And over the last 5 years, we have passed quite a few impactful laws, whether it's SB 35 that is streamlining many thousands of units of housing, or the changes that we've made to RENA that have in Southern California tripled the region's housing goals, or the strengthening of the Housing Accountability Act, the strengthening of the ADU laws. And now with zoning, we have had some hiccups, some obstacles with SB 50, and then with SB 1120, the pro tems duplex bill from last year. But last year was a challenging year because of COVID, and I am very optimistic that we're going to be able to work together, the two houses, to put together a robust housing package this year. And we already have a number of great bills introduced in both houses. And I do believe we're going to get something good done this year when it comes to housing.
So Assemblyman Chu, why isn't housing in California a right or an obligation for government to be able to provide or to meet specified production standards?
Well, we can probably jump into an hour conversation about that, but let me start first just by thanking LABC and Mayor Garcetti for convening this really important conversation, and also for inviting a couple of Giants fans. And because I often hear from LA, how is it that the Assembly Housing and Senate Housing Committees are chaired by two San Franciscans? What I'll share about that is Scott and I, we both served on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And I think it's fair to say, and this is a knock on our city, that we were really ground zero years ago for what has become now a statewide crisis. In our city, we saw skyrocketing home prices and rents and eviction levels and homelessness a couple years before others did. And when I first joined the legislature 6 years ago and asked folks, what are we going to do about the housing crisis? I got a lot of blank stares. And I raised my hand at one point to say, hey, I wouldn't mind helping to steward this committee. And here we are. 6 years later, what we're seeing is the fire of the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, the eviction crisis, the tenant crisis. We are grappling with this all over the state. And to partially answer the last question about this issue of local control, we don't allow cities or counties to make up, by and large, their own public safety criminal laws, right? We have statewide laws because these are concerns that everyone shares. Same thing when it comes to public health. While we may have distinctions as far as purple, red tiers when it comes to COVID, we've got common healthcare standards because we don't want to have different cities deciding how are we going to grapple with a pandemic or the flu or how we think about providing healthcare. It's really only in this context of housing that this issue of local control really rears its head. And I'll also just say that if we didn't have this housing crisis, no one would be quibbling about whether localities should be able to build and design as they want. But clearly we are where we are. We've got to sort of figure this out. So to Mayor Steinberg's question around whether housing should be a right, I think what I'll say is in many other areas of public policy, there is an assumption that human beings ought to have a right to education, that human beings ought to have right to healthcare, human beings ought to have rights to drinking water. And yet, in the context of housing, we obviously have contextualized this in sort of a private marketplace good to be bartered on based on the laws of supply and demand, when it is fellow human beings, 150,000 on any one given night, who are exposed to the elements, to the rain, to the snow, to the cold, to the heat, because they don't have a roof over their heads, or they're forced to double or triple up during this pandemic, exposing them to the public health crisis of COVID-19 because we have failed around housing. And it is my perspective that we ought to think of housing as a human right. The United Nations thinks of housing as a human right. But obviously that's a shift in mentality and how we get there. This conversation is particularly acute right at this moment in the homelessness context, where many of us think that we ought to figure out a way to mandate the creation of enough housing to put roofs over people's heads so that they are not suffering or literally dying on the streets of our state every single day. So if it were up to me, we would carve out this right. And as Mayor Steinberg knows, we are trying to think of different ways to formulate this discussion so that more people understand, yes, of course, housing is something that is bartered in the marketplace, but also fundamentally, we have to provide some level of housing to everyone.
So we're going to get to homelessness in a few moments. I just want to give a shout out here. I should have done it at the very beginning, of course, to Mary Leslie for your leadership, the LA Business Council. It's really been a pleasure to work with you. Nadine Watt, who's the program chair, and of course, Dick Ziman, who founded this forum, and wouldn't be here today without your leadership. So thank you. I want to get into talk a little bit about the brass tacks of the legislative year ahead, because there was a perception last year, right or wrong, that the two houses had some sort of extraordinary tension, and that some things maybe, and combine that with COVID, that not as much got done as what maybe could have gotten done. So let's pretend that this is October 2021. And we're having this forum and we're looking back and we are celebrating a series of achievements. What do you want your comments to be in October 2021 about what we accomplished this year in California?
Just to acknowledge it, Mr. Mayor, as you know, firsthand, every year there is some tension between the Senate and the Assembly. And that the same is true of the US Senate and the House of Representatives when they're under the same party's control, Republican or Democrat. There's this just natural tension, which has some benefits at times, but it can go too far. It's one of my least favorite things about being in the legislature, and I love being in the legislature, but I don't like that tension and sometimes rivalry that happens. And I don't think it reflects individual relationships, because there's a lot of very strong individual relationships between the two houses. Last year, I think a few things happened. You have that natural tension. You had COVID, which made the session last year was unbelievably hard. All the stopping and the starting, and it was just a very tense year for the entire planet, and that reflected in the legislature. And I also think that it is really, personal direct relationships and interactions really matters in the legislative process. And COVID, in making it, essentially impossible for you to have those direct interactions with your colleagues. I'm not allowed to go on the Assembly floor. David's not allowed to come onto the Senate floor. We're really under strict COVID protocols, which is appropriate, but it makes it a little bit more challenging. And so we had a really rocky end of session. We did pass quite a few important bills last year. And so this year, I think we're in a better place. I think we know a lot more about how to operate effectively as a legislature in a pandemic. David and I, as each other's representative in the other house, because we both live in each other's districts, and as we've been friends since law school, I know we are committed to, we have a Senate housing package under the pro tem's leadership. There are various other bills in the Senate. I know that there are some really strong bills in the Assembly. We need to work together as chairs and then have our leaderships work together to make sure that we are shepherding through a bicameral package. And that happened in 2017. So what I won in October is what we had in 2017 when Jerry Brown came to San Francisco, LA, and signed 15 or 17 good housing bills into law, some really impactful ones, because the two houses and the governor all worked together to make sure that went through, and we didn't have that kind of unproductive rivalry. So I think we can do that again this year, and I think that needs to be our goal.
Okay, thank you, Assemblymember Chu.
So I'll put some markers down to lay out what I hope happens by October. I want to thank so many folks within LA who supported my work and the work that Senator Wiener and leadership did to make sure that we extended the eviction moratorium and got $2.6 billion of federal funding out to folks. We need to make sure during this pandemic that tenants are not being evicted because of economic circumstances around COVID, and need to figure this out beyond June 30th and just make sure that the long-term debt that's being built up is being paid down and we're keeping people housed. So one, on the tenant side, that's important. Secondly, I really hope that 2021 is a year we finally grapple with homelessness. So to me, that's on a couple of fronts, moving forward an ongoing permanent source of funding for homelessness. And I want to thank Assemblymember Luz Rivas from your region for her leadership on that, as well as a conversation that I kicked off this week with Mayor Steinberg around just how do we hold every city, every county accountable for addressing homelessness. And then third, last year we had hoped to make some real progress on production, and Senator Wiener has it right that the incredible challenges of trying to legislate during COVID just made some things difficult. But I really am bullish that this is a year we're going to make some breakthroughs. We need not just cities and counties to deal with the RHNA process and figure out where folks want to build and have that local control to do it, but we need to make it easier. We've got to streamline. We need to do this for affordable housing. We need to do this for market rate housing and everything in between. So my hope is if we can do it all, protecting tenants, dealing with homelessness, moving forward production at all levels of affordability.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, and I agree with that, I think there is sort of the elephant in the room that needs to be resolved right now. This played out last year, and I think it's playing out again this year. There is some unresolved disputes and tension between the building trades and the builder community, including the affordable housing nonprofit builders, and around wages and skilled workforce. I just want to say it's incredibly important that we resolve that dispute. And I think a lot of us, including I know all three of us on this call, are supporters of having a skilled workforce, of lifting construction workers out of poverty into the middle class. And I just think we all need to do everything in our power to facilitate the dialogue between the building trades and not just the market rate builders, but especially the nonprofit affordable housing builders, to come to a resolution, because this dispute is it creates real challenges. So let's all commit to helping get that resolved.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up on that point in just a moment. I got two questions before we move to homelessness as a separate but related topic, and it's this. Senator Wiener and Assemblymember Chu, you can comment on this as well. I praised both your leadership and your leadership, Senator Wiener, for provoking, I think, a much needed discussion on SB 50. And I supported the bill, of course. The criticism of SB 50, however, is that it was an example of the state telling local governments how to achieve the end that we all seek, namely more housing production and more housing production near transit. Is it possible to actually define a production standard for cities and counties that cities and counties are legally bound to? Is that any part of the work product or idea generation that's being talked about in the legislature? That's one question. The second one, I'll let you take both of them, and it follows up on what you said a moment ago, Senator Wiener. Is there a way to create a residential wage rate so that highly skilled workers, yes, union workers, get a greater shot at the residential market in exchange for more regulatory relief to actually build more housing? Those two very easy questions for both of you. And then we'll move to homelessness.
I mean, the answer to the second one is yes. And there have been conversations on again, off again, the last few years between the building trades, the carpenters, and the building industry about having a residential wage for wood, essentially for wood frame construction. I think like including single family and multi-unit up to, I think 5 stories, if I recall correctly. And so having that residential wage, which would be lower than the traditional prevailing wage for more steel frame construction. And it would mean more unionization of the residential sector, which is a good thing, a different wage scale, and then accompanied by streamlining. And if that deal can be struck, and I know, having spoken to people on both sides, I know there's a real desire to get there. It just hasn't happened yet. That could be an absolute game changer. Because if we could have a situation where we have a broad agreement about wages and about skilled workforce, so that we have, strong apprenticeship programs and skilled construction workers and the highest quality construction, that could open up so many doors in the legislature. In terms of the, SB 50 taking an approach of here's what the standards are, as opposed to here are goals, go meet them. You can do it different ways. But if you're going to tell people, we're not telling you how to do it, but you need to figure out how to do X, Y, and Z in terms of housing, you'd better have absolute sharp teeth in that. So that, because otherwise what we have seen is you set goals, there's either no teeth, or there's a little bit of teeth, or there are 20 different loopholes where you can get around it. In fact, we're dealing with some of those loopholes in a bill I introduced yesterday with, floor area ratio, FAR, where cities like zone for 10 units, but you have a square footage or a lot requirement that makes it impossible to build anything but a single family home. So at some point, you do have to have just real rules. And the thing with SB 50, there's nothing magical about SB 50. But there was what it was saying, it was calling the question, but it's also saying that it's not just enough. So we're short millions of homes. It's not just enough to say we're going to build millions of homes anywhere, because what we've done in California for a long time is to say, well, we're just going to build sprawl because there's fewer objections, there are fewer existing neighbors around in terms of infill. So we'll just build further and further out. So we'll have longer and longer commutes. And I don't care what anyone says, commutes are still going to be a thing after COVID. We're not going to everyone permanently working remotely. For longer and longer commutes, more carbon emissions, destroying farmland, building in sensitive areas, building in wildfire zones. Since 1990, almost half of new housing in California has been built in wildfire zones. Can we please stop doing that? So SB 50 was about housing and affordability and having more abundant housing. But it was also saying, let's be sustainable in where we're putting that housing. It should be near jobs. It should be near transit. It should not be sprawl. It should not be in wildfire zones. So that's what we were trying to accomplish. And if other people have other ideas, to do it in a way where we're not just passing a bill and patting ourselves on the back and it looks all pretty but does nothing, because there's been a lot of that in the legislature over the decades. We need to move away from that and actually pass bills that result in more housing being built.
David, how do we define a production standard in California that has the teeth that Senator Wiener is talking about?
So first, I just want to thank Senator Wiener for kicking off such an important conversation with SB 50 around how we build smartly near jobs and transit. And I think I'll answer the question by laying out a little bit of a challenge for Los Angeles and Southern California, because it's not a secret that that a lot of the opposition that stalled that bill came from your neck of the woods. And I will use the story and the case study of the last TOD bill before SB 50, which was a bill that I authored that passed, which I thought was going to be a really, really minor bill to do the following. For those of you who are familiar with the Bay, you know about the BART system, which is our underground subway system. And BART for decades had owned a couple hundred acres of land around 26 BART stations in the Bay Area. And yet cities around those 26 BART stations had refused to allow BART to develop its own land for transit-oriented development. So if you come to our part of the state, you come out of these BART stations, you will see surface parking lots for as far as the eye can see, typically 10 acres that could be easily converted to delightful mixed-use, retail, affordable housing, and market rate housing on top of current transit stations. So I proposed a bill to basically say that BART should be allowed to develop on its own land. And it was as if I had suggested sacrificing the firstborn of like half of the city councilors in the. It was a tooth and nail fight. We barely got it through the legislature by one spare vote in the assembly. The governor signed it. And years later, those same cities are now engaged in collaborative conversations with BART about how to develop. And those same city councilors quietly come to me and say, hey, Chu, thanks for forcing that on us, because it allows us as city councilors to have the conversation we really should have, which is not whether we build, but how we build. And I would suggest to LA that if you do not want a statewide law in this area, if there are stakeholders that want to move forward LA or Southern California based similar regional transit oriented development bills, you will find easy partners in the chairman of the housing committees. But I will say the following: if you don't sometime soon, with climate crisis and the homelessness crisis and the housing crisis, et cetera, we have to do something. One last thought, which is part of what made the conversation in the Bay Area a little easier, was there had been a multi-year conversation between the typical warring stakeholders in Northern California, progressive, equity, tenant advocates, and labor, and the building industry, and the realtors, and the apartment association, business community. We locked everyone up in a room for about a year and a half to talk through these hard issues. It was called the CASA process, and that led to a number of key breakthroughs on these issues. I have thought that LA and Southern California, if there is a way to convene those stakeholders, lock them in a room for 6 months to think through what are the multiple solutions that we can move on together. So it's not either or, but it's and plus and plus and. I think that would really help not just your region, but the statewide conversation. So a couple of suggestions for LA.
And if I could just say one thing, there was only one of the entire Los Angeles. This isn't a criticism of any of my colleagues. SB 50 was a hard bill. The politics were really rough, but there was one member of the LA delegation, Senator Lena Gonzalez, who voted for the bill, and she took a lot of heat for doing that. And that is, as a new senator, voting differently than the entire rest of your large county delegation, that is not easy. It takes a real stiff spine. And so I just want to acknowledge Senator Gonzalez, who is an incredibly thoughtful and strong legislator in many areas, but she really stepped out, and I really appreciate that.
Very good. Well, thank you. Let's move to homelessness. We have about, I think, 15 minutes left for the panel. I know I'm the former chair of the big city mayors in California. Sam Liccardo is now Mayor Garcetti, preceded me. And through all of our tenures, this issue of homelessness is the #1 issue. And I applaud the governor and the legislature for putting forward unprecedented amounts of resources, at least on a one-time basis, to directly aid cities. And that's the first time that has occurred ever. And now we have Mayor Garcetti and Assemblymember Rivas and Assemblymember Chu, and I think Senator Wiener and many others promoting AB 71, which is the so-called permanent source bill, so that we have permanent funding and ongoing funding, not permanent source, permanent funding. And I'm a strong supporter of this as well, because we know what works, and we need resources ongoing to be able to get more people off the streets. But I want to talk a little bit about that, but even more so about the other side of the equation. which is if we don't have a production standard for overall housing, we most certainly do not have any kind of production requirement around, or any requirement to get people off the streets in a timely fashion. Last year, as you know, Mark Ridley Thomas and I chaired the governor's task force on homelessness, and we said very clearly, name another area of major public policy, as David Chu said a moment ago, where everything government is called upon to do is optional or voluntary. It's not the way it is for public education or renewable energy, and yet everything in this arena is optional. A city can choose to lean in, not lean in halfway. There's significant fragmentation between cities and counties, among and between the various funding streams. So I want to talk about the need for more money, but I also want to get your point of view on what we do to actually improve the system in such a way that leads to even faster and better results. Let's just start out with your general observations on what it's going to take to improve and or fix the system. Whoever wants to go first.
So I'll jump in on this. I have this conversation with policymakers all up and down the state, particularly in Los Angeles, and the contradictions of homelessness, politics, and policymaking are the following. Our constituents are screaming for us to address this issue. It is at the top of the agenda. And yet our constituents often say, we've got to end homelessness, but don't build that shelter or that navigation center or that affordable housing project on my street, my block, my city. Build it down the street. At the same time, we hear certainly from the business community, homelessness is crushing our economy. It is an eyesore. We've got to do something about it. And yet we're not hearing we're willing to help fund that or support revenue measures to do that. And I think we've got to work through these inconsistencies. On your first point, Mayor Steinberg, we know while we are spending a decent, a level of funding in this area that is higher than ever before, it is likely only a fraction of what we need. And we need an ongoing permanent source of funding. At the state level, we've done a good job in the last 2 years with proposing one-time expenditures, but we know that we can't solve this unless we're in it for the long haul. So I really applaud Luis Rivas and Richard Bloom and others who are leading this effort to create a permanent source of funding for homelessness. And I really do hope that the business community can work with us in figuring out a way to do this that will work with this economy at this moment and move us forward. On the second part of your question, so there's an awful lot of action that's going on. Everyone's trying to grapple with this. And, certainly know this is the case in LA. It's true across the state. You've got 41 different programs run by 9 different state agencies at the state level, but everyone is completely discoordinated and there is no forward movement. There's no coordinated strategy or plan to move this forward. And I alluded to a bill that I recently introduced this past week with work with Mayor Steinberg, where we are saying to everyone, every city, every county, every state agency needs to do an analysis of what resources they have and what the gap is between solving and ending homelessness and the resources you have. You need to put together a 10-year plan to hopefully end homelessness substantially. And we've proposed real accountability. And by that, I mean establishing a new position in the state of California, an inspector general, whose job it would be to hold accountable every city, every county, every state agency to make the plan and stick to that plan. And if they don't, they could be brought to court. And I will say, for those who may wonder, well, why do you need to create a new position who could go to court? Well, the reality is right now, cities around the state are being sued. Los Angeles is the latest. I think all of you read the LA Times and what federal judge David Carter is doing to bring everyone to bear on this. But the lawsuits are already happening. We would like to suggest, let's actually try to move away from the lawsuits by just requiring everyone to do this. And if they don't, they know they're on notice that they could get sued. But this idea of establishing real accountability on the part of every jurisdiction, every policymaker, every agency that's responsible for this to deal with the moral crisis of the day, we have to do this. If we don't, you guys will have a couple of housing chairs when Scott Wiener and I are turned out, that we'll be having this exact same conversation in a few years.
Yeah, if I could just add something there around homelessness. I am 1000% supportive of, funding housing to help people exit homelessness, funding other services, permanent source, et cetera, et cetera. I'm 1000% there. But we need to also, acknowledge, and California has not done this, about why it is we have such a homeless problem. It is, yes, we're not doing enough in terms of the triage and helping people off the streets, but the fundamental problem is that we don't build enough housing, and we need to never lose sight of that. California is 13% of the nation's population, but 25% of the nation's homeless population, and 52% of the nation's unsheltered homeless population. That's not just random. That didn't just randomly happen. It's not because California has good weather. That happened because we have arguably the worst housing policy among the 50 states in this entire country, the most anti-housing policy, that we do not let any kind of housing get built either at all or as quickly as it needs to get built. That everyone likes to think, well, we're so progressive, but then there's always a reason. I don't want that apartment building or condo complex or affordable housing project in my neighborhood. It's just not the appropriate place. And so that is what is driving people into homelessness in the first place. Yes, mental health and addiction play a role, but that's not the majority role. The majority is that people can't afford housing. So many low-income, working-class people are just getting pushed down until they finally have no housing at all. And yes, we need to stabilize renters in their homes so they're not getting evicted. But we also have to make it possible that if someone does lose their housing, there's actually other housing that they can find. And that means building a lot more subsidized affordable housing. But let's also never lose sight of the fact that 90% of low-income California residents live in market rate housing. Even if we tripled the amount of affordable subsidized housing in California, and I would love to do that, that would be a massive undertaking, triple it, 70% of low-income Californians would still live in market rate privately produced housing. And so we should never fool ourselves into thinking that it's only about triaging people off the streets, or that it's only about subsidized housing for low-income people, which is incredibly important. It is also about stabilizing the entire housing market in California by dramatically increasing our production of housing so it is not so crazy expensive.
Thank you. We've got about 5 more minutes. What this conversation centers on, and I know what Assemblymember Chu's efforts are centering on, is how to create what I refer to as compelled urgency to actually get people off the streets faster, less expensively, and for a longer term, if not permanently. And I want to ask you about your reflections on Project Homekey and Roomkey, because the word is, at least in my community, is that both projects were a great success. And we did have FEMA reimbursing cities and counties at 75%. Joe Biden now signed an executive order saying he'll reimburse cities and counties at 100% for non-congregate settings through September. But then you had these public health orders around COVID, which scared the heck out of jurisdictions that maybe previously weren't doing as much as they could have. And I'm not referring to the city of LA or LA County. I'm talking about other jurisdictions. Do you think we ought to keep the public health order that we've established for COVID and homelessness permanently once COVID is over? And use a public health approach to saying we all must drive towards better outcomes? Like your opinion on that provocative question.
Easy, I'll jump in. Yes. Let me answer the first part of your question, Mayor Steinberg, around Project Homekey. So lots of positives. Part of what was so successful about Project Homekey and Roomkey was, well, obviously the money, but the requirement of streamlining, needing to do things fast with the urgency of the pandemic. Now, that being said, there are, what I would say is Project Homekey was a program, that helped to get, let's say, 15% of our homeless folks off the streets. And it did it faster than any other program in recent history. So give that kudos, but it's not the long-term strategy. We need an overall strategy in how we're going to reduce homelessness. I think Project Homekey is part of that, but we need to figure out how do we convert, say, Project Homekey to permanent housing? How do we make sure we actually get resources to rehab properties? How do we provide the ongoing supportive services that we need, the operating costs? Those are unanswered questions that we're going to have to grapple with this year. But to get to your provocative question, because of the pandemic, because of these public health orders, we were able to house folks quickly. From my perspective, when the vaccine and herd immunity are actually able to take effect, why should we treat the fact that people are dying on the streets every day any differently? From my perspective, when we also know that homelessness is not just a housing crisis, but it's a healthcare crisis. It's an emergency room crisis. When you're spending $60,000 to $80,000 a year for chronically ill homeless individuals on the streets who are sick because they're exposed to the elements and they're cycling in and out of jail, mental health services, and emergency rooms, that's a health crisis. And we can solve that health crisis by spending $15,000 to $18,000 a year to put a supportive housing roof over someone's head and the help they need to get them back up on their feet. It is more cost efficient and it's more humane. So I would vote yes, that we should think of how to extend these public health orders for our homeless populations. We've got to treat it with the same urgency as we have done this past year, or else again, 10, 20 years down from now, we'll be in the same spot we are.
Real briefly, Senator Wiener.
I agree with my colleague.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the last word, but we are before the LA Business Council here, and I do think it is important that you touch on the issue that gets talked about in this area every year, and that is CEQA. And I know Senator Atkins mentioned AB 900, which I was involved in back in my day to create some CEQA reform around job creating projects. Your view of regulatory reform, CEQA, and your closing arguments here. Go ahead.
I mean, I will say on CEQA, I have my legislative work has borne this out that we should not be environmentally sustainable projects should not be able to get jacked up under CEQA, which is what we allow now. And so that's SB 35, which is the first bill I ever introduced in the legislature, takes certain projects, a significant number of housing, all environmentally sustainable, out of CEQA entirely, just makes them ministerial approval. Senate Bill 288 that I authored last year takes a whole bunch of light rail and bus rapid transit projects out of, or creates a new exemption under CEQA. And LA Metro was a huge supporter of that bill, and we want LA Metro to implement it well so that we can have a good track record when we're looking to extend it. So we absolutely need to, CEQA is an incredibly important law, but CEQA should not be undermining environmentally sustainable infill housing and transit, et cetera. And so I think that's something we do have to really look at.
Very good. Last word, Assemblymember Chu.
I agree with Senator Wiener. As someone who, in addition to housing, I view climate change as like the set of issues we've got to tackle early and often this year. The idea that CEQA is used to either not build housing or to push sprawl or cut up against environmental goals is obviously inconsistent. And so I am willing to consider refinements to that law, not eliminating the law, but doing it in a way that allows us to achieve climate goals that involve good production and good development. Last year, one of your legislators and my dear colleague Laura Freeman and I, we introduced a CEQA refinement bill. She was then the chair of the Natural Resources Committee, and along with me as the chair of the Housing Committee, and the bill stalled for the reasons that these bills always stall. We've got to have breakthroughs, and I really kind of challenge and welcome folks on both sides of that conversation to hammer these out, and hopefully we can move some things hopefully this year.
So you've got the pro tems housing package, you've got the assembly ready to go, you've got the administration motivated. May this be the breakthrough year for California. And I know that the LA Business Council and all of us in any position of leadership are ready to help you in any way to achieve just that. And I want to thank you both very much for your passion, your leadership, and your commitment to this priority issue for the people of California. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
I turn it back over to Mary.
Please welcome Jacqueline Wagner, President Solutions Divisions at Enterprise Community Partners, LABC board member and co-chair of the LABC Working Group on Urgent Homeless Solutions.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Wagner, as you've heard. I'm the President of Solutions of Enterprise Community Partners and a lifetime Angelino. We're here today talking about big issues that will determine the future of our city. Housing, affordable housing, is so central to that conversation. Every Angelino deserves a stable, affordable place to call home. But to really understand housing, you have to understand people. The speakers I have the privilege of introducing today prioritize and lift up the people at the center of this work. The millions of people and families who are harmed by the lack of affordable homes. The stories Matthew Desmond shares in his book, Evicted, are so powerful. And Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly Mitchell has been working on the ground in this community for years, fighting for change in our neighborhoods. I'm going to talk more about both of them in just a minute, but I want to first share why this issue is so important at this moment in time. As I mentioned, I work at Enterprise Community Partners. We are a national affordable housing nonprofit with 40 years of experience working toward a world where homes and communities are stepping stones to more. We have offices around the country, including here in Los Angeles and in Northern California, and thousands of partners we work with every day. Racial equity, affordable housing solutions, resilience, and upward mobility are at the center of everything we do. We advocate for nonpartisan policy at every level of government. We develop innovative programs around the country. We invest capital to build and preserve homes. And we ourselves own and operate 13,000 affordable homes, providing services for 22,000 people. Leveraging the power of public and private partnership centered on people's needs is what we do. In addition to my work at Enterprise, I've had the honor to serve on the city of Los Angeles in many ways, including being a board member of the Los Angeles Business Council and vice chair of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Commission, where I chair the ad hoc committee on Black people experiencing homelessness. I'm looking forward to working with Supervisor Mitchell as a part of this work. I bring up my experience because it's enabled me to see firsthand the impact that an eviction or the lack of an affordable home can have on an individual, a family, and an entire community. The fact is that we are not creating enough affordable homes to meet the massive and growing needs. Only 1 in 5 eligible families have access to financial support for housing. I know you heard that a few times, but I want it to sink in because we need to do better. And millions of the affordable homes we do have are at risk, being lost to market pressures and physical deterioration. This crisis is not impacting everybody equally. Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people of color are at the highest risk of being convicted compared to white counterparts. None of these problems are new, but they have been compounded by COVID-19, which has left millions of people at risk of eviction, protected by a CDC moratorium that will not last forever. Again, communities of color have been disproportionately impacted both in terms of physical health and economic security. Enterprise is committed to preserving affordable homes and preventing evictions and advocating for rental relief in Los Angeles and around the country. And we are grateful to work with many partners who understand the urgency of this issue. We know Americans' housing challenges are also a priority for the Biden and Harris administration, and that partnership between the public and private sectors is essential in order to make progress. That's why I'm so fortunate to introduce two outstanding speakers today. First, please welcome the Honorable Holly Mitchell, a newly elected member of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, representing the 2nd District. While she's new to the County Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Mitchell spent nearly a decade representing Los Angeles in the state legislature, where she has served as chair of the California Senate Budget Committee. She authored and passed over 90 bills, many of which are at the forefront of addressing systemic racism. A tireless advocate for addressing the state's economic and social changes, Supervisor Mitchell was once described by the LA Times as the legislator's moral compass. Prior to serving in elected office, Supervisor Mitchell was CEO of Crystal Stairs, California's largest nonprofit dedicated to child and family development, where she worked to expand child care and poverty prevention resources. Next, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Matthew Desmond, professor at Princeton of sociology at Princeton University. He's the author of 4 books, including Evicted, Poverty and Profit in the American City, which won the Pulitzer Prize for its examination of the prevalence and consequences of eviction in the low-income rental market. He is also the principal investigator of the Eviction Lab at Princeton, the first nationwide database of evictions. Dr. Desmond is a MacArthur Genius Awardee and a contributing writer, writing essays on educational inequality, race, social theory, and the inner city housing market. He received his PhD from the University of Wisconsin at Madison. Dr. Desmond's writing helped define how we as an organization think about and understand the housing issues facing our communities, and it's a true honor to introduce him to all of you. If you haven't picked up a copy of Evicted, I highly recommend it. Without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Mitchell and Dr. Desmond. Dr. Desmond will start us off with a few opening remarks. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wagner. I'm so honored to be here with y'all. I'm a California boy myself. I was born in San Jose. And so I wish I could be with you in person. I'm just gonna kind of set the table a little bit briefly because I'm incredibly excited and honored to be in conversation with Supervisor Mitchell. And so I want to get to that conversation. I think that, Ms. Wagner brought up the human element of this crisis. And I think that's a great place to start before we fly into statistics or fly into policy. It's snowing here in New Jersey. It's been snowing here forever. I can't remember the last time it snowed this much. And it's reminded me of all the times where I spent time with families in Milwaukee who got evicted in the snow. I remember an eviction that happened in the late winter where I was spending time with the sheriff eviction squad, and we went into this house and it was just kids in the house, just kids. And there were teenagers and younger kids, and it was very confusing to the sheriff officers. And they finally figured out that what happened is the mom of the home had died. And after the funeral, the kids just kind of went on living in the home until the landlord kind of called it quits. And the sheriff just evicted the kids that day in this kind of cold rain. I remember being with my friend Arlene once. She was a single mom spending over 88% of her income just on rent. And she was evicted on this day in early January. And it was this incredibly cold winter, with the wind chill, it was dropping below 40. But there's no moratorium on eviction in Milwaukee or Fargo, North Dakota, or Anchorage, Alaska. There's only 2 wintertime moratoriums on eviction in the United States, in Chicago and in Washington, D.C. And so we moved her stuff out, and it was that kind of cold that burns you, you know? And I think that everywhere eviction is a violence, everywhere eviction is a harm, and that's especially true in terms of a global pandemic. So, you know, someone like Arlene, who is in a situation where she's spending most of her income on housing costs, you know, she's not alone. And so COVID hit the United States when the country was already reeling from a deep affordable housing crisis. Being in LA, you know this in your bones, you see it every day in your commute, under your overpasses. And this crisis is caused by three main ingredients. Incomes for many Americans have stalled over the last 2 decades, but housing costs have soared. Rent has doubled in the last 20 years. The cost of fuel and utility rose by over 52% in the 2000s alone. So for a lot of American families, there's this closing gap between what they're bringing in and what they have to pay for basic needs. And then we might say, well, where's the government here? Where's help? And as you've already been talking about today, the government is there and the help really matters and makes a difference. But we've only invested in the lucky minority of families who qualify for housing assistance. The last time I checked, it was only about 1 in 6 families nationwide who qualify for any kind of assistance received it. I'm not the expert on LA, but I believe when LA opened its housing choice voucher list in October of 2018, it was the first time that list was open in like 13 years, right? The waiting list for these life-saving programs is no longer counted in years, it's counted in decades. So I'm a dad, I have 2 young kids now. And, you know, if I applied for housing, public housing, for example, in Washington, D.C., the chances would be really good that I'd be a grandfather by the time my application came up for review. That's the state of our housing crisis, which means evictions have become something that's incredibly commonplace in the lives of low-income families today. There's about 3.7 million evictions filed every year in the United States. So like, that's kind of like the population of Seattle being threatened with eviction every single month in the United States. That's where we were before COVID, before we lost 10 million jobs, before the public health crisis turned into an economic crisis and a public education crisis. So I think that the reason we should care about this problem, not only in COVID, is because eviction causes loss. Families lose their homes, of course, but they often lose their neighborhood ties, their connection to a community. They lose their things, their possessions a lot, which are piled on the street or taken by movers. An eviction comes with a mark, a blemish, and that can prevent you from moving into a decent home in a decent neighborhood, because a lot of landlords catch that on your record and they say no. So that's why we see in studies that show that eviction pushes people deeper into disadvantage. People move into worse neighborhoods, neighborhoods with higher levels of poverty and crime. Studies show that eviction causes job loss. And if any of you on this call have been evicted, you know why. It's such a consuming, stressful event. It can cause you to make mistakes at work, lose your footing in the labor market. And then there's the effect that eviction has on your soul or your mental health. You know, we have studies that show that moms who get evicted experience high rates of depression 2 years after the event. And so adding all that up, I think we have to conclude that the eviction is not just a condition of poverty, it's a cause of poverty. It's making things worse, and it's leaving a deep and jagged scar in the next generation. We can't address poverty and inequality in America or LA without fixing housing. America is unique in the fact that this global crisis in public health has turned into a housing crisis and an economic crisis. You know, COVID hit China, it hit Germany, it hit France, it hit Brazil, but none of those countries are reeling or are threatened with an eviction crisis in the way that we are, because our housing system was broken to begin with for so many families. And as Ms. Wagner said, it's not broken randomly. You know, Black renters are threatened with eviction about twice the rate of white renters are all across the country, and that's true in COVID as well. The eviction moratorium is not perfect, but it's historic and it's saved lives. A new study estimated it's saved about 11%, reduced the death rate in America by about 11%, just because we kept people in the homes. The troubling thing now is when we're looking at what's happening to the moratorium across the country, two things are evident. One, moratoria that stop the eviction at the earlier stages, like the filing stages, are much more effective than moratoria that stop the eviction at later stages. Because a lot of families, they see that eviction notice, even if it's written on a napkin or something, and it's incredibly intimidating. So in Milwaukee, the place where I spent time with to write Evicted, about 30% of families who received that eviction notice left before going to court. So if we want to stabilize families, we need to stabilize the eviction process at the very beginning to have the deepest effect. We also see families falling deeper and deeper into debt. So if you look at the amount people are claiming families owe that are being filed on for eviction, that amount has basically doubled since the start of COVID for all the cities that we can track that data in. So in a normal time, for example, in New York City, an eviction filing was for about $2,500. Today, it's for about $5,000. In Houston, normal time is about $1,000. Today, it's about $2,000. This means that families are falling into a pit that they're not going to be able to get out of on their own. So we need serious intervention from both federal and state governments if we're going to prevent this kind of catastrophic eviction crisis. I just want to close by saying, whatever problem keeps you up at night, the lack of affordable housing sits somewhere at the root of that issue. If you care about racial inequality and racial justice, then you got to care that most white families in America are homeowners and most Black and Latino families are not because of our systematic dispossession of people of color from the land. Housing central to the race question and racial justice in America. If you care about kids and education, you have to care about housing because, it's impossible to give kids a shot at reaching their full potential if they don't have a safe and stable place to sleep at night. If you care about something like healthcare spending, if you're a balanced budget kind of person, then you should know that like the top 5% of emergency room users consume half of all hospital costs. So who are they? They're homeless people with serious medical conditions. I think that means that housing has to be at the top of our national agenda, the top of our city agenda, because without stable shelter, everything else falls apart. So I know that was quick and just kind of top level, but I really wanted to get to our conversation, Supervisor Mitchell. So thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you very much for that. And if you'll allow me to call you Matthew, please call me Holly.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll spend all the time we have left trying to say Supervisor Mitchell. It takes too much time. I have to tell you, I was gifted your book a year and a half ago by the President Pro Tem of the California State Senate, Toni Atkinson, who spoke just a while ago. She, in fact, gifted the book to her entire Democratic caucus. And we looked forward to a year of reading it and sharing perspectives together. And then COVID hit and literally and figuratively all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
I appreciate you framing your opening remarks in the context of COVID. And, we've been here before. As I learned in your book, in 1930, the death rate of Milwaukee's Blacks was nearly 60% higher than the citywide rate, due in large part due to poor housing conditions, and they succumbed to tuberculosis. And so when I look at my own district here in South Los Angeles in LA County, we're looking at the disproportionate rate with which COVID is infecting people of color, hospitalizing them, and the disproportionate death rate among Black folks. And in large part, it's because of where we work and how we live, that we live in multi-generational households, like many of the families you depict in the book. I appreciate your connection between race, gender, poverty, and housing affordability, accessibility, and who has the privilege of living where. Can you talk a little bit about that aha moment for you?
I think that one of the things I was trying to do when writing about eviction is I was trying to shake up how we talk about poverty a little bit if we lean more conservative, we tend to focus on things like work ethic or decisions people make. And if we lean a little more to the left, we tend to focus on like history, or like we use words like structure or, discrimination. And what really bugged me about that way of talking is it kind of lets everyone off the hook. It's like there's this giant problem, 1 in 8 kids live in a home that doesn't have enough money to cover basic necessities in America. And it's no one's fault. It's either history's fault or it's poor people's fault. And I think looking at the housing market was a way of saying, no, there's winners and losers in the country, and maybe there's winners because there are losers. And what would that mean if we started thinking about poverty like that? And then I got into it, and I had no idea so many people were spending so much of their income on housing costs. I was studying this in the Midwest, in Milwaukee, and I know when we talk about the housing crisis in LA and in California, it can feel like a very California issue or a coastal issue. It's not. The top evicting cities are places like Albuquerque, Richmond, Virginia, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Housing crisis is really deep in California, but this is a national problem. And so, that problem is kind of encased and rooted in the original American sin of racism. And, one way to think about that story is to think about generation after generation of Black families being denied the soil, being denied a route into the land. And so that goes from slavery to sharecropping, that goes through the Great Migration and the ghettoization of Black families in cities like Pittsburgh or Chicago and Milwaukee, to finally that fall of legal segregation, but only after Dr. King was murdered on a Memphis balcony. Then you have kind of white flight and the rise of this new kind of segregation that's not only by race, but by class. And that goes all the way up to the subprime lending crisis, where we know that Latino and Black families were targeted by predatory lenders. And so, I think that without that history, you kind of, you fundamentally misunderstand the problem. And then you kind of end, I think, in a way where we have to think about this not only as a policy problem, but as a problem that calls for a moral reckoning.
And I think it does call for a moral reckoning when I read your statistic about who's really impacted by evictions. You state here, as usual, the courtroom was full of Black women. In a typical month, 3 in 4 people in Milwaukee eviction court were Black. Of those, 3 in 4 were women. The total number of Black women in eviction court exceeded all the other groups combined.
Right.
So I think that's a reflection of the history of land ownership and use you just talked about. I would just add here in California, the passage of Prop 13, the motivation of which was white flight and wanting to take their tax dollars with them for their own school districts. And what we're experiencing now in many communities across this country, but certainly my district, gentrification, where long-term Black homeowners and their children and their children's children are now priced out of the market in terms of buying homes in the neighborhoods that they've grown up in.
Right, they've invested in.
Yeah. It's a tough issue. I want to switch reels a little bit. While I deeply appreciated the picture you painted of the families that you so compassionately told their story. And you identified this, as you just stated, the dichotomy between, what caused their plight in life. Was it structural? Was it personal choice? I am taken by the landlords that you depicted in the story. You didn't paint a pretty good picture of them. And when I think about examples of really exploitation that we saw in terms of them charging voucher holders higher rent, examples of the late fee gimmick, if you will, really the manipulation sometimes of the eviction court system and the docketing judgments. Talk to me about what kind of culture of landlords must we have in order to really kind of transition into a place where we could get to a federal housing voucher program that you suggest is one important solution in the book. I don't know that we can do that, but the kind of landlords I saw depicted in your stories.
Right. I think that often when we talk about landlords, we have to get like this one thing out of the way, which is just like, okay, there are landlords that are salt of the earth, amazing, doing the best they can. There are landlords that are criminal. That's a thing. there are tenants that are salt of the earth, incredible. And there are tenants that are incredibly difficult tenants. And if you and I were landlords, it would be tough. Yes, okay, humans are complicated. The system that we set up encourages landlords to charge tenants as much as the market can bear. So what can it bear? So, at the end of the day, I'm a social scientist. I want to ask like questions that data can shed light on and try to tell us that data story through a human story too. So one thing you often hear from landlords is like, we're barely hanging on, we're barely making it, and if you ask us to abate lead in our apartments or hire a lawyer to execute our evictions, we're not gonna, we're gonna have to pass on that cost. Okay, so like, is that true? And so one thing I've done is kind of look into profit margins of landlords. And I got to thinking about this because, in the book, I kind of got Tobin's rent records. This is the landlord I rented from when I lived in the mobile home park. And I did all this number crunching and try to like had all these like figure out all his costs, account for vacancies, and just realized that this guy was making, close to $500,000 on a very small trailer park, 130 trailers, in one of the poorest concentrations of white poverty in the fourth poorest city in America. It's like shocking to me, blew me away. And so I was like, well, is that just crazy or not? And it turns out it's not. I mean, you can crunch the numbers nationwide, and landlords in poor neighborhoods don't make just more than landlords in middle-class neighborhoods. They make like double. Their profit margins are considerably higher. And the reason's really simple. It's cheaper to buy property in poor neighborhoods, or property tax is lower, but your rents are not that much lower. And so I think that for me, a lot of this conversation kind of gets in the moral ground, and I think that one way to adjudicate that is bring it back to like data. I just say, well, are you really not barely making it or not? Turns out probably not. There is this moral question though that we have to all adjudicate, which is like, the landlord's freedom and the tenant's freedom are incompatible. Like there's a freedom to live and then there's freedom to make money off housing. And those things often run against each other. And we as a nation need to figure out which one's more important to us.
And how we create a sense of balance. Because I have to tell you, I hear from, mom and pop landlords,
Sure.
Not like Tobin, mom and pop landlords who live in the communities, mom and pop landlords who bought these properties, small apartment units, triplexes, duplexes, as a part of their retirement plan, who are really suffering under COVID and are afraid, particularly afraid of losing their property and us experiencing another horrible housing crisis where working class folks lost their property. And so it feels to me that there's got to be some kind of balance. I get that. I introduced a bill, I was reminded as you talked about it, around mold. And, the apartment association came after me in terms of whose responsibility it was. And of course, like you said, they raised those issues about profit margin. But we do have to come up with a sense of balance about how we protect public health and create living environments that are sustainable and decent. Right. I would never want to vote on or legislate a kind of housing development that I wasn't willing to live in myself, quite frankly. And so I agree with you. It really is a fundamental moral issue that we all have to answer, be it policymaker, landowner, developer.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what role do you think we've got when you think of the audience of who's participating today, thanks to the event being sponsored by the LA Business Council? It's policymakers, it's developers. And I'm really curious what role you think government is playing to complicate or benefit off the lives of poor people. The examples you gave, which were just egregious in terms of the police charging landlords for responding to 911 calls, the nuisance property ordinances. So, what role is government playing in really exacerbating the lives of people who are struggling every day?
Can we talk about the nuisance ordinances? Because that's, maybe start there. So this was, I kind of stumbled on this, right? I was looking at some data and it looked like women were getting evicted at higher rates than men. And so I took that finding to the landlords I met and knew, and I was like, well, what's going on here? Why? And, they had a lot of answers, but one of the things they said, they were like, you got to look into these nuisance ordinances. I was like, what are these? And they're like, well, if a tenant calls 911 3 or more times a month, I get a letter from the city. And the letter's like, you better abate this nuisance or else we're going to fine you. And the fine has like a comment in it. It's a big fine. And they said, the city thinks this is for like drugs and people partying and stuff, but who's calling a lot is domestic violence survivors. And so I was like, well, what do you do when you get one of those letters? And they're like, we evict the tenant. What else can we do? So that was shocking to me. That was shocking. And so I went to the police department. I was like, I need like 2 years worth of your nuisance ordinances. So they're like, no. And so then I was like, I got this lawyer friend, we're going to file a FOIA. And they're like, okay, fine. And so, and then we crunched the numbers, and the landlords are right. Every 4 days, a landlord was getting a letter that was about a nuisance for domestic violence. And over 80% of cases, they were evicting the tenant. And so they were putting these women in these terrible situations, this devil's bargain. That's the bad news. The good news is, I brought this to the city of Milwaukee. They changed their nuisance. I partnered with the ACLU. They started a campaign called I Am Not a Nuisance. So if your city has a nuisance ordinances, like the ACLU is coming for you, you should probably take care of that now. And then right before the Trump election, I worked with several senators to put federal law back on the side of DV survivors. But this is one way that the cities have offloaded the responsibility of governance to landlords, which often has like incredibly traumatic consequences for low-income folks. A lot of times when you talk about housing, I love this question so much, Holly, because we talk about housing, it's like we need to build more housing, or it's like Prop 13 in California. That's a great issue that we should talk about. But there's this other issue, which is like, what's the role of our court system? What's the role of our city government in this? Sometimes it devils in the details. Like in Baltimore, it costs $15 to evict someone. In Minneapolis, it costs $300. That matters. When you make eviction cheap and quick, landlords use the court a lot more. And so I think there's a lot of things cities can do that are literally costless if they want to kind of take a step at abating the eviction crisis in their city.
The panel right before we began, two of my former colleagues in the state legislature, talked about, housing stock, and undeniable, it's an issue here in California. We are hundreds of thousands of housing units short, and we have to address that. But you say in the book something that I've been saying pretty consistently for the past couple of years: we can't build our way out of this. And so figuring out how we make our current housing stock more affordable. That goes to the bill I carried a couple of years ago in the legislature that really tried to stop landlords from discriminating against source of income. And so it said that you couldn't deny my application simply because I had a Section 8 housing voucher.
Yeah.
And like you said in your opening, that took me 10 years to get, quite frankly, in terms of the waiting list.
Yeah.
So I'm really intrigued about your proposed solution, which is a federal housing voucher program for low-income families, so they pay no more than 30% of their income on housing. Talk to us about that, and then talk to me about the political realities. How do we get there?
Right. I would love to hear your political realities on that, and what you were facing when you were pushing the source of income regulation. So I'd love to round back to that. So have you ever been with someone that received a housing voucher, like the day they received it? It's like, they're like, thank you, Jesus. It's like they know their life has changed, because instead of paying 60, 70, or 80% of their income on rent, they literally have won the lottery, quite literally, because that's how we run our housing voucher system. And, study after study show that when families finally receive this ticket, so they pay like what we should be paying for housing, they do one consistent thing with their freed up income, all that income that used to be just going to the utility company or the landlord, which is like they take it to the grocery store and they buy more food, and their kids become like stronger and less anemic, and they move to better neighborhoods and they don't move as much. It's like, this is a solution that works. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a solution that does work. And it's the most effective way to kind of take this problem and scale it at the national level. If you go to UK, if you go to Denmark, if you go to Canada, if you go to countries that have invested in the right to housing, that have recognized that right and put like their money where their mouth is on that, they do it this way, through a voucher system. I think the political reality is shifting quickly on this. President Biden had a universal housing plan. That's a voucher plan. President Obama didn't have this. Hillary Clinton didn't run on this, and so housing is becoming more and more of a national issue. I do think that the trouble with housing is it costs money. And it's going to take an investment, a serious investment from the federal government. So, when you talk about housing in Washington, it has to be the same in LA. There's always, well, how are you going to pay for that? What's your pay for? And to me, the pay for is so obvious, and it's the mortgage income deduction. It's this benefit that, mostly goes to families with six-figure incomes. Most white families take this benefit. Most Black and Latino families are denied this benefit. And the money we spend on homeowner tax subsidies is so much more vast than the money we invest in low-income housing. So we give most to the families that need it the least. So just even simple reforms to that is a pay for. I do think the political waters are shifting, but I'd love to hear what you're feeling on the ground in California, where the political waters are often different than in New Jersey or DC.
Well, I had an interesting experience in bringing the bill forward. It got tense at times, as you talked about in the book, and I opened up identifying the racial difference in terms of who is disproportionately impacted by eviction and not. And so, it's what does poverty look like, and all of our implicit biases that come into play. And so while we were struggling through the bill, I had colleagues, the pro tem, who said, wait a minute, there was a point in time in my community, she represents a district in San Diego, where landlords loved vouchers, veterans vouchers or Section 8 vouchers. It was a guaranteed source of income. When did that shift really happen? That was the question. Right. And so some of the language that we heard people talk about in terms of, the people who are on Section 8 and those people. Right. And so I think, we can't separate the issue of implicit bias and race and the history that you documented, what race plays in terms of housing policy in this country, in the great blue state of California, right. And how we pull those onion layers back to really get to the crux of the issue. It's not just poverty alleviation, it's also race relations and how we build neighborhoods and who's comfortable living next to whom. I had to tell you, I chuckled a couple times as many of your former neighbors in the trailer park were confronting their own challenges with the potential of the trailer park closing and where they wanted to live, and how they may have been kind of at their own bottom. There were still places that they didn't want to live, and a group of people they didn't want to live next door to. Yeah. And how I believe it was Lorraine was so worried about you when you left the trailer park to go live in the rooming house in that geographic area. She was scared to death for you. And so those are issues as a country, as a people, we still have to grapple with, because they are at the core of housing discrimination and housing affordability.
Right, right. And, my favorite Du Bois book is Black Reconstruction, and he talks about the psychological wage that white workers were receiving right after the fall of slavery. They weren't making a lot of money. They were poor too, but they got the psychological wage. And I think that what a lot of my neighbors in the mobile home park, the majority white mobile home park, were saying is like, we could be evicted. We're living in I don't have water in my trailer park, sewage is running, but I'm not on the north side of Milwaukee. Or if I was in LA, maybe I'd say, I don't know, LA changes so much, I don't even know but I'd say at least I'm not in Crenshaw or Inglewood. But that's changing now, I suppose, I think.
Yeah, because the houses in Crenshaw and Inglewood now are $1 million, so it has changed.
Yeah. The last time I was there, I was in Inglewood and I was calling on for rent signs and just getting these, yes, I'm interested in your house. And it's like, yes, it's, just these enormous rent numbers and just like, what's happening? So yes, I think that's such part and parcel to the problem. When we talk about exploitation, what we talk about, right, is like, there are people that don't have better options, so they just got to take what we give them. That's exploitation, right? So if I go to the store and I say, I need to buy this bed for my kids, and someone says it's $10,000, I say, no, I have better options. I'm going to IKEA. But sometimes you got to buy the $10,000 bed because that's the only one that's available to you. And so, we have this chunk of America, specifically this high level of housing discrimination confronting Black families. And so even if they wanted to enter into other markets, they can't. And if they want to enter into the homeowner market, often they're shut out because of credit histories, which is like Heather McGee in her new book, The Sum of Us, puts it like, like this is like history in your wallet. This is what credit is, history in your wallet. And so you have people that, the credit market is saying, no, you can't afford this $600 a month mortgage, so pay this $2,000 a month rent. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Does not. It absolutely does not. Give us some low-hanging fruit. You talked to us about the value of the eviction moratorium. You talked to us about a really long-term, more sustainable solution around federal housing voucher programs. But what do we do kind of in the meantime? We're still in the middle of COVID in this country, certainly here in Los Angeles County. We've got multiple different dates about when our moratorium should end, but I'm sure the state, county, and city will wrap it all together. We've got, people who feel passionately about canceling the rent. And so we're hearing from those advocates every day. Give us the low-hanging fruit. What should policymakers and business leaders and developers do, in the real short term, the next 30, 60, 90 days around protecting more people from housing insecurity and stemming the tide, if you will, of people being evicted ultimately and losing their housing?
I'm glad you brought up the Cancel the Rent campaign. I think that because there's a way to answer that question, and it's kind of a policy answer, right? Like, do these policies? And I could say, how do your courts look? Are you extending legal representation to families getting evicted? Could we think about community courts where, families receive direct services in housing court? And so, in Milwaukee, you'd go to court and the judge would say, Mr. Desmond, you're behind $500. Is that true? And if you say yes, it literally doesn't matter what you say afterwards. Yes, my ceiling's falling in, or my kid, went to the hospital. It doesn't matter. In community court, the judge asks you that question, then you say yes, and the judge goes, why? And then there's 2 full-time social workers in the courtroom trying to address your needs, trying to get the property owner paid, trying to keep the family in the house. That's asking our systems of justice to actually behave like systems of justice. So there are things in the court we can do. There are things that we can do just to make our system more efficient, like about, we have eviction prevention assistance, right? But families usually have to show their summons and complaint to actually benefit from that assistance. That's crazy. That means a landlord had to go and pay money to get a court order to remove a family, and then that opens up the help for the family. That seems bad. That seems like we're trying to intervene in stage 8 out of 10 instead of 3 out of 10. So I think there's a lot of things we can do. What the Cancel the Rent movement is asking us to do, though, is to ask fundamental questions about how we're living in cities like LA today. What they're saying is this idea of commodifying housing, is this idea of allowing the housing market to do whatever it wants, promoting equality, promoting stability, promoting health. I think that this is an opportunity to ask incredibly fundamental questions, and I don't want to lose that. So I'll just leave you with a quick anecdote, if it's okay. So I spent about a year and a half with a housing organization in Minneapolis called United Renters for Justice, and I wrote up their story in the New York Times Magazine. And I was with this group of tenants, and they were trying to buy back their apartment building from the landlord using a land bank. And so, but the landlord was threatening to evict everyone. So they were either going to be homeowners or homeless. It kind of came down to the very end. So I was in the eviction court right at the end, and it was a jury trial, actually, uniquely. And we were waiting for the jury's decision. And one of the tenants turned to me and said, you know what the jury's thinking of that? They're thinking, why do these tenants want this rundown building? And it's because they've forgotten how to dream. And that was so convicting to me, because I think I've forgotten how to dream. You know, I've forgotten how to think about like, okay, could we get a little bit of this? Can this get through Congress? Like, can we build a little more housing in LA? And what these tenants are asking for is actually us to be American, you know, to like be audacious and democratic and dream big. We just landed on Mars yesterday and we can't fix the housing crisis in LA. So I think that's something we shouldn't lose, I think, in this conversation. I think you're muted, sorry.
Of course I'm muted. It wouldn't be a 2021
That's right.
Zoom conversation if somebody wasn't muted. I think that's a powerful place to end, to empower dreams and to figure out as policymakers, as business leaders, as developers, what role we all play in developing that American dream, either homeownership or a decent place to live, raise your children and grow old, that's available for everyone based on a true scale of equity. The panel before us talked about breakthrough years, and the state legislature here in California seems to believe that this could be a breakthrough year. And I think all of us should consider the concept of breakthrough. What can we do individually in our own lane and in our own sectors to create breakthrough opportunities to both address evictions with reckless abandon and figure out how we create housing for everyone. It has absolutely been, as they would say at the end of Soul Train, this has been a stone cold blast with you, Dr. Matthew Desmond. I enjoyed the book deeply. I will confess to the group what I said to you privately, that I realized in reading your book the second time that I tend to be a lazy reader, that I didn't remember actually looking up footnotes in a book since college until I got to a particular story where you chose to footnote the line, "He put her through the dining room table." And I thought, why would that need to be footnoted? And it sent me to the footnotes, and the footnotes in your book are so rich with texture of the story, as well as history and policy background. Thank you for doing what you did and giving us all a snapshot in the lives of people who struggle every day with housing instability. It was great to meet you.
Thank you, Holly. It's such an honor to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Robin Hughes, President and CEO of Abode Communities.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was a really dynamic conversation that we just heard. It is my honor to introduce this afternoon's congressional keynote speaker, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Chair of the U.S. Housing Committee on Financial Services. The Congresswoman has attended about 10 of our LABC housing summits since its inception in 2002. Always a friend and partner to LABC, Congresswoman Waters shares a common vision on the critical need to address housing affordability and homelessness in California. Over the years, the Congresswoman has been an integral to providing financial and policy solutions, intervening time and time again to fix problems and generate results and solutions. Congresswoman Waters is considered by many to be one of the most powerful women in American politics today. She has gained a reputation of being a fearless and outspoken advocate for women, children, people of color, and the underserved. On a personal note, Congresswoman Waters was an inspiration and a role model for me as I began to chart my career path. During my undergraduate studies at USC in public administration in the early 1980s, I spent a semester in Sacramento, and I had an opportunity to see powerful Black women in the California State Senate, including then Assemblymember Maxine Waters, along with Assembly members Gwen Moore and Teresa Hughes. And although I decided on a little different path, public service, these women modeled for me how to be fearless and passionate in my conviction about making change and investing in communities like the ones I grew up in South LA. But now let's go back to the Congresswoman and her leadership in the US Congress. Representative Waters made history as the first woman and the first African-American to chair the Housing Financial Services Committee. An integral member of the congressional Democratic leadership, the Congresswoman serves as a member of the Steering and Policy Committee. She is also a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and a member and past chair of the Black Caucus. Through more than 40 years of public service, she has prioritized legislation aimed at bringing economic investment, infrastructure development, housing and small business expansion, and economic and community development programs to our cities and our community. She has led efforts to mitigate foreclosure and keep Americans in their home during the economic and housing crisis, notably in her role as chair of the subcommittee on housing and community opportunities in 2 previous Congresses. She authored the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, which provides grants to states, local governments, and nonprofits to fight foreclosure, housing abandonment, and blight, and to restore neighborhood. Through this infusion of funds, 2 infusions of funds, the Congresswoman has secured over $6 billion for the program. Last May, the Congresswoman had the insight to introduce the Emergency Rental Assistance and Rental Market Stabilization Act to authorize $100 billion for emergency rental relief. This program was an integral part of the HEROES Act that was passed last year, as well as the Compromise COVID Bill Act, where the Congresswoman once again fought and was able to secure $25 billion in emergency relief assistance and $12 billion in funding to support community development, financial institutions, and minority depository institutions. We're so honored to have her here with us today. So please give a warm welcome for Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that was a most generous introduction, Ms. Hughes. And I thank you not only for knowing all that I've been involved in. I'm very pleased to know that we first met some years ago when I was a California State Assemblywoman, and I'm so pleased that you have basically said that that was an important intersection with me and my work at that time. Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to be here for the Los Angeles Business Council's 19th Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation and Jobs Summit. And again, I'm very pleased about the introduction that I just received from President and CEO of Abode Communities for that warm introduction. I'd also like to thank LABC President Mary Leslie, who I've known for so many years, founding Chair Richard Ziman and Chair Nadine Watt. I'd also like to acknowledge Mayor Garcetti and all the local elected officials who are part of this year's summit and joining us today. I want you to know that as chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee, I'm working around the clock to ensure a robust federal response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic crisis. As we all know, individuals and families are continuing to struggle during this crisis, and I'm doing everything that I can to make sure no one is left behind. I want to express my profound sympathy to everyone among you who has had a loved one or been directly impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. It has certainly been a difficult and tragic year for all of us. Today, I'd like to discuss the work I've been doing to make sure that our communities receive the relief they need from our federal government during this crisis. Let me talk about small businesses. Small businesses are the engine of our economy, creating nearly 2/3 of all private sector jobs created over the past 15 years. Unfortunately, small businesses have been hit hard by COVID-19 pandemic crisis. In California, about 1/3 of small businesses were closed as of November, and thousands of these businesses have shut down permanently. Restaurants have struggled with about 1 million restaurant jobs lost in California, which is more than half of the 1.8 million jobs we had before the pandemic. About 43% of California restaurants don't expect to survive the pandemic unless they receive further assistance. Last March, Congress passed the CARES Act, which included a wide variety of initiatives to stimulate the economy. It dramatically expanded unemployment benefits. It provided immediate direct cash payments of $1,200 for each adult and $500 for each child. And it included several important initiatives to help small businesses. The CARES Act created the Paycheck Protection Program, that is PPP, run by the Small Business Administration, that is SBA, and the Treasury Department, offering forgivable loans through participating lenders. Unfortunately, in the first round, PPP loans went to large business clients of the big banks. So in the second round of PPP funding, I worked hard to secure a $60 billion set aside for community development financial institutions known as CDFIs and minority depository institutions, that is the minority banks and other small institutions, to ensure these loans got to actual small businesses. CDFIs and MDIs reached smaller businesses, providing a median loan size of about $74,000 compared to the larger total program average of $101,000. In 2020, over 5.2 million small businesses received over $525 billion in forgivable PPP loans. Over 383,000 restaurants and related businesses received over 42 billion in PPP loans last year. Small businesses in California's 43rd Congressional District, my district, received over $1 billion in PPP loans last year. In Los Angeles, small businesses received 51,800 PPP loans totaling over $5 billion. For SBA's emergency injury disaster loan, that is the EIDL program, more than 3.7 million small businesses have received nearly $200 billion in these low interest long-term loans through February 1. Over 565,000 California businesses received EIDL loans totaling over $33 billion. Small businesses can still apply for these EIDL loans on SBA's website. For EIDL advances, where businesses receive grants up to about $10,000, there were over 809,000 California small businesses that received over $2.6 billion in these grants. Targeted EIDL advance. While this program is closed, Congress provided additional funds in December so that SBA could help certain small businesses in low-income communities that previously applied for these EIDL advance and did not, well, they either received no funds or received less than $10,000. In December, Congress provided more funds to support small businesses through the Paycheck Protection Program, the first draw PPP loans. Now, it was such that if you did not receive a PPP loan, you could apply until March 31st, 2021 through a participating lender. The second draw on the PPP loans, for the first time, previous PPP recipients can apply for a second draw forgivable loan if they have less than 300 employees and saw a 25% reduction in quarterly gross receipts. As of February 7, more than 100 billion in new PPP loans have been approved for over 1.2 million small businesses, with over 932,000 of these receiving a second draw PPP loan. So the CDFIs and MDIs also in December 1 received an unprecedented $12 billion in federal investments and grants to support CDFIs and MDIs, allowing them to provide up to $120 billion in additional lending. There was also some additional money, $15 billion for the shuttered venues, such as the live venue operators and theaters that receive SBA grants. Now we're into the new administration and Biden and what he is doing to deal with our response to this pandemic. And he has been very bold in revealing and coming out with and advocating for $1.9 trillion in a rescue package. And what does this mean for our small businesses? Last week, under my leadership, the House Financial Services Committee approved a $75 billion package to respond to the public health and economic crisis we face, which is part of President Biden's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. Now, and I'll just tell you that the way that we're doing this is through budget reconciliation. And for all of the relevant committees, we were allotted a certain portion of the overall budget for $1.9 trillion. And my portion was $75 billion. And this is basically how I spent that money. This includes $10 billion to renew the successful State Small Business Credit Initiative, or the SSBCI, to provide up to $100 billion in small business loans and investments through state programs. In addition, the new program will provide technical assistance and resources to ensure that the smallest of businesses get the legal, financial, and accounting advice that they may need to apply for support. Following the 2008 financial crisis, Congress did provide $105 billion to establish this SSBCI, which resulted in over $10.7 billion in small business financing. So California utilized over $168 million in SSBCI funds to provide over $1 billion in financing for our small businesses. That amount of small business support was the largest of any state and nearly 50% larger than the next largest state. The median loan or investment size was $12,000 for a median small business with 2 full-time employees through support, and though the support went as high as $10 million for businesses. The restaurants received the most funding support in California compared to other industries. A renewed and much larger SSBCI program will provide additional support to the small businesses in our communities. Additionally, the Small Business Committee approved $50 billion in more small business support, including a new $25 billion restaurant grant program. And I have to push for that. That's run by SBA. And you may wonder, why all of this attention on the small businesses? You have the PPP, and now you're talking about this SSBCI program. Well, one of the things that the small business community enjoy in a bipartisan way is support of small businesses. And, the absolute belief that this is how we stimulate the economy. And this is how we do job creation, is through support for small businesses. And so we do get support from the opposite side of the aisle. So in addition to this PPP, there was great support to renew kind of this SSBCI program. And I do believe that it will save many of our small businesses from shuttering, from being closed down, and it will stimulate the economy. A bit about housing. Since the beginning of the pandemic crisis, I've been pounding the alarm about the urgent need to provide emergency housing relief as millions of families fall behind on their rent or mortgages through no fault of their own. So I'm very pleased that the Financial Services Committee reconciliation package did implement President Biden's American Rescue Plan, which also includes much needed assistance to support renters, homeowners, and small and people experiencing homelessness. And so in this plan specifically, the legislation provides $25 billion in rental assistance, including aid targeted to specific populations to ensure vulnerable families in all communities can access the relief they need. This funding builds on my successful effort to secure $25 billion for emergency rental, secured $25 billion in December. These funds will go a long way to not only keeping people safely housed during the pandemic, but also will support our landlords, particularly our small landlords who rely on rental income to pay their own bills. This is a retirement income for many of our small landlords with, 4 units, 3 units, 6 units, etc. And so I know that we have to have eviction moratoriums, but the longer they go on, the longer many of our smaller landlords are not able to do the repair and the upkeep that they need unless they get bank loans, et cetera, et cetera. And so the president has said this is only the beginning, that we're going to need more because of the length of time that many of our families have been unable to pay the rent. And this rent not only includes the money to the landlord, but for utilities and other associated bills, dealing with just staying in a safe and decent place. So I appreciate the Biden administration for moving so quickly to extend the federal eviction order to ensure communities have time to distribute this assistance. The legislative package we recently considered also includes $10 billion in assistance to homeowners who are struggling to make mortgage payments and other housing-related costs that are necessary to keep them in their homes during the pandemic. On Tuesday of this week, the Biden administration announced that HUD will extend the foreclosure moratorium and forbearance period, among other steps that are critical to support FHA borrowers. We know that nearly 9 million homeowners, particularly low-income borrowers and borrowers of color, are hurting at this time. The direct assistance provided to homeowners in this package will help families shelter in place and ensure that we don't lose a generation of homeowners during this pandemic. And I want you to know that I am going to pay more attention to what happens after forbearance. After forbearance, many of our homeowners are not able to pay any lump sum of money that they now owe because they could not afford to pay their mortgages every month. And they need some additional help. And I think that comes in how you deal with our homeowners and how you deal with the fact that we can help to encourage or force banks to do these loan modifications that are going to need it. For example, if you owe 3 or 4 months that you can't pay, put it on the end of the loan. When the house is sold, et cetera, you can, recoup that money. So I'm interested in extending and creating more loan moratorium opportunities that should be done. So let's just see what is happening with this legislative package and the direct assistance that we're providing to the homeowners. The package also includes $5 billion in additional homelessness assistance that can help communities finance supportive services, affordable housing, and the acquisition of non-congregate shelter, such as hotels for the hundreds of thousands of people currently experiencing homelessness. When Congress passes the Biden plan, we'll have provided a total of $9 billion to bolster the local efforts underway to support some of our most vulnerable community members. I was asked by one of our members of Congress in a meeting that we had with the Democratic caucus, are you going to have any money to build low-income housing, affordable housing in this package? No, we are not, but we have it at the top of our agenda to deal with, not only in the big infrastructure bill that we anticipate we're going to have with both sides of the aisle participating in everything from, shoring up water systems, dealing with the repair that's needed on our bridges, fixing our highways, on and on and on. I made a big argument, as I alluded to before, and I got housing as infrastructure. Housing is infrastructure that is now going to be in the big infrastructure bill. And we're going to use that opportunity, of course, to support more affordable housing. We're also looking at other avenues. Don't forget, we have the Big Housing Trust Fund that was created when Bonner Frank was the chair of the committee, and I worked with him on that. Don't forget, we're also looking at what we're going to do with FHFA and the fact that Fannie and Freddie have been under conservatorship now, I guess, for about 11 years, and what we're going to do with that, and what opportunities will be created with that. So housing is high on our agenda. And while we dealt with support for homelessness and renters basically in this bill and meets the definition of responding to COVID, we are going to also have high on our agenda what we're going to do for the production of more housing opportunities for low income and affordable. I'll just get into DPA because I know some of you are interested in that. Additionally, the package my committee considered last week included $10 billion to boost production of key medical supplies and equipment to combat the pandemic, including tests, personal protection equipment, such as face masks and vaccines under the Defense Production Act. The DPA includes a requirement to make small businesses a priority, and we will be reviewing the administration's use of this very key funding. Direct payments, unemployment assistance, nutrition assistance, funding for state and local governments. President Biden's American Rescue Plan also increases the stimulus payments to individuals in December to $2,000, adding that $1,400 for every individual, extends enhancement unemployment assistance, provide nutritional assistance to addressing growing hunger. The plan also includes an additional $88 billion in assistance for state and local governments. I'm so pleased we fought about this. We fought about it. The Republicans were adamant about not sending money to states and local government, claiming that they had a lot of money that was underutilized, not utilized, and that we didn't need to give any more funding to our state and local governments. And we had to fight very hard to get this money. And the president has said that if, in fact, we do not get the support of our Republicans on the opposite side of the aisle, we're going to go it alone. And we believe that we can hold together our Democrats on the Senate side. And if we hold together and we get all of our Democrats on the Senate side, and if the Republicans refuse us and they vote all together to oppose us, we've got the key. We've got the magic star or whatever it is. We've got Kamala Harris who will break any tie, and we're going to get what we need and what we want if we have to go it alone. The plan is a very, very well thought through plan for all of our families, our small businesses, and our community. So in closing, I want you to know that I'm continuing to work every single day to ensure that Los Angeles and communities across the country receive relief from the crisis. And I want to thank the Los Angeles Business Council for holding this event focused on the road to recovery and inviting me to join. There perhaps is more that we could talk about, but enough for now. And I hope you get the picture that with this new administration, we have new opportunities. With this new administration, we have a president that's committed to doing what is necessary to respond to this pandemic. And he has with him some of the best appointments that ever could be made, with Janet Yellen now over at Treasury, and even with Powell, if he remains at the feds. They're both saying we have to go big. We have to go big in order to respond to this pandemic. And that's the only way that we are going to basically not only support our families, but stimulate this economy and get back on the road to doing what we know we can do and we must do in order to provide what is necessary for our government to do for our families, not only in crisis, but relating to the ongoing concerns like housing that is so desperately needed. Thank you so much for inviting me today and for the time that you have afforded me to walk through some of what we're doing and what will be done. Thank you.
Joining us now is California's Secretary of the State Transportation Agency, David Kim, to kick off our next panel, An Equitable Path Toward Net Zero Emission Vehicle Sales by 2035. The panel is moderated by J.R. DeShazo, Director of the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation.
All right. Thank you very much to the Voice of God, and good afternoon, everyone. It is so great to be with all of you today. And my job is pretty simple, and that is to set the stage for this panel. How are we going to meet California's aggressive zero-emission vehicle goals with equity front and center? We clearly know where we need to go, but the question is how? What's the strategy? What's the plan? And so that's what we're here to talk about today. And let me state upfront, without any hesitation, that California is all in when it comes to zero-emission vehicles as a means of cleaning our air and protecting the planet. And we don't have to look any further for proof than the Los Angeles Business Council. Mary Leslie and her leadership team were the first business group to endorse Governor Newsom's commitment to accelerating our clean energy and climate goals last September. So thank you, LA Business Council, for your strong support and leadership. And that's what's special about California. We've taken bold steps to tackle the climate crisis, even while the last federal administration threw up roadblock after roadblock. And we have forward-thinking business groups like LABC that understand the opportunity in every challenge. So last September, the governor issued a landmark executive order that committed California to create and grow a new market that will protect our environment, green our transportation system, and grow the economy. And I think most of us are well aware that the majority of greenhouse gas emissions comes from the transportation sector, which is why the governor is focused so heavily on a climate strategy that reduces our dependence on fossil fuel burning engines. And that's why the executive order puts California on a path to a zero emission future by requiring the sale of all new passenger vehicles to be zero emission by 2035 and 2045 for all heavy duty commercial trucks. These are critically important steps in reducing transportation emissions. Now, it is not a silver bullet for the climate crisis, but it continues our national leadership role in clean car programs, national leadership which is measured in decades and reflected in the fact that half of the nation's zero-emission vehicles are in California. Now, what those of you in the private sector also know is that these leading policies help to boost our economy. We have 500,000 advanced energy jobs and 34 zero-emission vehicle and equipment manufacturers, and California's #1 export happens to be zero-emission vehicles. Also, a very exciting development, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, also known as GoBiz, just came out with its ZEV market development strategy. This is the playbook for how we're going to dramatically expand adoption of zero-emission vehicles, what it's going to take to get us there from the standpoint of infrastructure, incentives, workforce, customer, and many other aspects. You're going to hear much more about this from my colleague Tyson Eckerly of GoBiz, who's on this panel. I will simply say that we are excited to rally around the plan and implement its recommendations. So that brings me to the point I made earlier about not having a silver bullet. Even if we meet or exceed the governor's zero-emission vehicle targets, much more work lies ahead. Last summer, following the murder of George Floyd, I put out a statement on equity, justice, and inclusion in transportation. In that statement, we strongly condemn systemic racism and discrimination, and we acknowledge the fact that transportation decisions of the past resulted in communities of color being displaced, as well as bearing the brunt of harmful environmental impacts. The GoBid strategy recognizes this, and so does the white paper from the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation. So we're going to discuss how to make sure ZEVs are accessible and available to families that do not have the means to buy a brand new electric vehicle at today's prices. And also How can we make sure that EV charging infrastructure is available everywhere, including underserved communities? Also, to meet our climate and equity goals, we're going to need to encourage greater mode shift and reduce driving in California, which is why the governor included my agency in his climate executive orders. He has called on us to create competitive and sustainable travel options that get people where they need to go in a timely, convenient, seamless, and affordable manner. And as we move away from the longstanding practice of giving a competitive advantage to the automobile when it comes to selecting and funding transportation projects, we are finding ways to prioritize investments that create more multimodal travel choices, things like biking and walking, transit and rail, and micro mobility options. I know these are issues that will be discussed in the next panel after ours. Because the fact is that the traditional practice of prioritizing the movement of vehicles over the movement of people has had the effect of widening inequities throughout the state. It has resulted in vehicle ownership becoming an expensive burden and necessity for many Californians in low-income and disadvantaged communities. Also, as we address how Californians travel, we're taking a hard look at our freight system, how to move goods in a sustainable way that strengthens our economy and reduces the environmental burden on underserved communities. We will lay the foundation for a zero-emission freight system that will maintain California's status as a leading freight state, while at the same time protecting disadvantaged communities of color from poor air quality and poor health impacts. Like I said, we fully recognize that the challenges before us are complex, but we also have a huge opportunity to shape the future, create jobs, grow our economy, protect our environment, reverse disparities, and very importantly, do all of these things with equity front and center across the board in a way that lifts up our most vulnerable communities. The governor's executive orders commit us to doing exactly that, and creating a ZEV market development strategy is key to accomplishing this effort. And so with that, I will now turn it over to J.R. DeShazo, Director of the UCLA Luskin Center for Innovation, to lead our discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Secretary Kim, for your thoughtful remarks and an overview. I'd like to begin by thanking the Los Angeles Business Council for the opportunity to partner in developing this equity-centered agenda for clean transportation policies for the state of California and the workshops that preceded it. I'd also like to recognize my co-author, James DeFilippo, on this report. Let me, in just a few minutes, I'm going to introduce a stellar panel that is going to give us an opportunity to debate how the state should accomplish the governor's executive order goals by building equity into processes, policies, institutions, outcomes. But let me start by motivating why we fundamentally need to center equity better than we have historically. Just to remind us that first, systemic racism has resulted in our communities of color having unequal access to public transportation, unequal access to vehicles because of discrimination in the lending markets, unequal commutes because of discrimination in the housing markets. Our communities of color and low-income communities are most likely to bear the cost of our transportation system that we all benefit from as they live near freeways, as they live near ports, airports, train stations, other transportation facilities, and the fossil fuel supply chains like refineries and storage facilities that support that system. And there's intergenerational inequity at this community scale because transportation is one of those services and infrastructure services that requires a lot of local capacity and planning. And the result of having more expensive, fewer transportation options that are less reliable to you mean that all the other things in your life, accessing your workplace and good jobs, accessing healthcare, accessing good food, accessing schools and education become more challenging for those community members. And so these disparate impacts that the communities have been living with for a long time represent an opportunity to make reparative investments in. But and that, I think, is the most important reason to center equity. But there's another reason that may appeal to others, which is that if we're going to accomplish the governor's goal, we need to make sure that all Californians, moderate and low income communities, communities of color, have access to clean transportation options. And to date, we have a decade of policy investments that have scaled new vehicles to 10% of current sales, which is impressive and is more than any other state and most other countries have managed to accomplish. But we have failed miserably to make those policies beneficial to our low-income communities and communities of color. And so this equity agenda study that we at UCLA collaborated with the Business Council to produce focuses on 3 areas and produces over 20 to 25 very specific recommendations. The first area is how to make passenger vehicles, the cars and trucks that we drive every day, more accessible to moderate and low-income households. That focuses on redesigning rebate programs, financing, making sure infrastructures in communities, making sure electricity as a transportation fuel is a focus of policy reform. We have to think about the entire kind of supply chain that's going to support travel and people's private vehicles. The second area is investments in active transportation and shared mobility in communities. And the Secretary just alluded to this. We want to give communities that have been overlooked opportunities to enjoy new modes of transportation that are cleaner. So active transportation, electric shared vehicles, electric micromobility like scooters and e-bikes. And we make a specific set of recommendations about how you center and lift up those communities in the transportation planning process. The third area that we focus on is the public and private fleets, which is not something that everybody thinks about. But the public fleets are school buses, metro buses, garbage trucks, recycling trucks, street services, police cars, all of these publicly owned vehicles that are in our neighborhoods. And then all of those that are contracted out for various service reasons. Those fleets are electrifying as we speak. Many of them have deadlines for converting to zero emission vehicles even earlier than the governor's executive order. And our suggestion is to deploy those vehicles, those clean vehicles, as they're adopted by those fleet operators, put them in disadvantaged communities and priority communities first. And then turn our attention to the many private sector fleets that deliver people through Uber and Lyft, Instacart and Postmates, bring our food to our homes, and then the delivery trucks, right? The Amazons and the UPSs and the Walmarts, making sure that as those private fleets convert to electric, that those vehicles don't go to wealthy communities, but they go to the communities where the benefits of air pollution reduction are going to be the greatest, right? And we talk about many other strategies for making sure that we're leveraging that very rapidly but often overlooked process of electrification of fleets to benefit disadvantaged communities. So I encourage you to have a look at the study. We welcome feedback. We look forward to making this sort of a living document that reflects changing priorities and strategies. But enough of me. Let me turn to our star-studded panel and introduce them. So I'm going to introduce you one at a time, and then I'm going to start with our questions. So we're very pleased to have Leslie Aguayo, the Environmental Program Manager for the Green Lining Institute, with us today. And let me just say to the audience members, if you'd like more information on any of our panelists' bio, on their background, or if you'd like to reach out, please look online for that information. In addition to Leslie, we have Tyson Eckerly, the Deputy Director for Zero Emission Vehicles in the Governor's Office of affectionately known as GoBiz. And last but not least, we have Paul Jennings, principal at PCS Energy, who has tremendous depth of experience and expertise in installing electric vehicle charging stations in Los Angeles and in multifamily housing in particular. So let me kick things off, guys. And I'd like to get the group's thoughts on the Secretary's remarks and also on the new agenda that we have with many of your inputs that we've developed. And let me start with Tyson Eckerly. In finalizing the ZEV market development strategy, how do these recommendations align with your strategies and the performance metrics that you and the state are using to measure progress?
That's a great question. Thanks, JR. Thanks for the introduction. And thanks, Secretary Kim, for kicking off the panel and talking about the ZEV strategy. We're really excited about what it is in there. The one thing I wanted to highlight is really our first principle within that ZEV strategy is putting equity into every decision. And so really the challenge with that is the how, right? And studies like this, what you're pulling out really gets into the how, JR, kind of what specifically can we do to do that? So each agency is submitting action plans to GoBiz, and we're going to post those online. And in each action that is underneath their core objectives, they're asking themselves, what can we do to really accelerate the equity agenda, make sure that we're getting these technologies and the benefits of these technologies into priority communities. And so the how is really evolving, just kind of like you have a living document, so is the ZEV strategy. So we're trying to learn and accelerate as we go. And really at the end of the day, we're trying to make sure that our policies and market development actions really do benefit the people who have been impacted the most through time. And I think part of the challenge of measuring that, right, is it's really, we're kind of trying to measure a feeling, right? It's like a feeling of inclusion, a feeling, and that's, we're holding ourselves, we want these policies and these, the implementation to have a real positive impact on people's lives. And so part of the challenge is being able to collect that information and make sure that we are in fact doing that. I think the metrics that are laid out in the study are a great first step in getting there. And I think we'll be learning as we go through time. Just, as we're setting up the ZEV strategy of a website, we'll be developing a metrics portal. It's pretty easy to measure the number of cars, the amount of infrastructure, but it's a little bit more challenging to make sure that those are actually benefiting the priority community. So that it'll be an iterative process, but I think this study is an excellent starting point. Oh, Jerry, you're on mute.
Thank you, Tyson. I appreciate that. Leslie, let me turn to you, please. The Greenlining Institute's Electric Vehicles for All report created a toolkit to make EVs more accessible to underserved communities. Why is the need to develop specific program that overcomes barriers in low-income communities of color important to achieve the 2035 goals?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I feel like you hit a lot of really great points in your introduction to that question. But, now more than ever, it's super urgent that we overcome these burdens and help low-income communities of color overcome the burdens of both climate change and the compounding public health crises, that disproportionately affect them and have historically. That's, air quality, but now also COVID, it's racial injustice. And we also know that, as you mentioned, transportation is economic mobility. It's not just mobility, it's economic mobility. And that affects all different aspects of a person's quality of life. To date, most of the prioritization of this technology has been in early adopters, right? Early adopters, folks that have the means to be able to invest in EVs and in EV technology. And we know that a trickle-down theory of investment doesn't work. There's science data that shows that it just hasn't really worked in reaching those hard-to-reach populations. And so what we at Greenlining propose is that we really focus on those hardest to reach populations first and foremost. They are the ones that bear the brunt of both poverty and pollution. And those are the ones that we're actually going to start to see changes in ripple effects throughout all of California. As you mentioned, it's about all Californians making sure that there's access to this kind of technology. And yeah, there's no way, I don't think, that we'll be able to reach our 2035 goals if we're not all in this together and focusing on those that need that investment the most.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Paul, As one of the largest installers of EV charging stations in Los Angeles, your focus is on installations in multifamily apartments. Tell us why the focus on multifamily, and how big a role does that play in the equity conversation today? You're muted, Paul.
JR, let me start with the last part of that question, the equity question. And I will say it's probably one of the most meaningful equity opportunities for the population of folks who live in apartments. And let me put that in perspective. Think of it this way: in the next 10 years, transportation costs, all transportation costs, dropping by 50 to 70%. And the best part of that is there is the ability to get the pure value of those savings directly to the folks who need it most. And those folks are in apartments. So now let me elaborate to the details I'm referring to. We've actually just completing an extraordinary run where, through the support of DWP and the absolute support of great political folks here in Los Angeles, like Mayor Garcetti, like Council President Nori Martinez, we've put out over 9,000 chargers in apartments. And what we have learned from those 9,000, and then we went to apartments, and to answer your second part of your question, why? Because apartments historically are the hardest part of the business to create infrastructure for. Why? Because apartments were never built to house 20, 30, let alone 100 electric cars. So you have massive need for power use there. So we dissected it and broke it apart with the one simple understanding. Once you realize the economic value in an EV, now let me take a side note. Every one of my employees, we gave them EVs because we wanted to validate ourselves. And I can tell you, when you give somebody an EV, own it, where they have no car, it's like giving somebody a $10,000 a year raise. So when you go with the belief that an EV will go for 100, 200,000 miles at a cost of around 4 cents a minute or 4 cents a mile, you then very quickly realize the value that can be bought to the multifamily population is huge. The interesting flip opportunity to it, and this is where the vision of the industry goes, is that eventually being connected to the cord is like being connected to the internet. To be a participant in, let's call it, the world of electrification, and expand one's mind and realize that things like apartments will start having batteries. So, and let's use Texas as an example right now. Texas electrical system failed, partly because they could not meet demand, period. So one of the biggest challenges of apartments is, how do you get them to not compete with the demand? And the demand, as we know in the electrification world, is between 5 and 9. Well, that's where consumers play such an important role, because now that we have these smart chargers in all these apartments, we can talk to them real time. We can then offer folks and say, rather than charging 5 to 9, how about you charge at 1 a.m. or how about you charge at this time? So the ability for what I'll call the average consumer to start getting competitive energy rates. And why are energy rates going to get more competitive? Because we know we can put solar panels in the desert, create energy for 3 cents a kilowatt hour. The other challenge is storage. Well, an EV acts like storage. So if everybody has EVs, what's one of the big long-term solutions to moving all these electrons around is apartments, by definition, become a great portal for vehicles coming in and vehicles going out. They are a challenge right now, but they very much become part of the solution. So we view that the adaptability within the multifamily, the cost can be dropped dramatically, and therefore the accessibility across the board will increase. And then we think that long-term, as energy becomes more and more competitive, that very system will allow those folks to then be able to get energy from other sources. So hopefully that answered your question.
It sure did, Paul. Thank you so much. Secretary Kim, You mentioned in your opening remarks that you released a statement on equity last year, and you talked a little bit about that. Could you expand on how that's being integrated into the state's investment in transportation infrastructure now and in the near future?
Sure. Well, clearly it's on us to back up our words with action. The statement, when it came out last summer, really got the ball rolling for our member departments. Good conversations are taking place within Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission. And these are the kinds of discussions that will ultimately influence the types of projects that will be funded and delivered going forward, and how our policies can better support equity. And the idea is to consider all of our decisions through an equity lens and to apply that in everything we do, as Tyson alluded to. And so just a couple of examples. Caltrans is in the process of developing an accessibility performance measure, as well as an equity index. And these are analytical tools that will help us identify underserved communities for investments and projects, and also evaluate the degree to which proposed investments have equity benefits. So we are in the process of doing that right now, and we want to do much more of those kinds of things to make sure that equity is integrated. I will borrow the words from my colleague Tokes Omashakin, director of Caltrans, who is fond of saying, we do not want equity to be a talking point or an afterthought. It's got to be fully integrated in everything we do. And so that's our goal. It is clearly a work in progress, and we are working at it diligently every day. And that's top of mind for us and for everybody in Governor Newsom's administration.
Thank you, Secretary. That was terrific. All right, so let me open it up and ask a question that I would invite any of our panelists to answer, actually maybe each of them. So from the point of view of your organization or your company, what is the most crucial component of getting EV adoption into frontline and underserved communities? Who'd like to kick us off?
I'll go with that. So I would say the most critical thing is the political support in the following sense. The technology will solve the problem. Then the movement of technology, we have 30 gigafactories now coming on. Elon Musk proved to the world you can build batteries en masse. So what costs today 20 cents a kilowatt hour to store is about to drop down in cost. So our view, and I say this because we're now in over 1,000 apartment buildings here in Los Angeles, the biggest piece of it is giving the apartment owners or the landowners autonomy behind the demarc, and let folks like computers and like big serve farmers, let them be able to get the gateway through the grid, but the private sector is starting to already build out the storage and the other pieces that will become called the internet, where now you have all this connectivity running around and you have all these devices, and those devices married with the connectivity becomes a partnership of, much like we think of the internet, think of energy, all it is electrons, right? So right now, energy pushes ones and zeros around. Before long, the ones and zeros will be pushing the electrons around. And once the two do a balance, there's where the economic value comes in. And ultimately, and I'm going to kind of an abstract notion, but it gets back to apartments have the biggest amount of activity in any given neighborhood, let's say, because of the concentration. So I'll use Los Angeles as an example when I say, the political environment. We in Los Angeles have an unbelievable opportunity. That's why Los Angeles has become the EV center of the country. The Department of Water and Power municipality, I don't think most folks appreciate, that is controlled and decided by the political folks in office. And let's go to the mayor. I mean, they put together programs that were far ahead of anybody else. So in most cities, and I'll go to the other cities in California, You have the incumbent, which is a power company. You have other incumbent interests, whether it's a gas company and those things. And the political will has to be not to let them continue to create the artificial barriers. But when you look at the economics, the pure economics of it, that's why I'm so positive to what the future is. The only limitation to moving that along is the rules and the regulations, and that's where the political will is needed to take down the artificial barriers that often keep some of the technology from moving forward. So again, I'd like to be a little more concise. It's a little abstract, but it does go back to political will as a starting point, in my view.
Yeah, I can jump in. This is Tyson. So I think that the political will is important. I think we have it a lot in most ways in California, especially you hear all this stuff coming out of the administration, which is really encouraging. I mean, to me, it's about getting the economics right for the end user, just making sure that the dollars and cents pencil out. And then, part of that is education, looking at it from a total cost of ownership. I mean, part of it's infrastructure and the convenience that's associated with it. It's battery electric vehicles. I think we have a big play with fuel cell vehicles that could start coming into play in the equity communities in our priority communities as well. So it's hard to narrow it in on one thing, but really at the end of the day, it has to work economically.
I would say that growing the market for pre-owned zero-emission vehicles to align with conventional vehicles is also a strategy worth considering to make zero-emission vehicles more accessible and affordable for low and moderate income families. And also the governor in his proposed budget included funding to dramatically increase overall funding for the Clean Cars for All program. So we think and hope that will play a role in making vehicles more affordable and available for everybody.
Yeah, this is a really great question, and it's very crucial to what we do at the Greenlining Institute. I just want to recognize that there, like Tyson said, there is no silver bullet, and that's what makes this equity question so complex, is that it's interwoven, it's intersectional, and it's not ahistorical. But to that, I think that one of the really most important things you can do is start by defining equity. I think that there's a lot of misunderstandings around how different agencies, organizations, entities are using the term equity. And there isn't a streamlined understanding of what we mean when we say equity. So I think all getting on the same page is one way to do that. The second thing that I'll mention that you also mentioned yourself, JR, is understanding that it isn't just replacing all internal combustion engines with an electric vehicle. It is creating a sustainable, clean transportation system. And so that, to make it equitable, means asking the community themselves, what do you need, right? It might not be a single passenger vehicle. It might be clean public transportation. It might be better streets and pavements, right, for biking and walking and just general safety. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to reduce VMT either. And there's lots of other things we need to consider that aren't just related to single passenger vehicles. And I do want to mention two other things that are important to green mining. One is ensuring that we codify equity and equity language. Tyson made a really good point earlier that it's kind of like trying to capture a feeling, right? Write something around making sure that folks feel included. And how do we make something that feels abstract real? At Greenlining, we have a 4-step process on how to operationalize equity that we've been, socializing, and it's making sure that there's equity in the mission, in the process, in the implementation, and in the evaluation. And hopefully all of that makes sure that the community has a seat at the table in the design of a program. And to a point that Secretary Kim made earlier, there's a difference, I would say, between deployment and accessibility, and maybe we'll get into this a little bit further along, but just deploying charging infrastructure or deploying vehicles in a neighborhood or a census tract that is low income or a community of color or a disadvantaged community doesn't mean that those are the people that are going to benefit from this kind of investment. And so we want to make sure that there's a way to design metrics to make sure that the people that we're designing these programs for are actually able to benefit from them.
Terrific. Thank you, Leslie. So let me pivot then. We've been talking, I think, primarily about passenger vehicles. And yet, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, medium and heavy duty vehicles contribute about 25% of the state's transportation emissions and disproportionately impact Black and brown communities, low income communities. As a state, what do we need to do to really push this transition to medium and heavy duty trucks in the near term? What do you all see as the primary next steps for the state?
Yeah, the heavy truck presents a particular problem, but also, like all things, creates a particular opportunity. And there's several very viable approaches, whether it's starting to bore a grid underneath the freeway system and do induction, or whether it's hydrogen or fuel cells. The technology for the heavy trucking has not moved at the same rate as clearly passenger vehicles, because the problem's much easier to solve, right? But I would say that based on the natural phenomenon of Moore's law, and as technology is starting to catch in, I think you have alternatives other than the electrification route. But that's where I think the state comes in, because any of the other alternative energies need a very coordinated infrastructure build out that, it's obviously in the billions and has to be something delivered in whole. Otherwise, it'll never get to its effectiveness.
JR, let's talk for a minute about transit buses. And I think you may have alluded to this in your opening. That's another really important area of focus. And what we've observed at CalSTA is that for the most part, transit agencies are completely committed to converting their fleets to zero emission by 2040, which is the requirement right now. LA Metro, among others, doing a really good job, but it is expensive and they need help. And we do have a funding program for that. It's called the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, TIRCP. We awarded about $500 million worth of grants last year. And some of these grants are for transit agencies to acquire zero emission buses, but also to make sure they have the means to purchase specialized charging infrastructure and build maintenance facilities that are uniquely designed for zero emission buses. So it's a very expensive proposition. And so we're going to do everything we can at the state level to help transit agencies get there. And so this is a long-term activity, and we're going to have to keep at it and work hand in hand with transit agencies to help them with their conversion.
I'd like to jump in there, Secretary, because that's a terrific point about the cost, and invite you and Tyson and anyone else on the panel who has ideas. How do we bring down the cost of these buses? And I say that because in addition to the transit buses, school buses are the single largest exposure environment for school children. Idling when they pick up, when they drop off, most of them are still diesel, same technology as the transit buses. And of course, the California Energy Commission does have a electric school bus replacement program. And it faces this challenge of costs. So can we put on our sort of our problem solving hat, and how do we bring down those costs, do you think?
I think the volume in itself, as the proliferation of technology takes about, but let me make a really important point, because this is a great role for government funding. Because what's unusual about, let's call it the next 10 years when we're going to spend trillions of dollars on electrification, these are building little Hoover dams. This is real infrastructure. And what we know about electrification infrastructure, much of what we use today, some of it's 100 years old, so meaning it lasts for a very long time. Conversely, we know with buses and things like that, that it's a heavy capital expense, but the value of why government should invest in it. The renewable world has now proven itself on its payback, that in return, the payback is so great that, yes, Hoover Dam was expensive to build, but we're now going on a 80-year history of a payback. I believe that what the government hasn't fully, or the industry hasn't maybe fully proven, or the two haven't gotten each other convinced, the more the realization of how valuable this infrastructure is, I believe, including the vehicles themselves, I believe you'll see more political will to give more money to get in front of replacing the old mode of transportation.
Yeah, I think this is really a challenge of scale and getting to scale quickly. And I think it's trying to accelerate. I think a lot, with ARB's regulations, it helps kind of force some focus and purchasing opportunities. We work with the Department of General Services on contracting. I mean, even just looking at city fleets, a lot of times what a city will do is go out and a series of bids and kind of go with the lowest cost bid. The Department of General Services, we have statewide contracts that might not fit what the city needs specifically, but we might be able to organize around, specific needs and help drive down the cost by, volume purchase. And then I think just the importance of, getting other states engaged as well. And in California, we have really a great policy suite. And the one, we don't talk about enough, I guess that's not fair to say, but the low carbon fuel standard and how important that is in driving down the cost on the fuel side. And, if we had that in other states as well, you could help start drive down cost that way too, just through volume. So there's a lot of work to do, but a lot of opportunity. And the transit districts are stepping up, and all the agencies under CalSTA are stepping up, and Energy Commission and the school bus, the project has been really successful, but there's still a long way to go.
I really am thankful that you mentioned that school bus replacement program, JR, because it's one of my favorite programs. And what we were actually able to find is that during the pandemic, these school buses were really innovative and were able to use the electricity that powers the school buses to provide Wi-Fi hotspots for children that were needing to do their homework. They were also able to be used to deliver school materials, but also for children that had free lunch programs that were usually coming from their schools. They were also able to deliver that as well. So I think in terms of making that more affordable and accessible, I wonder if it's really important to highlight this narrative of how useful electrifying school buses can be, and also considering the vehicle to grid integration side of these school buses, right? Because if we can also mention that these school buses can work as storage for school buses, or to work, in times of climate change and climate disasters, that makes them all the more valuable, and there might be more impetus to invest in this kind of technology.
Terrific. Thank you, guys. So the Biden-Harris administration has made their commitment to addressing climate change and prioritizing priority communities clear. What aid are you hoping to receive from the new administration to advance equity in clean transportation?
Having spoken to President Biden directly, I can say he has one of the clearest understandings of any high-level official I've ever spoken to the correlation of the economic gains to be gotten from the whole electrification. So in the brief conversation, he immediately cued in on the interstate freeway system, which is a brilliant move, because the interstate freeway system was built to where people live and distribution goes. So putting a grid hand in hand and the fast charges in the interstate freeway system is brilliant, and I think it is one from what I get and see, is the things which I think will get impetus within his administration. I think the rest of it is get big federal dollars and use the modeling of some of the past ITC programs, because the federal government was invaluable in lifting the solar business to where it used to be $100 a watt to get for a solar panel. Most folks don't realize it's now down slightly below 50 cents. We're going to see the same thing in batteries. So going back to what Tyson said about the economics, why do we know the economics are only going to get better? Because we're in technology and Moore's law. We have proven this now for 50 years. Technology gets cheaper and cheaper and more powerful. That will help deliver a lot of the, call it belief that the transportation costs come down.
I think there's a golden opportunity this year in Washington for more robust funding. Congress has to reauthorize the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act this year, called the FAST Act. The House has already laid down a marker through legislation they passed last year called the Invest in America Act, and it would really move the ball forward in terms of funding climate-friendly transportation investments. So I think there's a great opportunity there. Also, the U.S. Department of Transportation just issued a Notice of Funding Opportunity, also called NOFO, for their infra discretionary grant program, $890 million. And what's different about this NOFO is that there is a strong emphasis on racial equity and climate change. So they will look at projects and applications, proposals, and evaluate the degree to which a proposed project addresses racial barriers, racial inequities, and attempts to redress past decisions. And so very exciting opportunity for all of us to submit proposals that are in alignment with what the administration wants to fund. So I think there are great opportunities this year.
I would just add, I think, if you look at well, first off, it's just really great to have a partner in the White House in terms of, shared vision and goals and all that. And I think that, the public investment, and there's huge opportunities, and the Congresswoman before us, had a good talk about all the stuff that's going on in Congress, and the FAST Act is really important. And the other piece, I think, is just motivating and animating capital from the private sector, because, that certainty in policy is really important at the state and federal level. And there's a lot of investment coming into this market now, and a lot of, eagerness and opportunities that we can take advantage of. So I think that's, part of the silent partner sometimes in the policy negotiation space, is how much that brings in the private capital. And that's what ultimately we're going to need to scale the market.
Yeah, and if I could add just two things, I think to everyone's point, it's great to have a partner in the office, and besides sustainable financing options and an increased access to a pot of funding federally, it would be really, really great to really see the Biden-Harris administration codify and operationalize equity, right? Similar to how Secretary David Kim had mentioned that CalSTA is doing that through having frameworks and lenses to make sure that all policies moving forward are filtered through an equity lens. I think we can do that through this administration. One of the things that Greenlining is actually supporting this legislative session is SB 17, which is looking at naming racism as a public health crisis and establishing an Office of Racial Equity at the state level. And so if we can do that at the state level, I'm hopeful that we can do that at the national level.
Leslie, thank you. That actually leads us to our final question, which is how would each of you suggest what's the single most important metric for measuring progress along equity that we should identify and track as we move forward? Don't all jump in at once.
Leslie, I'm hoping you go first.
Folks, I had 8 siblings growing up. So when you have 8 siblings, you're never afraid to go first, because if there's a moment of silence, you jump right in. So let me go ahead. I go back to the individual vehicle, and a vehicle where the folks that need economic help most aren't policed by a system. And my optimism goes to this. If you can get an individual an EV car, and today you can go buy a used Leaf for $7 grand, I can tell you, because we've given away, and we're planning to give away a lot more of these cars, and we're doing case studies on it, when we give that individual that car and they have a cord to connect to, all their other costs go away. It's a profound financial win for them. Now they have the ability to move around the world at 3 cents a mile. It's unreal. So all we have to do is, and I'm going to be quite blunt, is keep the parasites out of, call it the policing, the folks who can't afford it, get in the hands of the individual, call it an e-vehicle, whatever that means. And then all they have to do is plug in, they're done. They've just saved all their transportation costs. It is that simple. But yet, you know, obviously the society we live in makes it complicated. But the more direct access we can put the disadvantaged people aligned with that thing of transportation, and they have a way to plug it in, we're helping the world move in a very equitable manner.
JR, one of the performance indicators I'll be keeping a close eye on in the years ahead is the transportation system and the extent to which it works for underserved communities. I think Leslie hit the nail on the head earlier. It's not just vehicles and vehicle accessibility and affordability, although that's a part of it too, but what aspects of the transportation system are working and not working for underserved communities. And obviously the goal is to get the system to a point where it is working for underserved communities, that they have access to and they can afford all forms of transportation, whether it be rail and transit, biking and walking, micromobility options, scooters, e-bikes, so forth and so on. So that's going to be the measure of success in the years to come. Are all of these options available to underserved communities, and are they affordable?
This is a hard one to answer, and I think I might answer it in a roundabout way, but I think it's improved quality of life, right? Ultimately, all of these policies and investments are just to make sure that all Californians, all Americans have access to clean, healthy benefits, whether that's transportation or housing or jobs. So if we can really see an increase in overall quality of life, I think we've done our job.
That's good. That's why I wanted Leslie to go first. I figured what you said I was going to agree with wholeheartedly. No, I think that's what we're trying to do. So yeah, and you know, it's air quality, it's access, it's economic development, it's jobs, you know, so but quality of life sums it up.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Secretary Kim, Paul, Leslie, Tyson, thank you for being here today and sharing your expertise with our audience and for making the time to help us look forward and identify how we can make progress towards better transportation equity. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Please welcome Philip Washington, CEO of LA Metro, and Phil Recht, Managing Partner at Mayer Brown, to start our next panel, Investing in Active and Public Transportation Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, all. This is a panel on investing in active and public transportation infrastructure, and I have the real privilege to start off by getting to interview Phil Washington, one of our local transportation heroes. So Phil, if you don't mind, I'm going to dispense with a flowery introduction. There's so much to talk about. I think everybody knows who you are. Let's get right into it. I want to start with your role chairing the Biden transition team. This is a great honor to do that, but it was really challenging. You had to do it during COVID. You had to do it when the Trump administration was denying you access to the people you really needed to talk to see what's going on in these agencies. Two questions for you. How did you navigate through all that? And more importantly, what did you learn in that process? What advice did you give the president and his team on the kind of policy and personnel needs they have going forward?
Well, first of all, Phil, thank you for having me here. I want to thank everyone for allowing me to be on. When you talk about navigating through that, we navigated very carefully. And I give a lot of credit to the team that we put together. We put together a team of 21 people from around the country. And I considered everyone on that team, they were really the best minds in the country as it relates to infrastructure. I was asked to lead that team. I was very, very honored to lead that team. Our mission was probably three pillars, if you will. One was to assess and evaluate US DOT. Now, a lot of people, don't really realize how large the United States Department of Transportation really is. The 10 modal agencies, Federal Transit, Federal Aviation, the ports, MIRAD, highway, and so on. And so assessing and evaluating, huge piece, where we interviewed external stakeholders and groups around the country. And then also getting then Mayor Pete, now Secretary Buttigieg, ready for his Senate confirmation. And we spent a lot of time with the now Secretary in getting him ready for his Senate confirmation. Along the way, we learned a great deal. I mean, a great deal. I learned a great deal. I think every member of our team learned a great deal and was able to propose some proposals or move some proposals forward for consideration by the presidential administration. So I think when I look back on the transition and when I look back on the things that we put forward, I'm really proud that many of those things are being acted on right now, whether they are reversals of the Trump administration or new policies going forward. So I think that you mentioned the conditions in which we did all of this in sort of a virtual environment, most of it, and COVID and all of that. But I think it was well worth it.
Let me follow up on the policy side, because in addition to chairing the transition, you also were one of the co-chairs of the campaign's infrastructure policy team. Right. And I think collectively you developed something, at least to me, is pretty revolutionary in terms of tying together transportation and climate and energy and jobs and tech and the whole 9 yards, right? Mm-hmm. So 2 questions there. Again, what was sort of the inspiration for that? And from your vantage point, Phil, what do you think are the most important elements of that plan for our region? What really counts for us?
Yeah, so you're right. I mean, even before the transition, we were working on the policy side. There were 300 folks on that policy committee, my goodness. And you're right, I was asked to co-chair with 4 other people. And we split that whole committee up into various things. We had workforce and employment, we had technology, we had rural, we had all of these various areas. And we produced, I should say, and submitted nearly 100 proposals around various policies. Water, getting lead out of drinking pipes, transit, I mean, all kinds of things. And I think when we look at our area here, the technology piece and the electrification of our various fleets that we are trying to do right now, we're actually not trying, we're actually doing them. When you look at my agency, LA Metro, electrifying 2,200 buses by 2030, all of those things were part of some of the proposals that we put forward. This area here, I think the LA, Southern California area, as you know, Phil, largest county in America, everything that I think we put forth, I mean, most of the policies, I should say, that we put forth are related to what we're doing here on the water side, on the transportation side, on the road side. All of those things have a bearing on what we're doing here. And we shared those. And I think as the administration begins to really look at those proposals, I think you will hear more about those. We just saw a Dear Colleague letter that came out of the Federal Transit Administration that reversed one of the Trump administration policies. And that was a good thing. That was something that we recommended. So I think what we're going to see for our area here, especially with things like Measure M, where we have skin in the game, I think you're going to see a lot of dramatic changes at the federal level that benefit LA County.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about it in our panel in a minute. So I want to turn to something else. So Phil, I can say that much to the disappointment of, I think, virtually everybody in the transportation community here in Southern California, and this is a compliment, you recently announced that you will be departing Metro when your term is up in May. I will tell you on behalf, you will be missed sorely. You've done a fantastic job. So my question to you is sort of, you're not done yet, obviously, but, sort of thinking through what you've done over the years, a few questions. What are you most proud of? What's been most challenging? Is there anything you would have done differently looking back? And what's your advice for your successor? That's a lot of questions.
Wow,
but,
that's a lot of questions.
That's a lot, but we want to hear your thoughts.
Well, I think. Well, thank you for mentioning that. One of I finished my contract. My contract expired, and so I'm very keen on departing on my own terms and my own timetable. So I think that's one of the things, and really practicing what I preach in terms of succession and allowing other people to be able to bring their ideas to the table. So that's number one. In terms of most proud here in Los Angeles, I think you got to point to Measure M. You got to point to Measure M, and you've got to point to Mayor Garcetti, who is now our chair. You got to point to our board of directors, our past and present board of directors on the Metro side. Past board of directors. I think about former supervisor Mike Antonovich, who said, "Hey, Phil, we're with you," on Measure M. I mean, these things don't just happen. And so I think the most proud is being able to pass Measure M and play a role in that. When you talk about 71% of the vote, that's incredible. With no sunset, and that tax does not end unless the voters end it. So I think I would point to that is the most proud. The most challenging, I really think is the service that we put on the street every day, and moving so many people. Pre-COVID, 1.2 million people a day, dealing with all of the ups and downs of that, making sure that riders are safe on the system, making sure our service is out there. I think that is always the most challenging. I've always said that the best part of my day is at the end of the day when my ops person says to me, "Phil, we got everybody home safely." That is a good day. And so I think that must always be the most challenging. In terms of advice to my successor, hey, listen, be you. Don't try to be anybody else. Be yourself, because everybody else is taken. I think that would be my advice. There are so many challenges, and transit has really the distinction of having really the most interest by the public than any other mode in this country, I think, of transportation. Transit, I mean, because everybody's on it every day and they see it every day. My advice to my successor is don't get too up when things are going well, and don't get too down when things are not going well. The psychological ups and downs of leadership is incredible. And it'll chew you up if you get too down when things are not going well. And so that would be the advice that I would give my successor. And I forget the fourth question.
Anything you would have done differently?
I don't know if I would. I mean, I'm a big believer in, things working out. And that is part of my upbringing, that things will work out as they should. And so I don't spend a lot of time, beating myself up or cutting my wrists about things that I shoulda, coulda, would have done. We all make mistakes, and I try to clean those up, but I'm not going to beat myself up for things that that I may have not done right.
One last question, then we'll turn to the panel. So, Phil, to me at least, you are a young 63-year-old guy, right? And you've done a lot in your life, but you are a young guy. You are not ready to call it a day. I mean, you have this extraordinary life story. You've given back to the community. So, in addition to your professional work, you've been so active in the community. So, what's the next chapter? I mean, what are you thinking? What are you thinking about?
You know what? The great thing is I don't know what I'm thinking about. I mean, I really don't have, a set job that I'm going to. And that is a beautiful thing, I think. It really is a beautiful thing, at least for me. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, I told some people that I may go and volunteer at the VA hospital. I mean, I may need a letter of reference from you, Phil, to get in there for that volunteer job. I don't know. I think, when I retired from the military, I didn't know what I was going to do. And I tell this just very, very quick story is, when I was about to retire, actually I hadn't even submitted my retirement papers. In the Army, you have to actually ask to retire. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. I got orders to go to Korea, and I didn't want to go to Korea. I said, I've already done all this. I can't go to Korea. Actually, I was going to do it because it was only a 1-year tour when I got my orders. But then right as I was going to go to Korea, they changed it to a 2-year tour. And I thought, you know what, that's my signal to get out. And I wondered about whether my skills were transferable. Were they transferable? My first duty station in the military was in the Air Defense Artillery outfit. And so are my skills transferable? And I worried about that, as most long-term military folks do. They worry about whether their skills are transferable, until I realized that the transferable thing is leadership. It's not the specialty that you have, it's leadership that you bring, and the people, because the central focus here is people. And so when I realized that my transferable skill was leadership, that helped me a great deal. So I feel the same way now. Whatever happens for me after this, I'll be ready, because the common denominator is people.
Well, we'll be anxiously watching. It's clear to me and everybody else you are not done. So with that, let me bring in our esteemed panel. Invite everybody to join us, please. Unmute and show your face, and we'll see if we get everybody on. Is everybody on?
I'm on. I just don't think my screen's showing yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave Warner's on.
Okay.
Tom Kim is on.
Okay, good. I don't see your screens, but maybe I'm missing something.
It's because somebody's sharing their screen within LABC and they need to get that off, I think.
Okay. There we go. Okay. And that's the wrong list. That is the wrong list. Okay, I think we have everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm going to dispense with flowery introductions. I just want to introduce our panel. Phil is staying with us. Thankfully, Hillary Norton, I think we all know from her many years in transportation circles here in town, and now she is the chair of the California Transportation Commission. Many congratulations to you for that, well deserved. Thomas Kim, Senior VP and Transportation Manager for Southern California at HDR, involved in a lot of big projects here in town. And in a similar fashion, David Warner, who's Vice President, Southern California District Leader for WSP, equally involved in some of our biggest meetings. So let me say this, we got about 45 minutes, we've got about 5 topics we want to cover, so we're going to try to get through them quickly. We'll do our best, so I'm just going to jump into it. Let's start with the Biden infrastructure plan. You know, this is something, could be upwards of $2 trillion, funding over 10 years, obviously could have enormous impact on our district. I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Phil. Let's just go around. Start with Hillary. What are the most important elements in that plan from your vantage point?
Well, from the vantage point of the CTC, which operates SB1, and so we have a lot of the infrastructure funds, we really want the Biden administration to fully fund transit and transit operations. That is what our money cannot do. And we want to have that partnership and leveraging factor so that the transit operations side is fully taken care of. I think the other is to look at leveraging our ability to have electric vehicle and electric vehicle charging, especially when it comes to freight, and giving us the opportunity to work with our SB1 funds to have freight charging lanes and like rest stops, if you will. David Kim worked very hard with Phil Washington to make sure that you could have commercial availability along freeways, and that so we could have electric vehicles, we could have hydrogen tanks, we can have other things that can help stimulate our move to zero emission freight. And I think for us, it's really just funding it at scale. We just need having to go year after year and not having multi-year plans, that we can now have multi-year planning to do the big smart things and not go begging each year for smaller and smaller projects. Lastly, I would just say we need to increase the small starts cap, because there are a lot of projects that now under small starts would be under $400 million. And the federal share could be up to 320 million. So like the LA streetcar, some others really fit nicely in there. And we just need to go all day on projects like that are doable and have multiple benefits for transit.
Terrific. And you're previewing our next topic on funding. Almost my exact speech. Let's go to Thomas next. Thomas, what's your thoughts?
First of all, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm just honored to be on this amazing panel. So thank you. For me, it's all about jobs. We'd like to see this plan addressing short term. We'd like to create jobs, more specifically green jobs for 21st century. And I also like to see a job training as well. And I'm trying to borrow a chapter from Phil, who was so author in Los Angeles about job training. Certainly this pandemic hurt us a lot, and we lost a lot of jobs, particularly the small business community, disadvantaged communities got hurt. And we got a lot of shovel-ready projects. I talked to Hillary earlier. Those projects are much needed. It's already been identified. We'd like to see those projects on the street immediately, soon, and so that we can create these projects, create these jobs. And the other one is about green jobs. Technology is changing so fast, faster than our innovative solution in the transportation side, the 5G and all these. So what we're looking for right now is looking for a green jobs, and it's certainly our industry needs to be ready for that. And finally, job training. We need to be ready for these big ramp up on job demand.
I'm glad you mentioned that. And our last topic is equity, and maybe Phil will have a chance to talk about what he's done on the job training side at Metro. It's really terrific. David, your cleanup on this. What are your thoughts?
All right, thank you. So one of the things we've noticed in recent grant criteria from the federal government, as recent as just this month, is criteria around combating both climate change and racial equity. And I think that's really important because they're being elevated in the way the distribution of money is being put forth. And when you think about climate change with what's happened in California and what we see now in Texas, and aligning those budgets with certain needs we have that are significant is a big deal, and it's being prioritized. Second, around racial equity, it's really reducing barriers to opportunity, but also making sure we're understanding and serving the underrepresented communities that we have. And so what I see as part of this bigger administrative plan is really to have us think differently about how these infrastructure projects unfold and are delivered and are thought about. And I think that's a game changer for our industry because we've really put what has been buried in our criteria almost at the very top. And we see it being a significant priority for our communities.
Thanks. So I'm gonna our next subject is gonna be on funding. So I'm gonna give my Hillary speech on this. I think she said it better, but here's what I was gonna say on funding. It seems that ever since the interstate highway system was built, we've been struggling to come up with the funding to even do the bare minimum in infrastructure. So at the federal end, the Highway Trust Fund has just been broke, we know, for at least 20 years, and nobody's been able to figure out how to get a VMT tax or some other way to replenish it. I mean, the good news is the feds can deficit spend, but we keep increasing federal debt and all that. At the state and local levels, we pass bonds like the high-speed rail bond, and Phil, to his credit, helps pass things like Measure M. And we think we're okay, but then we have cost overruns on the projects, and then we have COVID. And all of a sudden, these sales taxes decline, and these projects get put on hold. And it's not really chaos, but it's instability, I guess. So I guess the question is this the best we can do? Are we just subject to this, cycle and the instability and, scratching out an existence here? Or are there other funding mechanisms, that we just need to look at? I'm going to start with Phil on this.
Yeah. Thank you, Phil. This is not the best we can do. It's not the best we can do. When I think about how we fund this, obviously, one of the funding mechanisms is increasing the gas tax, but that's not enough. We need to look at road user fee in some way. I also think that we should not be afraid to do some deficit spending. This is an investment when we talk about infrastructure. It's an investment. It's not just throwing money out of the window. You're actually, with a large and mega infrastructure bill, you are investing, you're creating jobs, those people will pay taxes. This is an investment. So I am not afraid of deficit spending to pay for infrastructure. We've done it before, and it's not just throwing money out of the window. So I think that when we start to think about this, we should be very, very bold in our thinking about infrastructure, because it goes to the question I like to ask folks: how do we want to live? How do we want to live? Do we want to be congested and in gridlock for years and years and years as more people come to LA County? Or do we want to have free-flowing traffic and reduce our carbon footprint and all those things? So I do not think this is the best thing we can do. We need to look at how to fund a massive infrastructure bill and look at it as an investment, look at it as a modern-day Marshall Plan, if you will, and build out the infrastructure. Our infrastructure forefathers are turning over in their graves right now, because we have not taken care of the infrastructure that they built for us. We're living on their laurels. And so we need to do our own thing in this generation and stop freeloading from our infrastructure forefathers.
Well said. Hillary, I want to turn to you. What's the view from the state level on this?
Absolutely. I gotta say, Phil, if there was a baton, I would just be so happy to take it right now, because one of the things, can we just take a moment to point out that Phil started the year that Measure M was going in and talked about not only leadership, but accountability. And when we're talking about the state and what kind of stimulus package the governor has been doing, let's talk about what the CTC has done in the stimulus package. Just last year, as I was chair and with our great CTC staff and commissioners, we moved $22 billion worth of projects, 1,200 projects, 350,000 jobs. And I'm very happy to say LA County got a lot of that. And we did it because we held to ourselves to be accountable when we went out 2 years ago and SB1 was concerned about a recall. And we went out and we said, we're going to address this place of gridlock, this place of gridlock. We're going to build this bridge. We're going to do, and we did it. And these are the things that accountability is going to help people to be willing to do other things. And as all of you do, that I'm a big fan of the express lanes. Working on the express lanes early on, I'm a big fan of congestion pricing as well, because these are basically well-funded bus-only lanes. Yes, you get to drive on them, but the Silver Line and the Silver Streak moves wonderful amounts, 5 million on the Silver Line a year, more on the Silver Streak, millions as well. We look at transit also having the opportunity to have people pay as they're using this and realize you are creating solid jobs with multipliers, and investing in our roadways, investing in our freight is what made sure that we didn't lose sales tax revenues as we did in 2008 and 2009 with that recession. We lost $6 billion of what was supposed to be a $39 billion Measure R. We aren't losing that now because freight is moving, sales tax is moving, and because Phil and his agency and the state and the federal government are working together like they never have before to get our deliveries and our logistics to do what it needs to do, even while most of us are working from home.
Thanks. And I'm glad you mentioned congestion pricing, because that's one of the strategies actually that Metro is studying. Let's turn to the private sector folks here. Tom, why don't you go next? What are your views?
Well, it's already covered. Yes. So Phil Washington already covered these main items. Hillary, the congestion pricing, this is a very successful, tolls are going at that Metro. I've been reminded, Tom, P3 is not a funding options. We hear that a lot. It is something that Phil always brought up. This is how you maximize existing dollars, and Phil introduced that. Obviously, there was a big news Metro a few days ago about moving ahead with the support that passed. So I like to think about that P3 has to be considered. If you go to Asia and Europe, P3 is a common tools in the toolbox. And actually, the more projects are done with the P3 and procurement than any other approach. And so, the private investors I believe they're interested, and they're interested working on the infrastructure, but they would like to see with the low interest rate, and especially right now, they're very much interested, but they're interested in more attractive terms and the procedures and the regulations. And so, those are the kind of things that I know they're looking at. Hopefully, that is something that we'll continue to look at as a number of projects are being considered for P3, and other agencies are looking at this. I'm actually going to answer one more thing in a different way. Instead of these fundings are difficult to get, Bill. So I was thinking about, what about existing funding? Is there any way to maximize existing funding? So as an engineer, as a project manager, I have managed a lot of projects out here. What we're thinking about is, what if that we know we have a set of fundings for each project? What if we can accelerate some of the projects that we know we want to move forward? It's already allocated for. Why not move that project quickly to create jobs? But if it gets delayed, as you know, there are escalation factors, the price is getting higher, and sometimes we can't build those projects with the existing budget we have. So I think that we need to also think about maximizing existing funding and make sure the projects are under and constructed under budget by meeting the schedule. And I think that's where the private sectors like us had to be part of the solution.
It's an interesting point you raised. That was actually, I don't know, going back how many years, 3010 America Fast, what was it called? America Fast Forward or something. This came up the first time that Metro had the predecessor tax before Measure M. Exact point you're making, that they're going to have this, 40, 70, whatever it was, billions of dollars over time, but can't we use it now? Right? Yeah. But it really would require, there's a big manpower issue there, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Really big manpower issue. Okay, we got them. If we can find a way to use the money now, how do you get them? How do you get these projects going? So, yeah. David, you want to, I don't know, give us your thoughts, maybe pick up on that as well.
Yeah, and I'll touch on something that Tom was kind of alluding to with P3 examples globally. I think a lot of our cities, counties, states across the West Coast are dealing with a lot of the same issues, asking the same funding questions. So it's really important, I think, that we're also talking, across the lines of our cities, our counties, and states to understand what other tools are being looked at. Because I think we're all talking about many similar tools. Some have piloted some further than others. And then also looking internationally. And I know cordon pricing or congestion pricing is a tool that's used in other countries. And I know LA Metro, for example, has been talking about how those applications have worked here or could be working here. What I think would be really important is to make sure we have a broad toolbox, right? So what tools in the toolbox do we have around funding to make sure that we can bring everything to bear? Because it's not always a one size fits all, and we're usually pulling from a number of different sources at all levels. But what's going to be really important about that, and I know we do evaluate this, is making sure that the principles or the criteria by which that's being used doesn't put us in a spot we don't want to be, right? Are they aligned with certain initiatives that we have locally or at the state? around carbon emissions, around getting to electrification, around making sure that we don't have a regressive tax structure. So those are all really important factors. So as long as we have a creativity and the ability to be innovative on how we can apply funding, I think puts us in a good spot, but it has to come with the right criteria in which that gets used.
Thanks. We can go on this topic for an hour, but I want to move on. But let me, actually, I got to stop. Phil, you've been such a pioneer on P3. You want to just give a minute of your thoughts on the P3?
Yeah. I'll give a quick minute. I think you want every tool in your toolbox, as was just mentioned, and that includes P3s. Two things. I think with P3s, we have to make sure that we have worker empowerment provisions within a P3 context. Okay, so that's number one. I mean, we're living at a time where we've just got to have those worker empowerment provisions, whether they are project labor agreements or whatever. They just have to be in P3s now. The second thing is when you talk about performance specs, someone mentioned performance specs, we have to lean on performance specs. We are overly prescriptive in this country with regard to building and managing our projects now. And that is as it relates to the private sector. We have to let them loose. We have to let them loose to bring to us alternative technical concepts and not be too prescriptive when we look at these major projects. The third big piece, I think, is the importance of something like Measure M. Measure M has no sunset. Now, I've been on the other side of these things where you've got a 30-year measure and one recession kills your whole program. It was called Fast Tracks when I was in Colorado. And you all of a sudden have a hole in your program because of the one big recession. The beauty of Measure M, of course, is that we have something that does not end unless the voters end it. So you have a mechanism to accelerate projects because you have money on the back end, And so if you can structure these things in such a way, whether it's in a P3 context, that there's a payback on the back end, I think that works. Now, it's not a funding source, it's a financing mechanism, of course, as Tom Kim said. I tried this before with the private sector. I went to the private sector some years ago, and I said to the private sector, hey, listen, how about just investing in this project with no return, just out of patriotic reasons? And that did not go over well with the private sector. So I think that we have to have all tools in the toolbox. We have to look to accelerate these projects. We have to lean on performance specs and not be too prescriptive. And we have to use worker empowerment in our P3 context.
Thanks, Phil. Okay, I'm going to turn to the next topic. We'll try to keep us on time here. So the next topic is ridership in our public system, right? Well, ridership in our public system. So we know that ridership on our transit and bus systems was declining before COVID. And by the way, this wasn't just in LA, this is around the country, a phenomenon in big cities. But COVID cut the ridership even in half, really plummeted. So I guess the question is, or hopefully that's not permanent, but how do we really get ridership back up, deal with the cost, quality, convenience factors that we know are at play here? I shouldn't keep starting with Phil, but Phil, you've been, Metro's the leader on this. So let's start with you again.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to instill trust in the riding public again. Or even before COVID, we still had to instill trust and confidence in the system. So we have to lean on, I think, three things. One, strengthen cleaning protocols. We have to make sure that we keep those cleaning protocols up. They can never lax again. We have to have face coverings, and we know that for the foreseeable future. We have to provide our employees with PPE, which we're doing. And so I think we have to lean on those things. I think what we're looking at right now is possibly a new normal, though, a new normal that includes telecommuting. I think that travel patterns will change significantly now. There may not be the typical peak and off-peak, or peak service at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. People are going to say, listen, I'm going to come in at 10 o'clock so I can avoid the crowd. So I think your travel patterns are going to change when you start looking at telecommuting and all those things. So I think it's a combination of all the things that I mentioned that will bring back folks, but we may not be looking at, in the case of LA Metro, we may not be looking at 1.2 million, because of things like telecommuting and other things. So, and the change in travel patterns. So we have to get ready for something that might look a little bit different with people working from home and that sort of thing.
Thanks. So I'm going to shake up the order here. I'm going to go to David. So your company, I'm sure, is looking at this, modeling this in any one of these major projects. I mean, what are your thoughts on all this?
Well, I think Phil hit it square on, that travel patterns are changing. The peak period of commutes is different. We don't know where that's going to end. So there's some uncertainty out there. We are trying to help transit agencies relook at their forecasting of ridership. And it's based on assumptions and data, right? So we're trying to make the best cases we can for where we think things are going. At the end of the day, in terms of businesses and the business, the economic centers that we have in our region, we should be talking with companies about what their plans are for getting back into the office. What are they thinking? What's the planning for it? Try to help pinpoint better information around where the region's ultimately heading around the workforce, telecommuting. What I like about the transit system is we are always going to need fixed rail, right? That is a distinct backbone that serves our communities and serves our business centers. Rubber tire buses become extremely important for flexibility around a system like LA Metro to be able to serve the communities and to serve the centers that are going to continue to change as we go forward. So, I think we're going to make strides incrementally based on how things unfold, especially in the coming months, with the hope that things begin to become more active. But again, we just won't have the data. And I think that's the biggest missing piece that we've relied on so heavily in transportation planning in the past.
See, Hillary's smiling because she's all about the data. So, but we're going to get to her in a second. So let me go to Tom.
She has the data, maybe.
She is. Tom, do you see it the same way? I mean, how's your firm viewing it?
Phil, I'm gonna probably answer this in two different ways. Maybe you may not have expected. I'm gonna do this a short term and long term. Okay, ridership. Long term side, I'm kind of looking ahead. America is going to get through this with the vaccination. I think as long as the routes are affordable, accessible, and safe, I think you're going to see the ridership will come back. That's a long term. The short term is what we're having an issue right now. And Phil already talked about the aggressive, not stop, cleaning, enforcement. That's all been addressed. I think we need to think about ridership education. The riders are not really well informed about all this. I'm just going to give you a quick example. My parents are 86 years old. They have a friend that live in Koreatown, low income family. They don't have a car. They don't have a vaccination. They didn't get vaccinated. They're 80-some years old. They didn't get it. Why? Because they are afraid to get on a public transportation and go get vaccinated, and they think they're going to catch it. I mean, that's really how scared they are. Yeah. They think this will be super spreader a facility. That is absolutely wrong. As Phil mentioned, everybody, Metrolink, Metro, they all notched that up. We got to think about the rider education so it is still safe, it's dependable, and we can make this thing work. Let me just tell you one more thing, the vaccination. Why would the Metro, and Phil may not like this, but I've been working on Union Station project for a long time. Right. Dodger Stadium, we got to get to Dodger Stadium. We got the super site, we got to get there. But people are depending on public transportation. I'm wondering whether there will be a consideration for vaccination site near the station, like LA Union Station. And so rather than a transportation becomes some sort of a scary super spreader site, transportation becomes a part of the solution. and that we help the public health, we promote and their health, and they will ultimately get the ridership, the trust back. And I really think it's important for the long term, because if you don't address this, they're scared about getting on the buses and what have you. I think it could actually linger on, and that could actually impact the longer term ridership issue. So I would just kind of put my 2 cents in there.
I'll just say, just what I said at the outset, this is not LA only. I will tell you, we have offices in New York and Chicago that have opened, and we can't, and people won't go back because they won't take transit and buses.
Right.
This is common throughout the country. Okay, Hillary, you're batting cleanup. What are your thoughts?
That's great. I have to say, as the only woman on this panel, that in this COVID pandemic, 2 million women have left the workforce because we are taking care of our kids. We are dealing with the vagaries of school. I think you are going to need to have a different kind of transit system because women need to go back to work. We're going to need very safe systems. We're going to need access. We're helping to fund at CTC the SCORE program for Metrolink to increase Metrolink service so that we can have more trains so that people can have more access. We are working with the Next Gen Bus Study with Phil to make sure that we have more access to bus transit systems so we can access the lifeline versus lifestyle bus rider. We also need to focus on the fact that we have all of these college graduates that have not been able to get jobs and need to use buses and want to use buses and other transit because cars are not in the picture right now. I'm in a neighborhood that is fighting like hell for our BRT along our neighborhood street that's about 250 feet from me, because we know that high schools and community colleges and the colleges that are connected to this route are full of students that can't afford cars, don't want cars, and want to get to good jobs. So we just are looking forward to actually the new kinds of transit that we're all excited about, the EV buses, the CNG buses, the microtransit that links to it, because I think we are going to have a car-less society. And even during this entire pandemic, when we had the biggest experiment in telecommuting, Caltrans found that only 34% of people could telecommute. So it means that, yes, there may be people who are going to, like Phil said, use this to like flatten the rush hour curve, but we have an entire tourism economy. We have a restaurant economy. We have a lot of economies that have been home and need to go back, and they're going to be going back on buses. And so I'm excited for the kind of bus service that's going to greet them, and the proposals that Phil is having about low-income riders and free ridership so that we can stimulate the economy in a different way and get us all back to work safely 24/7.
Phil, can I just add something?
Can you add briefly on the fairless proposal?
Yeah. Well, just briefly to what Kim was saying. First of all, we welcome vaccination centers at Union Station. We want that. And not just at Union Station, but our major areas like El Monte and things like that. So yes. The other thing, very quickly, I would say, is that I do agree with the short-term, long-term piece that Tom Kim was talking about. I do believe in the long term that ridership will come back. The short period, and when I talk about short term, I'm talking about for the next 24 months or so. I think you're going to have this period of a new baseline in daily ridership. We're seeing that already on Metro. It's around 600,000 a day versus 1.2 million. So I think that is going to endure for the next 12, 24 months. So, and then in the long term, I do think folks will come back.
If we had more time, one thing worth exploring is, Phil, your proposal for Metro to explore fairless transit. But again, let's save it for the next panel. So we've got two more issues, going to try to squeeze them in. So the sort of flip side of public transportation is so-called active transportation. Nobody ever heard of that word until a few years ago, but that means walking and biking and scootering and all that. And I guess one of the upsides of COVID has been there's been a bit of an explosion in active transportation, particularly on the walking side. So let's do quick answers for this one. But I guess the question is, how can we capture that? We got some momentum on that. I know it's important for health and environment and livability. How do we sort of capture and build on that? Let's start with David.
Yeah, so I think some of the tools that have been used just over the course of the last year, where we see lane conversions, we've seen streets closed and sections used for more active activities. Like, that's the type of thinking and planning and that we need to keep embedding in all of our thinking around projects. And I think one example I gave just recently was, I think the choices that individuals are making in terms of where they live also play into the type of amenities around them, the ability to go for walks, the ability to hop on a trail and take a bike ride, the pathways to get to an office if they need to, are becoming life choices in terms of where people are choosing to live. And so I think that's becoming extremely important just in general. And I think we're going to be, as communities, asking for more of that to come into play. I also think a factor here is just the mental wellness is a great tool to be outside, be active. And it's something I know a lot of businesses and organizations are promoting, right? And it's obviously a reaction to the pandemic, but at the same time, its long-term effect from a health perspective is absolutely important for our communities.
Thanks. Thomas, what are your thoughts on this?
Phil, I think the active transportation always been part of our, from the transportation side. We're always looking for a shared corridor. You're looking at downtown Los Angeles. We're looking at fixed right away. We try to fit a lot of things in, and not only the cars, the bike, and the micro mobile mobility. All of them could be accommodated, and we're looking at that. And the fact that the COVID that triggered these additional riders, the bike riders, I think that's a great thing. What I was thinking, though, is that when we are master planning and planning ahead the smart street, the sharing corridor design, what if some of these bike riders that they're on right now, they want to start doing going to work at biking? Because I heard one thing on a survey that many of the bike riders it's increasing, the ridership is increasing. They said they're going to continue to ride a bike. They're going to consider that and going to work. This is going to be their commuting the means. Well, are we ready for that? Are we ready for all these folks on a bike on the street and our busy street? We're certainly planning for the last 5 years, but if that's happening in next year, or it's already happening, are we ready for that? I think that's the one thing that in our industry is evaluating. But I don't think it's a one-time phenomenon. I think that there's going to be a more active transportation activities that's going to continue.
Hillary, what's going on at CTC about this?
Well, we have funded, since SB1 started, over $2 billion in active transportation projects. And in our March meeting, we're about to announce another $300 million. But I will say that the active transportation projects were 5 times oversubscribed. People understand the value of bringing walking and biking, not only to job centers and lifestyle centers, but frankly, to and from transit. And so I think we also need to start looking at better data capture of how we are going to capture the VMT reductions from walking and biking, and also the zero emission miles, so that we can actually start using walking and biking as carbon offsets. We have recommended that we get more money out of cap and trade to fund active transportation at scale. And I think, frankly, it's been a really great thing to see Metro and SCAG and others start doing some work with applicants, because those projects are getting better and better and better. There's a project in Chatsworth that is fantastic, because in these 100-degree days and more, it's about shade, it's about walking and biking and better safety going to and from the Orange Line. More projects like that are needed, because we're not even beginning to see the heat of our summers, and walking and biking takes on a whole new meaning when it's over 80 degrees, and we have a lot of over 80-degree days now. So thinking about what that infrastructure look like is also an important thing for us to fund the state, locally, and federally to make it work.
Phil, you've been on this issue for years. Metro has a plan on it. What are your thoughts?
I think it's here to stay. I think, when our rail to rail project is just that, but, biking, walking. We took a group a few years ago to look at the High Line in New York. Probably, one of the most visited places in New York City right now. People walking on the High Line. It's incredible. So I think it's here to stay. It's good for, our health, as someone said. And I think you're going to see more funding and more interest in that, especially in low-income communities as well, where high blood pressure and all of these things are happening in these communities. I think a little bit of exercise would help all of us.
Agreed. So, okay, here's our last substantive question. And then if we have a couple minutes, we got a few lightning round things that'll be fun. So the last question is on equity, right? And just listening to the panels today, and as you know, I mean, transportation increasingly is finding itself in conversations about affordable housing and access to jobs and environmental quality and racial equity. And, 20, 30 years ago, I'm not sure these issues were linked, but they certainly are now. And just even today, LABC issued a report on how to inject equity into the whole electric vehicle initiative that we're going to have in the state. So I'm going to start with Phil here. You have been a leader on this at Metro in your personal life. What are your thoughts on where you found success and where we need to do a better job?
Well, first of all, I mean, we have been out front. Metro has really been out front on this equity issue. Yeah. We put forth an equity framework for our board that our board approved way back, in 2017 or so. And so this equity framework talks about, various things that we should be looking at. And so every project and program that we're doing, we're looking through the lens of equity. We have an equity assessment tool to ask ourselves 6 questions around a project to determine the equitable piece of it. I think this is huge. I think, we stood up and we've stood up an equity office, if you will, right now. So equity is huge. And I think the biggest thing that we can do is the Fairless Initiative that we'll talk about on another panel. But that's the mother of all equity, right? We have, first of all, the most diverse population in this country in LA County. 70% of our ridership on LA Metro are low income. That is the largest percentage of low income riders than any other transit system in this country. The second most is Chicago, my hometown. And so when we start talking about equity, I think about how we can do the things that we're doing around Fairless and those sorts of things. Then the last thing I would say is under President Biden's Build Back Better, there is a provision, Justice 40, that 40% of infrastructure dollars will go to low-income communities. The concern I have with that is that right now, the criteria in your existing grant programs are not compatible with getting that money to low-income communities. So you have to fix the criteria first. And so I think we have to help the federal government and the administration think about how to get those dollars to low-income communities. And I think that has a lot to do with the equity framework that we are proposing here in LA County.
Thanks, Bill. Let me turn to Hillary. How CTC sort of factoring this into its decisions?
Yeah, it's a great question. This year we have an equity roundtable and we're going to do statewide equity listening sessions because, the highway network, a lot of infrastructure has had inequitable outcomes, clearly. And we want to look at that. I'm very proud to say that our ATP program this year, 100% of our projects funded were in disadvantaged communities. We're thinking a lot about that opportunity. I also think that the federal government can help us with local hiring. How can we make sure that people who are looking at infrastructure projects right in front of them are getting a chance to be on the jobs? What can we do as those 350,000 jobs we're creating? How can we make sure that they're going to train people so that they get to work on everything that they see? And how can we buy local and make sure that our networks are delivering people to those small businesses that are keeping communities safe and whole in this pandemic? So we're thinking a lot about equity and how we invest there. And I think the other thing we're looking at in equity is just what are we doing in terms of creating a pipeline of planners that are from diverse communities? Because I think we've seen the effects of planners that come from one kind of population and maybe one kind of school and one kind of part of the state, and it doesn't work for everybody. And so really understanding what we need to do to create a pipeline of leadership so that every bit of planning of these projects reflects the communities that we wish to serve. That is huge. And it's something that I'm so gratified that we're taking on in a big way with our entire commission and in partnership with Caltrans and CalSTA and the local community. And I'm pleased to say that Metro has many of those people on our equity roundtable because you started it first.
Indeed, he did. So let's go quickly. I don't mean to cut this off. I want to get to our last questions. Tom, what's the role of the private? I mean, your thoughts on this, but what's the role of the private sector on this issue?
The equity is always something. As a transportation planner engineer, we're thinking about equity. We're thinking about the access to the low income housings. We're thinking about the first mile, last mile. You know, we're not just looking at where is a bus stop. You know, how are they traveling? How are they coming through? Where their destination? We also need to think about job training. You know, going back on what Phil, always emphasize about training our folks, training the disadvantaged and the low income families. What about community college? What about local trade tech? So as we are designing the accessibility, the mobility, we got to think about the point of connections and what can we do to enhance their mobility. And that's really part of the equity discussions that we're having as a planner.
Thanks. David, your cleanup on this one. What are your thoughts?
All right, three things that we can do. One is increase our inclusion in contracting. Okay, so our typical approach to getting DBEs, MBEs, WMBEs, SDE, veteran-owned businesses all into the work. That's one. Second is STEM education, and STEM education that's reaching back K through 12. We need to think hard about our pipeline of talent that comes into our profession and how can we influence it much earlier in that decision point within the younger students. And then third, we have to approach our work differently, something I said before. And it's really getting a racial equity lens to our staff to understand how projects can unfold differently, not only planning, but design and construction as well.
Thanks. Okay, so I've been informed that shockingly, we're actually on time. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes left, so we're going to have time for this. So, okay, this is good. But I see all our elected officials lining up. Hope we're not cutting into your time. Okay, let's have one lightning question. Okay, one lightning round. So this is a yes or no, and I guess you could do thumbs up for yes and thumbs down for no. Thumbs up for yes. Okay, a year from now, when we're sitting on this panel, will Congress have enacted a federal infrastructure program? Yes or no? What do you think? 3 thumbs up, 1 thumb down. Okay. Well, let's hope 75% of us. Okay. This is a little more expansive, but let's be aware of the time constraints. So let's 10 years from now, we're on this panel, okay? And looking back, which of the issues that we talked about today will have been most improved, and what will be our biggest challenges then? Quick thoughts on that. Let's start with Phil.
I'm afraid that 10 years from now, we'll still be dealing with the equity issue, I think. Most improved, I think, our transportation systems.
Great. Hillary, what do you think?
I think most improved will be our commitment to transit-oriented communities. And I think that 10 years from now, we're gonna still be looking at what the right type of mix is for mobility. But I think that moving housing near to transit is something we're making strides on and is actually one of the better equity opportunities. And I'd like to see more home ownership near transit as well, so that we have less displacement.
David, what are your thoughts?
I would like to say it's going to be racial equity. I'm committed to it. I'm with Phil. It's a long journey and there's a long history, right? I would say climate resiliency.
Tom, your cleanup here. What do you think?
I think 10 years from now, the technology is changing so fast. Keeping up the pace with the changing technology is still going to be an issue. But we're going to be adaptable and we'll be ready to respond.
Okay, so with that, stay with me 1 minute here. I just want to thank the panel, but for this is really a fun, interesting conversation. We go on for hours. I want to give a special thanks to Phil. Phil has been on these panels for the entire 6 years you've been here as speaker and the like. And I just want to thank you, Phil, for participating in these panels. You've elevated the discussion. This is on top, above and beyond all the work you've done in Metro, which has been so terrific for our city and region and county. And I just want to thank you on behalf of LABC, and we all want to wish you Godspeed in whatever the next chapter may be.
Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Please welcome our last discussion of the day, moving toward a comprehensive strategy for homelessness, moderated by Miguel Santana, President and CEO of the Weingart Foundation.
Hello, everybody. I guess I'm the one introducing our elected officials today, so let me ask them to join us to pop up. With us today, we have the Honorable Mike Fuhrer, who's our city attorney. Mike.
Hi, have I popped up?
Yes.
Good.
We also have with us council members, Mike Bonin.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. Kevin De Leon.
Hey, Miguel.
How you doing? And council member Mark Riley Thomas.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing?
Best I can. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, we're going to have a little fun today. So I have the opportunity of trying to manage this conversation on an issue that I know each one of you care about a lot. And there are really four big topics that I want us to get through, maybe dedicate about 15 minutes for each one, and then spend a little bit of time at the end having a dialogue. So the topics are, we can't have this conversation with obviously not talking about the role of the courts and the role of court intervention. We also, I think, have an opportunity now with former supervisor on the council talking about city-county coordination. And then also the idea of right to housing. I assume everyone on board supports it, but really how do we actually make it happen and what happens after it becomes a right? But let's start off with what progress has and hasn't been made. So everyone here was part of creating a huge investment in homelessness with a coordinated strategy that both the city and the county adopted over 4 years ago. The state made a huge investment as well. Starting with our city attorney, and then I'm going to ask everyone to answer the same set of questions, maybe giving about a 3-minute answer. How would you grade the progress that we have and haven't made since those historic strategic plans have been adopted? And based on that, what does it look like 5 years from now? What should Angelenos expect 5 years from today? What did we do right and what did we do wrong? Mr. City Attorney.
Thanks very much, Miguel. It is great to be with everybody. So I would say the grade is needs to improve. 5 years. In 5 years, here's our goal. Shelter for everyone. Eliminating street homelessness. And to get there, we need to act more urgently, faster, and cheaper. And I'd say it's time that we really tackle homelessness like the emergency it is, with the FEMA-like response that I've been advocating for a long time. And what does that look like? It looks like declaring a state of emergency so we can act as swiftly and decisively as possible. It means empowering a top staff leader who consolidates every ounce of executive authority and holds department heads accountable. No more diffusion of responsibility. I think we need to be reimagining how we finance homeless housing. What if we were to convene a summit of banks with CRA obligations and major businesses and private foundations and equity funders with the goal of achieving at least a $1 billion revolving fund with which to construct new housing and convert motels and hotels. Miguel, as you know, I champion the motel conversion ordinance in the city because it's cheaper and faster than ground up. I think we need to be also reimagining how City Hall facilitates the construction of this housing. We ought to be standing up a City Hall homeless and affordable housing strike team that works across departmental lines to speed things up. And general managers' tenures should be tied to how much they contribute to speeding things up. And there's going to be, of course, a meantime as we do that. And in this meantime, we need to have a surge of temporary shelter and a goal. I think that goal should be that we strive to reduce street homelessness by 7,000 to 10,000 people a year, with that being sped up over time. Now, as we do that, I'm a strong supporter of the LABC's proposal today that there be 15,000 new beds under Project Homekey. And I think we should be applying that strike team I referred to, its efforts, to everything from pallet shelters to sprung tents. And as we do these things, we also need to be reimagining our engagement on the street. And how does that look? It looks like reinventing the structure of LASA. Its goals and its mission have to align with the cities. It means rethinking, thanks, Miguel. It means rethinking how we deal with mental illness on the street, which means speeding up experiments like the Trieste model in Hollywood that addresses the whole person. And it means expanding our multidisciplinary teams on the street. We have a project in my office, for example, called LA Door, where we send a nurse, a mental health expert, and a substance use expert to the street, to some of the grittiest encampments in town to intervene with people. And we need to focus like we never have before on prevention. We need a sustainable source of funding for an emergency fund for tenants on the brink of eviction. And we need to be focused on preserving the affordable housing we have by expanding, for example, HACLA's model, where it acquires affordable apartment buildings now. It's just the beginning of sort of what that vision should look like. Miguel, thanks for asking.
Thank you. Mike, you were part of the city council 4 years ago when we adopted the strategic plans. What progress, what kind of grade would you give, and what lessons learned, and what does it look like 5 years from now?
So in terms of the grade, I mean, let's just be absolutely candid here. I mean, there's almost nobody in the city of Los Angeles, housed or unhoused, who would give what's happening in Los Angeles other than a failing grade. And I mean, it's really difficult to admit that when government has done more than it has ever done, spent more than it has ever done, been more aggressive than ever. But the only way to answer the question of what our grade is, there's only one way as far as I'm concerned. And it's to go out and to walk through the encampments and to ask the people who are sleeping outside what our grade is. And there's nobody there who's going to say it's anything other than unsuccessful. And I point that out because it's actually something that is missing largely from our homelessness approach, is we don't talk enough to the people who are unhoused. There is a massive homeless services industry. Is there another service industry in the world that spends so little time talking to their customers about what service they need, how they need it to be provided, and when they need it to be provided? And I think that's one of our problems. I would say that in 5 years, I think we all have the same goal, right? We all would like to see street homelessness ended. I believe that there is a way to do that, but I think the first step is you have to really acknowledge the problem. And I think part of what we need to acknowledge as the problem is that the intentionally designed structure of government in LA, with authority dispersed and diffused, county here, city here, strong council, relatively weak mayor system by charter, LASA having not a whole hell of a lot of authority, but a lot of responsibility. That is not designed for a crisis of this proportion. And I think the only way we can respond to this is I think we need the court's help. I personally think a consent decree is the way to do it. And I think it needs to be structured in a certain way. It needs to give us a short-term commitment to do what the judge and the alliance and all of us want, is get everybody off the street so 4 or 5 people are not dying every day. But honest to God, if that's it, we've failed. It has to have the next step, which is how the hell do you get people out of shelter and into long-term housing? As we heard at Judge Carter's outdoor courtroom last week, there are many people from LA Can and other groups who consider a shelter system that is just a shelter system and leaves people there as inherently a civil rights violation. We need to have that next step, which compels us through force of law. We're going to get slapped by the court and punished if we don't do it, if we don't meet our goals and meet our pronouncements. And 3, that needs to have an element, and Mike spoke to this, of restructuring the system. If you think about it, LA Metro, we just heard from Phil in the last panel, LA Metro has more authority without needing city or county approval to move people across the county. AQMD has more authority to improve air quality in the county than LASA has to save lives and house people. That needs to be fixed. That's where I hope we are in 5 years.
Thank you. And we'll get into the issue of governance shortly. Councilman De Leon, you're new to the city council, but you're not new to politics. During the time that the city and the county was working on these issues, you were in the state also advocating for greater resources and more effective interventions. How would you grade the progress made over the last 4 years, and what does it look like in the next 5?
Well, thank you very much, Miguel. And I want to say it's an honor to be with my colleagues on this panel and have an opportunity to speak with all the good folks at LABC. Special shout out to Mary Leslie. Let me put this in context, because on any given night, we have more than 41,000 men and women and increasingly children living on our streets, our alleyways, our parks, in their cars, as well as RVs. But if Los Angeles as a whole is the epicenter of homelessness nationwide, then the district I represent, City 14, the one I've been honored to elect and just inherited, is at, in fact, ground zero for this homelessness crisis. I have more unhoused individuals in City 14 alone than the entire unhoused populations in the city of Sacramento, Oakland, Stockton, Fresno, San Jose. In fact, the number 3, 4, and 5 cities, Chicago, Houston, and Phoenix, to put this in context. So this is a humanitarian crisis of biblical proportions. Now, I think there have been gains. However, let's put this in context. They've been incrementalist at best. I know what we can't do is we can't continue to litigate and lose, or litigate and settle. What we have before us is a decision that we have to make. Do we continue to piecemeal our way out of this situation, or commit ourselves to a real, tangible, global solution, one that's immediate, that's urgent, and that brings us all together? Because if not, we will continue down the litigation merry-go-round that takes us just a few steps forward and a lot of steps back. Listen, it is Martin versus Boise, which directly impacts the city of LA. It is Jones versus LA, Lavon versus LA, Desotrain versus LA, Mitchell versus LA, Garcia versus LA, and now the LA Alliance versus the city of Los Angeles. Our unhoused population and our taxpayers simply can't afford this approach, because by any objective measurement, and I agree with my colleague Mike Bonin, by any objective measurement, the current status quo is dysfunctional and it's highly disjointed. The systems are completely misaligned together. So we need a real plan, a North Star. And that's why I've introduced a way home, which I'll talk about a little later today. But we need a real target. And I know at times politicians are loath to land on a number for fear of not actually securing that number and being deemed or being targeted or criticized as a failure. But if we don't have a real tangible number that we can work towards, a North Star, then we're going to continue to meander aimlessly in the desert blindly with no really set game plan. We cannot approach this in a very incrementalist way because of the humanitarian crisis that's impacting our public health.
Thank you, Councilman. So Councilman Ridley Thomas, you and I have the pleasure of having worked on both sides of Grand Park. It's still hard for me to see you as a councilman, but you were obviously played a major role in the strategy that was developed at the county over 4 years ago, concurrent with the city. How would you rate the progress made? And are we better off or worse off 5 years from now?
Well, we're better off than we would have been had we done nothing.
Yep.
And prior to that point, we had done just too little. That which we have done, Miguel, has proven itself to be insufficient because I think we simply underestimated what we were up against. And the language of inflow as it relates to the fact that pursuant to Measure H, we are able to rescue some 207 people each day in the county of Los Angeles from the streets of the county, only to find ourselves being confronted with 227 who are then ensnared in the various aspects of homelessness. We are losing ground, but thank God for Measure H, because were it not for such, that 227 would still stand, but that 207 would not be what it is. It would barely be 100. And so the fact of the matter is, from my point of view, progress has been made. It has simply been insufficient. And we have to double down. We have to lean in. We have to do more than we ever have done. And I say that without fear of contradiction, because it seems to me we have to be smarter, we have to work harder, and we have to run a lot faster. I say that because if in fact we expect to make a difference over the next 5 years, it will require that which is conspicuously absent in this environment, and that is leadership. And I single out not one individual, but I mean collective leadership. I mean leadership from City Hall to the County Board of Supervisors. The same day that we came forth with our recommendations, the City Council on the one hand, the Board of Supervisors on the other hand, same day to symbolize that we would be working together. And I think it is essentially the symbolism is where it pretty much was arrested. Unless there is a way for us to articulate collaboration from a leadership perspective, from a policy perspective, from a fiscal perspective, we will not make the kind of progress that we could and should make over the next 5 years. Federal, state, and local leadership. Nothing else will suffice. And I think we shouldn't cause it to be locked exclusively on the public sector. I mean business leaders, faith leaders, academic leaders. Leadership broadly defined is what is required in order for this region to step forward. After all, Los Angeles, the city, is the epicenter of the crisis in the county. The county is the epicenter of the crisis in the state, and the state is the epicenter of the homeless crisis in the nation. And to the extent that we know that to be the case, we are overdue in terms of getting our act together and moving forward. That's what the next half decade will require. No replacement for that, no excuses. Fundamentally, and I'll say more about this when you permit me to do so, we have to commit ourselves to a right to housing. It's on the council agenda, and it is essentially to be an enforceable obligation in order for us to make good on our commitments to be the kind of representatives that I think we can and should be.
Thank you, Councilman, and we'll get into the right to housing in a bit. Councilman De Leon listed out all the different pieces of litigation involved, and and Councilman Bonin has proposed as a consent decree as a possible path forward. I'm not really interested in talking about the merits of consent decree. There's obvious reasons why we probably shouldn't get into that. But I do want us to talk about what a potential frame would look like. You know, the consent decree by itself, or a notion of an external force is independent, doesn't mean anything unless it has a framework, it has specific goals, it has points of measurement, and it has accountability attached to it. So, City Attorney Fuhrer, what are your thoughts about that? If what kind of framework should we be working towards? What does that look like?
Well, a couple thoughts. First, you know, it's going to be a little tough because we're in the middle of litigation right now. And so I want to provide as much information as possible. At the same time, my clients, several of whom are on this panel, have to weigh in. But let me say this. First, I think that there has been at least a little bit of confusion. I want to clarify something. We had this hearing on Skid Row. Judge Carter asked us to come down. Judge Carter has asked the city to brief the question, in essence, how much authority can he take to be basically in charge of homelessness in the city? And we're in the process of drafting up what the legal rules are about that. But I said at that hearing that from my standpoint, elected officials were elected to govern. And if people don't think they're doing a good enough job, they should elect somebody else. I'm not a big fan of abdicating responsibility to a federal judge. I think that we should be able to rise to the challenge ourselves. And I've articulated already today a number of goals, very specific ones that I think we should be striving toward. Having said that, if a consent decree is basically a settlement, the difference between a garden variety settlement and a consent decree is that a judge has oversight over it to assure that it's effectuated the way the parties agreed to. And you can imagine all kinds of ways for there to be a settlement here. You mentioned, Miguel, metrics. What are key metrics? I said earlier, I think a key metric is the number of people who we are successfully getting off the street so they're no longer experiencing homelessness, having annual measures of that. I think that's a good idea, irrespective of a settlement. I think it's a good idea for us to be doing that as leaders in the city. I think that we should have this goal, and it shouldn't be merely an aspiration, but a concrete objective of eliminating homelessness in the next 5 years. I think that in the course of achieving these goals, there are other measures we have to take. I mentioned we should be reimagining how we grapple with mental health on the street. It's not working. We need to try new experiments, but they're slow and they're not happening enough. I mentioned we should be reinventing how we govern ourselves. Does that have to be part of a consent decree? We could do that without any judge being involved. LASA right now has a very good leader in charge right now, but the structure is deficient. It is not set up to succeed. And Miguel, you yourself have proposed various changes in the way that LASA might be structured. I agree with some of those ideas. Having elected accountable officials serving on a governing body in the way that MTA functions can make a lot of sense from my standpoint. To cut through all this, bottom line is this. I think leaders should govern. I think that we should define specific objectives toward which we aspire every year, and we should be held accountable for achieving those objectives. Where systems are broken down, we have the power to change those systems, and I think we should. And the public needs to see what our aspirations are and should hold us accountable for achieving these goals. This requires innovation and concrete ideas. And I mentioned a huge fund, an equity fund to build, numbers of people taken off the street,
you can wrap it up,
et cetera. Okay, well, anyway, the point is, you could imagine a settlement saying these things. You could also imagine elected officials rising to the occasion. I don't like abdicating responsibility. I like assuming it.
So I'm going to go in the same order, and then I'll switch it up in the next question. So Councilman Bonin, you proposed the consent decree. Make your case, but also what would the measurements of success look like?
Sure. Thanks. And, on the natural, most days, most issues, most situations, I would prefer that it be elected officials who resolve the situation. And as I said in front of Judge Carter last week, where I had the same opportunity to speak after our city attorney, I said, that is the right answer to the question of who should do it. But it doesn't get us the right result. And it hasn't gotten us the right result. And I think we need to look at Los Angeles' own history of the past few decades, where there are times when the system has failed and greater judicial intervention has been needed to kick our butts into gear. When the Century Freeway was built, thousands of units of affordable housing were built as a result of a consent decree. After the Rampart scandal, it was a consent decree that brought us a generation's worth of reform at LAPD. Hyperion sewage treatment plant right now. We used to have a Santa Monica Bay that kids couldn't swim in, people couldn't surf in. And the federal government and NRDC and others sued our butts. And in a consent decree, we upgraded and invested a huge amount of money in Hyperion as a tertiary treatment plant that keeps the Bay clean. Nobody looks back at that and says, oh man, those city leaders three generations ago screwed up. People look back and say, well, thank God they cleaned up the Bay and we can swim here and not get sick. And I think that's sort of what we need to be focusing on. And we're at a situation where the county can fund whatever they want, but they can't force the city to build it. The city can build whatever it wants, but it can't force the county to fund it. The mayor can say this is what he wants the city strategy to be, but he can't compel any of the 15 of us to do it. There's no ability to have an agreed upon strategy that can be implemented. And a consent decree gives us the ability to all come together and define that strategy and then be held accountable by the judge with repercussions if we're not meeting it. We can all do, our strategic plans, and we've all done them on a variety of issues. Sometimes they get achieved and sometimes they don't. This would hold us to it. So I think the first key question is who's part of the settlement or the consent discussions. It's not just the court and the city and the county and the plaintiffs. It has to be many of the interveners. It has to be the unhoused. Everybody needs to be at the table on this. And that's what dictates the three-step process I talked about before, of immediately getting people off the street. Push us. Why the hell aren't we doing the 15,000 motel rooms? FEMA's going to do us 100% reimbursement. Push us to do that. Make us do it. Then get people out of a system. Get a real system to get people from shelter to housing to a stabilized life for good, and do the things in that third tranche of reforming or replacing LAHSA with an authority that actually has authority, and get in some of the systemic fixes that all of us talk about. All of us say that we need 24/7 outreach. It still hasn't happened. All of us talk about how we need a real-time tracking system of where any bed is in Los Angeles. It still hasn't happened. That is, I think, the opportunity where a court can step in and help force us to do it, where the very well-intentioned design of government with diffused authority can be made to function for a period.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Councilman De Leon, you spent a rainy day with Judge Carter recently, and you got to spend some quality time with him. If he asked you, if you gave you the gavel and asked, what kind of framework would you recommend moving forward using the court intervention? What would you propose?
What I would submit to the court, in this case to U.S. Federal Judge Dave Carter, is a real plan to house or unhouse community, a combination of temporary non-congregate shelters as well as permanent housing. There's no other choice. Listen, whether we say homeless or we say the unhoused, it is because they have no roof over their head. Now, homelessness is deeply complex, as we know, for a whole variety of reasons, whether it's institutional racism, whether it is schizophrenia, bipolarness, folks on the spectrum, or whether it's deep entrenched generational poverty, whether it's the issue of drug addictions or a combination of the above. That's very complex. And for some folks, it'll be a whole journey. But what we can do, what is within our reach, within our power, is to actually find housing units. And that is government's responsibility at any level. We're not going to resolve overnight unless some pharmaceutical company creates a pill that will eliminate schizophrenia. But what we can do is find that housing. So any type of consent decree, if we went down that pathway, let me say for the record, I don't believe we should go down the pathway of a consent decree yet. But if local officials, and that means everybody, that means also our governor, our state legislative body, all the way to the White House, because we have a Democrat in the White House now, and we have control of a bicameral body in terms of receiving the necessary resources. If we can't get our act together, then by all means, we need to go to a consent decree. But that leaves an indelible mark of shame for our civic leaders who should have gotten their act together years ago, if not decades ago, on this issue. Moreover, what's worse than a consent decree is the potential of receivership. And if we go down that pathway, even perhaps with the consent decree, the quality of our paper with Standard & Poor's, with Moody's, with Fitch may be impacted severely. And therefore, our ability to borrow money at a good rate for the city of LA will be highly impaired. The Olympics and all future investments coming into Los Angeles will be threatened without question because folks could not get their act together. So for the record, I hope we don't go down the consent decree, but if we go down that pathway, and it seems like we're well on our pathway, I can't predict what the judge will do at the end of the day. He's his own person, but it needs a plan because a consent decree without a plan is a recipe for failure. And let me underscore, if it's the same stakeholders that are in charge of the purse strings and the policy and regulatory decision-making at this moment, at the table devising this plan, then it's going to be a pathway to nowhere. It's just going to be circular. We need a real concrete plan with real benchmarks, a real objective number. That's why I put out forward 25,000 housing units all by the year 2025, which is 5,000. That means whether we build prefabricated modular housing on city land, government land, whether it is master leasing, scatter site approach leasing of the large number of vacancies we have throughout the city and throughout the county, whether it's an issue of operation, or I should say a Homekey program, we convert to permanency all these fixed distressed assets because of COVID. There's a lack of tourism, so we have fixed assets. And then lastly, also too, adaptive reuse, purchasing buildings at a price point that brings value to our taxpayers. And guess what? Puts a roof over our unhoused community members' heads.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ridley Thomas, what kind of framework or plan with goals and accountability would we consider should the judge ask for that?
Well, Miguel, I think the conversation is an interesting one in the sense that we are already moving in the direction of proving up as to whether or not our words will be matched by our deeds. In other words, on December the 15th, I introduced the motion at the City Council, my first meeting upon returning to that body, to move in the direction of declaring a right to housing. It's moved through the Homelessness and Poverty Committee, headed to the full council next week. My assumption is that it will be adopted, and then the city attorney, and then the CLA, and then the CAO, and then you occupied some of those roles in previous iterations, Mr. Santana, and then Sid and LASA and a range of HACLA will have a chance to go in, to grind, to get to the level of specificity to construct an enforceable obligation that goes to the responsibility of government, that is the city, to do what it should do for its unhoused population. And so it will be illegal in its enforcement, but it is not the law on which this rests. I assert that the law is the moral minimum that this city needs to embrace. In other words, I feel very strongly that what we have is an opportunity to be proactive. Now, I don't think we have much time to take care of business. Once we adopt this, this is a 60-day report back scenario on the assumption that it can be anticipated that it would be adopted. Some people ought to be working right now to get on top of this issue. My point to you is simply this. We have three distinct paths before us as best as I can discern. We will declare a right to housing that is enforceable in the city of Los Angeles with the level of structure that will be fully discernible, or we will find ourselves faced with a consent decree, which essentially suggests that we will be sued, then engage in a settlement scenario, which has been pointed up. And thirdly, we could be subjected to a court order without the option of a consent decree into which we would have no input. We got three options. You know what I suggested we pursue? Our own act of self-determination, assume our responsibilities, and effectively behave proactively and act like we mean that we care about the people who are defined as homeless, and make good on our commitment to govern this city in a way that's ultimately responsible and move beyond the shameful circumstances in which we currently find ourselves.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to switch up the order. I'm going to go to Councilman Bonin. You know, a consent decree isn't the only way to bring about accountability and focus coordination between the city and the county and other agencies. You know, the federal government requires us to have a responsive system. And first, how would you describe the system today? And is there an opportunity with a consent decree hovering to actually think about doing what Councilman Ridley Thomas proposes, sitting down in the room and devising a coordinated strategy with the county and really start looking at the issue of governance?
So what was the first part of the question again, Miguel?
It was assuming that, you know, you've advocated for a consent decree, sort of.
Yep.
Assume for a second that's not the only option we have.
Yeah, sure.
What would be an alternative sort of new governance structure to get to the same outcomes as a consent decree without the force of the court behind it?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think I should say that I kind of think the consent decree is fairly inevitable. I think if we don't do a consent decree, we're going to wind up with receivership. And part of the reason I advocate for the consent decree is we have more control and we have the ability to do a lot of things that people are talking about. And so my perspective on this, you know, I've never been shy about my personal story. So many people know that I'm a recovering addict and alcoholic. I have lived an experience of today is the day I'm going to stop. Today is the day I'm going to turn it around and it gets better. And it wasn't, and that happens again and again and again. And I feel like that's kind of where we are with homelessness is today is the day we're going to do it right. Today is the day we're going to have a strategy. I think we just need to accept that, you know, I don't know that as much as I'd like to think this, I don't know that I and my colleagues in this generation are any brighter than the people who were there 8 years ago. I think we just need to accept where we are and stop putting off the inevitable of having the court engage and do that. And I think the consent decree is the least onerous. We have done the strategy, right? I mean, you were there. I was there. At the
well, let me interrupt you though, Councilman, because I you know, whether or not we have a consent decree is one thing. Either way, today we're still accountable for having a more effective system, coordination between the city and the county. So there are other ways of getting there in terms of having a conversation around governance between all the agencies. You started talking about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would say to that two things. I think that we need to give the Homeless Services Authority actual authority. You know, Metro has actual authority. AQMD has actual authority. I think we need to have a Homeless Services Authority that can say we are going to be building housing in this part of town, even if the local council member doesn't want it. I think that's really where we need to be getting to. The other thing that I think is very important. It's a little more soft conceptually and not a hard.
So land use authority. You would recommend land use authority.
Absolute land use authority, and I think the authority has got to be able to make some of its own decisions on services. Right now, LASA and our service providers are held hostage to whatever the city and the county may agree to, or maybe they do something just in the city because the county doesn't agree to it. What we need to have is the city anyway, from my perspective, has had a tendency to do one thing at a time, do it really slowly, and do it very expensively. And first it was PSH, and then it was bridge, and now it looks like the pallet shelters are sort of slow and expensive. We need to have a full menu of things so that those closest to the streets, including the unhoused, tell us what services are needed so we can fund them, as opposed to us telling them what it is we're deciding to fund this year, and then they try to implement that solution. And I would say to folks listening, I would encourage people to listen to three things. There's a guy named Mark Horvath, who used to be homeless in Los Angeles, has a YouTube channel, Invisible People, which tells the story of people living on the streets and what their experience are. Hello Dogtown is a podcast by homeless youth in Venice with Safe Place for Youth. And We the Unhoused is a podcast by Theo Henderson, who's lived at Echo Lake Park. And if you hear how the system is working and not working for people on the street, it dictates a different approach to services. And I think that leads us to giving LABC more authority to make it happen.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. City Attorney, it didn't sound like you were advocating for a consent decree, which means there's a different path. You talked a little bit about LABC reform and other kinds of governance. What do you see in terms of how do you ensure the long-term coordination between the city and county response to this crisis?
Thanks, Miguel. Actually, let me break your question down into two parts. Recall 3.25 years ago, I wrote a piece for the LA Times where I said, if we had an earthquake, we would have someone from FEMA here. They'd be in charge of the recovery. We would know who that person is. They'd have metrics and timeframes and so forth. And I wrote that we have the equivalent of that earthquake. It's homelessness. And despite the great efforts of many individuals, nobody's in charge. Now, there are two ways to think about this, and I want to address both of them. One is just internal to the city for a moment. We are all city folks right now in this meeting. I think that there should be, as I mentioned, somebody with executive authority in charge of the executive functions here, who eats, breathes, and sleeps this issue, who holds accountable department heads, and who, again, as I said earlier, who aggregates every ounce of executive authority to make this stuff happen. The mayor is the person, or the buck stops with the mayor, but there has to be somebody, I think, empowered to perform this role. And right now, everybody in this meeting would say the same thing. And that is, there are a lot of good people acting in isolation in the city, but there is no person who you could say is literally in charge. We have a homeless coordinator who does a great job for the CIO's office, but she is not the person who oversees every aspect of
executive. Who would have more authority than the mayor?
No, I think that the mayor is ultimately the person who exercises this authority. I also think that there needs to be someone who consolidates that mayoral authority on a day-to-day basis with regard to every action in the city, and who reports directly to the mayor, by the way. But that's one issue. We need somebody, and you can imagine the county and the city each having that kind of point person. Ultimately, again, there is a mayor that rotates at the county and a mayor at the city, and each of them has this designated person, and that group works together. In the meantime, though, there's also a structural issue about LABC, right? So LABC was created from a lawsuit, as we all know. And the creation of LABC that way has led to dysfunction over many, many years. I had the predecessor to the current leader at LABC in my office as city attorney asking, let's talk about what are the goals? What are the precise metrics that we're striving for this year? And I think that we need to have a LABC that can respond to that question clearly and that is empowered. And I agreed with an idea that you floated that we should be looking at the MTA style model, which means to our viewers that there are elected officials who serve on a board who collectively make a decision and are accountable for it. That is a model that could work when it comes to addressing homelessness in the city, because for obvious reasons, the city has land use authority and the county has service authority. You can imagine that coming together that way. So my basic view is, again, I want internal to the city to have a clear, organized structure for where the city is going. I also want to have this structure where the city and the county are working together through an empowered model. And again, you can have great people in a structure that isn't working well. Right now, we have great people in a structure that isn't working well, and we can do better than this. And again, it does not take a lawsuit to change this. And I got to underscore a key point here. Leaders need to lead. And when it comes to this issue, this is as much a question of tenacity and focus and will as it is about a structure that doesn't work well. And I think we can do better and should.
Councilmember Ridley Thomas, former supervisor, you've been on both sides now. What about this idea of an MTA type structure, or at least a conversation about governance to ensure long-term coordination between the city and the county?
It's an interesting idea, but I essentially view it as a non-starter because the elected officials don't delegate their authority in this matter. If you think that the City Council of Los Angeles is going to give away its land use authority to any other entity, I have a bridge I'd like to sell you. The additional point that I wish to make, if you think that the members of the Board of Supervisors are going to do one single thing to reduce the extent and the reach of their authority or their power, depending on how you describe it, I just have to say to you, we need to have a long talk about what really happens at Temple and Grand. And so rather than engage in that fruitless enterprise, I would simply say that we should be insisting that those who have the responsibility exercise it. And that's the sum and substance of a right to housing. The Board of Supervisors already engaged in that. And let me just give you a little background. What happened is that we sought to do it as the governor's task force on homelessness. We put it forward as a part of the 40 recommendations. The governor's staff, particularly the director of finance, said that's open checkbook politics and we cannot govern in that way. It is too costly to proceed in that manner. They pushed back on Darrell Steinberg, the mayor of Sacramento, and myself as the two co-chairs, and said, if you like it so much, this right to housing, if you like it so much, this state of emergency, then why don't you do it in Sacramento and LA? Steinberg said, how dare you? Ridley Thomas went and introduced motions at the Board of Supervisors, which was ultimately adopted. Fast forward, what essentially happened was COVID-19. What then happened, in addition to that, was a fellow by the name of David Carter that said a freeway plan would be more important. We focused on the issue of 65 and older with underlying health issues. That wasn't a COVID-19 model. That was a county model with the convened experts, both inside the building and external, who understood the vulnerability of the homeless population. That's why we had a challenge with Judge Carter initially, because the freeway population is not the most vulnerable. They're not the most, from a health perspective, they don't reflect the same level of diversity. And we did a full-on study to say, these are they who need our help most. Now, let me just fast forward to the fact that when we talk about a right to housing, this is not a new concept. It goes back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's not a new concept. It's essentially what New York has sought to deal with, New Jersey as well as DC. And they have gotten there by way of court order and intervention. And when it didn't work, they went back to the court and got released, because at the end of the day, I would simply say the following. This is about resources and allocation of resources. This is about priorities. This is about how our budgets will work. And I declare here and now, the issue of homelessness is of insufficient importance to the decision makers in this region. Therefore, we have this languishing set of circumstances where we just chase our tails day in and day out, claiming that we're doing things. And when in fact, if we just buckled down and made this the issue that it should be, we can show progress and in effect distinguish ourselves as elected officials who are committed to improving the quality of life of our respective communities and the individuals who reside therein. I'm going to take my nap now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman. So Councilman De Leon, as a newcomer to local government, you've seen sort of the overlapping jurisdictional issues. Have you given any thoughts about what you would propose to create ongoing coordination between the county and the city on the issue of homelessness?
Well, Miguel, let me say this, and you're absolutely right. I've been here about 3 months now, And the little time that I've been here, the 3 months in local government, LA City Council, I can say that I've witnessed by any objective measure deep dysfunction, disjointed, misaligned systems. By any objective measure, perhaps we've had incremental progress. But the reality is this, and what I find is it's almost like a Kafka novel, because I've seen presentations from all the governmental powers that be about that the county as well as the city. And when you walk away with those very impressive PowerPoint decks, you would think that homelessness has been resolved or we're well on our way. And there is a dissonance, there's a disconnection with the governmental rhetoric and what is happening on our streets every single day in Los Angeles. So I gotta say, I may depart from some of my colleagues, it is a resource issue, but you gotta use the resources in a very judicious manner. I'm gonna give you, for example, we voted as the electorate for HHH, $1.2 billion. And now supposedly $1 billion has been committed. Now, the average price point is well over $600,000 per unit for housing for unhoused community members. That's completely unsustainable. If we're going to deal with the issue of both resources, we have to allocate and appropriate it with a very strategic manner. And that's why I have introduced a North Star, a number, 25,000 housing units, all by the year 2025.
And Councilman, how would you coordinate that with the county? So let's assume for a second the city approves this North Star. How would that be coordinated with the county? Because obviously homelessness is not just a city issue, it's a county.
Without question. We have to get together with the county board of supervisors. We have to get with all the department heads as well as our department heads. They have to do something that may be wildly creative and innovative and groundbreaking, which is talk to each other. One thing I've found out so far, that the county and city really don't talk to each other. They speak in code with each other, but they don't speak directly with each other to collaborate, to cooperate, to coordinate, so we can leverage dollars and see what works and what clearly doesn't work. And what I would do also too, quite frankly, so we can't expand LAHSA. Let me be very clear. We cannot expand LAHSA. In fact, we may have to dismantle it altogether. Because if you have a $700 to $800 million annual budget, and what you're doing is outreach by delivering water bottles and taking intake, when we can repurpose those dollars for housing, to put a roof over our unhoused community members' heads, first and foremost, which is absolutely most critical. We have to house our unhoused individuals living on our streets today. So we must repurpose dollars with the county, the joint project, agreement between the city and county. And Mike Fuhr makes a very good point. It was brought about by litigation. On paper, JPA works, but in reality, it doesn't work. But we need to have a come to Jesus without
thank you, Councilman.
So we can collaborate together. If not, the person who's going to be making the decisions for us will be a shadow mayor and a shadow city council, which will be a judge and appointed special master.
Thank you. So let me just fast forward a second. Let's assume that the state is bold enough to have a right to housing. It is the law of the land, okay? And I actually don't think it's that far off that it could actually happen. So now there's no more excuses, and as has been talked about, now we could be held accountable for failing to meet the supply. So in the last few minutes that we have left, I'm gonna start with you, City Attorney. If you had 3 wishes of things that you could change to significantly improve the supply of housing in the city of Los Angeles, now that there's a mandate, it's a right for housing, so now we could get sued for failing to build housing. What would those 3 things be?
Well, first of all, And this would not expand the universe of units, but it would change the complexion of homelessness dramatically if the federal government made housing vouchers available to everybody who needs them. Because you mentioned this as a state issue. President Biden has mentioned the right to housing as a federal issue. And parenthetically, as we know here in LA, 25% of the people actually need housing vouchers have them. If those folks had those vouchers and they were portable, they could take them to individual landlords, it would change things dramatically.
But there's a lot of people with vouchers that don't have a place. So it's a supply problem.
That's also true. So let's get to supply. So when it comes to supply, a couple of things. First of all, I think that the city needs to say that if you're going to build something, it's got to include affordable units in it. And I think that the city needs to create, as I mentioned at the outset of the presentation, a different model that doesn't rely exclusively on public funding. I think this the private equity model, the SDS model, which we know has shown real promise in the city, should be expanded dramatically. That's why I'm calling for the creation of at least $1 billion revolving equity fund to do this completely privately to complement the work of the city and public entities. And the last thing I'd say is, yes, for 3 wishes, the other wish is, obviously, we need resources here, particularly given the budget constraints that we find ourselves in. And those resources need to be allocable to the creation of housing that's affordable. And Miguel, there are a couple different things about affordability we should talk about really quickly. One is there's a new state bond program that enables there to be bond funding for what's called middle income residents, people like our teachers and firefighters and so forth. There are no such programs in the city of Los Angeles. That needs to change. If that were to change, we got some middle class housing in the city that would free up other units for people who have lower incomes. And I think, so I mean, there are lots of ideas here, Miguel. 3 is not enough wishes.
Well, you got 3. Councilman Bonin, 3 wishes to build, to meet the obligation now that housing is a right.
So I'll give a shorthand for it. A whole bunch of the legislation that Bernie Sanders and AOC have proposed. That'll be my general rubric. We need everything from universal basic income to support for social housing, to all the vouchers that Mike talked about, to healthcare, and the structure of an economic system that doesn't force people out into the street. In terms of specifics that we could do here locally, I would like to see us have inclusionary zoning. We have a lot of incentives that allow people to do more density, but the requirements for affordability, whether it's low income or workforce, I do not think are high enough. I'm certainly not seeing enough of the housing produced in my part of town being affordable for a firefighter, for a teacher, or for somebody who's working at Vaughn's or Ralph's right now. The other thing I would call for, and this is—
You're down to 2 wishes, so you got 1 more.
Okay. This is sort of the opposite of what Mr. Fewer was saying, is I think we need more public investment in housing, not just in the existing public housing we have to make it actually decent and habitable, but we need to be investing in social housing. We need a system of housing that is being designed as a place for people to live in, as opposed for a place for people to invest in. And they do it in large parts of Europe. They do it in parts of Asia. Where it is subsidized housing done right, not like we do it in the United States. It's mixed income. It's not just low income. It's a variety of incomes put near transit centers and amenities, real genuine communities. Government invests in it, managed by land trusts or nonprofits. And I think it's the biggest thing we can be doing, because the current system we have now, particularly for affordable housing, you've got so many different funding sources with tax credits here and a government subsidy here. It is a maddening, slow, time-consuming, expensive process just to cobble a formula together. Let's just get shit done, and social housing is a big way to do it.
Got it. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman De Leon, you got 3 wishes to increase supply of housing now that it's a right to have housing.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Listen, all of the above with regards to what Mike Fewer just said, as well as Mike Bonnet. What I would say and what I would add is let's eliminate the soft costs or reduce them dramatically, as well as the land costs. So government land, let's use city let's use county, let's be creative. Let's use Caltrans properties as well as the federal government. There's a lot of land in that real estate portfolio. We know real estate is at a premium in Los Angeles. It is exorbitant. It drives costs dramatically. So let's deal with government land. 2 is the issue of price point. We have to dictate the outcomes, but it is the other way around. And that's how you get $750,000, $850,000 per unit, 800 square feet for unhoused community members. Fiscally, it's quite unsustainable. That's why you do need controls. So I would have a cap price point. It is absolutely dramatically important because of the volume of folks and the magnitude of the crisis. Thirdly, I would say you have to have a timeline. Without a real timeline, the bottom line is we will continue to meander aimlessly without a real hard goal. And therefore, what I like, from Mark Willie Thomas is the right to housing, and with a way home 25 by 25, it marries together. You have the lofty intellectual idea of a legal right, just like he said about New York. And then you have a real concrete plan that's measurable with a way home coming together to establish the timelines, establishing the fiscal components, the accountability, and helping to eliminate drastically the land costs. So those were to be the top 3. Obviously, we can't get in the granular details with the time frame that we've been given, but more at a macro level is what I would suggest.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Councilman Willie Thomas, 3 wishes. You got your first big wish. There's now a right to housing done. How do we build supply? You get the last word here.
3 wishes. The first of which is the passage of AB 71. The second wish is the passage of AB 71. Let me ask you to guess what the third wish might be. This is essentially a resource question, and it's an academic discussion unless we have the resources to do what is necessary to fulfill our wishes. And so let me make a personal appeal that we get busy and move that legislation. It's $2.4 billion annually that goes directly to housing and services. 3 wishes: AB 71, AB 71, AB 71. Mr. Santana.
Got it. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This was a lot of fun. It was great to see all of you. I want to thank the LA Business Council. It's been a great day and it's been a great panel. So a lot of work to be done. I'm hoping that 5 years from now, we're not having this conversation.
Amen.
I don't know about you, but I'm kind of tired of having it. But something tells me we are. So it's great seeing all of you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Miguel.
Great seeing you too. Take care, everybody.
Bye, guys. Bye, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Good night.
Mike.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good luck, everybody.
Be well, safe.
Likewise.
Thank you for joining us for today for the 19th Annual Mayoral Housing, Transportation, and Jobs Summit. If you would like to rewatch any portions of today's event and to view the newly released LABC Institute and UCLA Luskin Center study on equity in clean transportation, please visit our website, labusinesscouncil.org. We hope to see you next year.